AC00.
WBS.
Yeah, so what you are seeing here in this blue, so what you are seeing is the project which has been loaded into the memory. Do you see this on Kola screen? It says the Juniper Nursing Home. Do you see that? So,
Yes.
so Juniper Nursing Home is the project which is currently loaded into the memory. Okay, now below that, I'm going to mark it in the blue green rectangle. So what you are seeing is the main menu. This part of the screen is called the main menu, and it has got the main menu options: file, edit, view, project, enterprise, tool, admin. If you want to see that what are the sub options in the file, so what do? You will click on the file. Just click on the file.
You mean the, oh yeah.
Yes, the tip of the arrow. So guys, do you see this kind of the menu is called a drop down menu. Drop down. It drops downwards to show you the detail. Right? It just opens up like a scroll. Okay. Now, if you click on the next one, that is the edit. Click on the edit. Next one. No, on the right side. Do you see that you are seeing the sub options for the edit, for the view? Click on the view. Click on the view option. Do you see that? So, you know, it is giving you the menu. It is called the drop down menu. It is dropping from the top and downwards. So this is quite long. And you have to remember it. Now, I'll just tell you that what happens that in the Primavera, some of the menu option can be represented on the panel also. Now, to activate this menu, you can use the key combination also. Now, I want you to press this. Press Alt P. Alt and P. See, what do you get? Alt P. Do you see that?
Project.
So when you're pressing the combination of Alt and the key which is marked in the underscore, do you see? The V is marked with an underscore. Now, if you press Alt V, you are going to get the Alt View menu. Press Alt V. So you're going to, so see, you can access the sub menu using the mouse and using the key also. So why I'm sharing it with you, so that if you're comfortable, so with your left hand, you can press Alt V in case that it is the nearest. And sometimes we use a combination of mouse and the shortcut keys. So all of the main menu, they have one of the letters. It is the underscore. Like if you look at the enterprise, in the enterprise, the underscore is below the N letter. So if you press Alt N, it will show you the sub menu for the enterprise. So if you are having the mouse and if you are comfortable with the mouse, it's okay. So in the office and at home, my recommendation is that 100% of the times at the home, you should be using the mouse. But when you're traveling, you are sitting in the aircraft, and you want to have a look at something, then I think that you can use the scroll pad or you can use a key combination. So press Alt N and see that what happens. So what kind of menu you get?
Yeah, it's going on the enterprise. Yeah. When I pressed it, yeah.
So it has got all the options of the enterprise here, but you will see that some of the options are here also. Okay. Enterprise options would be here also as well. So this is called the main menu. After that, what we have, that if you click here somewhere in the blank area, this will just go away. So then I'm going to tell you about, just click here. So this is called the panel 1. There is panel 2 as well, but we are going to create it. So there is panel 1 and panel 2. But the panel 2 is invisible right now. So we are going to, so you know, there is the panel 1, panel 2, and then there is the left of the panel and right panel. And there are 4 panels in total: top panel 1, top panel 2, left panel, and right panel. So what do you get on these panels is the buttons which are taken from the various main menus. So these buttons are quickly accessible with a single click. But the thing is that you can't see their names here. You will have to remember their names. If you have to remember their names, So you will have to constantly look at the printout, which I told you to take. That is the document number 1. It has got a list of the buttons and what actions do they do. But if you use the Primavera frequently, and even after some time, they will seem very natural to you. So you will be able to recognize, if you look at the buttons carefully, these buttons have been designed with a great intelligence. You will see, if you want to do something with the printer, you will find there is a button which looks like a printer. You see this a button which looks like a printer? And this is the print the preview. Okay, so there are various buttons for the various purposes. And if you look at this button, this looks like a table. Table means a spreadsheet. And this one looks like a small little Gantt chart. So if you want to get the Gantt chart on, say if I want to only look at the table, I click on this. If I click on the Gantt chart, then I get the Gantt chart. Okay, guys, just a moment. Okay, guys, I'm back. So, the buttons, if you look at there slowly, if you will be able to recognize that what they do by looking at the shape or the design. Okay, so these are the panels. After the panels, what we have below the panel, so what we have, these are the tabs. So tabs are showing the various information. So the first and most important tab is the projects. So the project tab is important because it shows you the complete data which is contained in the enterprise database. It shows you the complete list of the projects, portfolios, and programs. Okay, now if you click on the projects tab, so in which you are, so we are seeing the screen has been divided into 3 parts. Okay, so one of the part of the screen, this part is called the table. And what does the table have is columns. Then the right side of the screen, which is divided into the second part, it is called the Gantt chart. And the bottom part is called the detail. Okay. Now, what is the table? Actually, the table is containing the sub information in the form of columns. So what are the columns it has? It has the columns of the project ID, which has the identification number of the project created at the time of the project creation, the project name, and what are the total activities inside the project, and what is the strategic priority of the project inside the organization. We can add more columns here. So we will come back to it later. On the right side, what we have is the Gantt chart. So I'm going to write here the name table. And table contains the column, and this side is the Gantt chart. Okay. And what does the Gantt chart contain? The Gantt chart contains, this is called the timeline of the project. And guys, on the top, this is called the time scale. You see that there is a time scale. So I'm going to write the name here, that this part of the screen on the Gantt chart is called a time scale. The time scale shows the length of time or the span of time. And timeline shows that what is the age of the project, or what is the length of the project regarding the time. So this is called the timeline. So if you look at this project, I'm going to connect. See, this project, do you see that what is the duration of this project, which you can connect to the time scale? So guys, can you guess what is the duration of this project? As on
2011 to 2014.
Yeah, so it is like 1, 2, 3, 4 years, right? Or you can say 3 years and 3 quarters. Okay, so because
3 years.
when you are comparing the timeline against the time scale, so you can measure the duration of the project, right? Then this is a very short project. You see that?
Yeah.
It is just maybe 3 months, just 3 quarters. I mean, just one quarter. So this is the Gantt chart. And the bottom portion here, it is the details. So if you select any project on the top, it will show the details of that project, right? So if your cursor is on the city center building, so you can see that it is showing the details of the city center building project. So there are lots of details of this project, city center, like general, notebook, budget, spending plan, budget summary, dates, funding. Then some of these tabs are more useful for us, so we can understand that what is the nature of the project. Okay, so that is shown in the detail box. So this screen is divided in the project 3 parts: table, Gantt chart, details. The same structure is followed in the WBS also. If you click on the WBS screen or the tab also has the same structure. Okay, it is also the same. What is the WBS? The WBS shows the top level work grouping. So WBS is a logical grouping. So the WBS shows the top level of the work, and then comes the activity screen. And the activity screen is also having the same structure. It also has the table, it also has the Gantt chart, then it also has the detail. So what details are shown here? It shows you the details of the activity, and it shows you the timeline of the activity, and it shows you the time scale of the activities in the Gantt chart. So this is the time scale of activities, and this is the time scale, and this is the timeline. So timeline of the activities are small because the activities are having a duration of the days and weeks only. Right, guys? Is it clear?
Yes.
Okay. Now you click on the resource tab. The resource tab is divided into 2 parts. One is the table and one is the detail. The resource tab is showing you the list of the resources which are contained in the enterprise. So it doesn't have anything to do with the time scale, because we are not tracking any activity here. So it does not require a time scale. So that is why we have only 2 parts. One part is the table and one part is the detail. Okay, so we have only the table and we have only the detail portion. So details of any of the resources which are selected on the top. If I select a resource on the top, then its detail information will be shown in the lower part. Okay, like this. You see that its detail will be shown here. Okay, now let us go into the first part, that is the project. So guys, you are in the projects?
Yes.
See, in the projects, there are 3 parts. So the 3 parts, so one is the list of the projects and one is the Gantt chart. Now in the Gantt chart, we should be able to understand the time scale. It is very, very important to understand the time scale, because the time scale has to be used appropriately. Okay, since we are dealing with the projects, and the projects are having multi-year span, right? The projects are having multi-year span. Now the time scale can be controlled by these 2 buttons. So guys, do you see these 2 buttons on the top?
Zoom. Yeah.
So these are the 2 buttons, that is the zoom in and the zoom out. Okay, so one button is to stretch the time scale. If you click on the plus button, just see it is going to expand the time scale. Click this plus button. and see that what happens. Click that button, zoom in. Zoom in means that expand and show more details. So I think, Kolawole, you need to move this zoom panel. You need to drag it toward the left, I think, so that you can see this button.
Okay. Which button? How do I do it?
Okay, you'll have to follow to the tip of the arrow. Is your panel one covered? Is it?
Yeah.
Covered by
Okay.
the
You
zoom
mean
button?
this one?
Yeah.
Hold on. It's quite
So,
difficult.
you've got a set of the buttons of the zoom. You need to grab that and you have to put it away for a while so that you can see.
Oh, yeah.
Yes, correct. You have to keep it at the
okay.
bottom. Yeah, for the time being. Yes.
Okay. I've done that.
Yeah, so that you can work clearly on the panel 1. Now, on the panel 1, you click this button. Do you see? No, you click it step by step so that you can understand it, you can feel it, you can absorb it. So first of all,
Okay.
click on the zoom out.
Okay.
Once more.
Okay. Is it okay?
Yeah, minus you click on it once more. We want to go to the last scale. Yeah. See, guys, this is the last scale of time. Do you see that? So what is the combination in the first layer? In the first layer, you are seeing the year. And what you are seeing is the second layer of the time scale. You are seeing the quarter, right?
Okay. Yes.
Now,
Yes.
if you're going to expand it, so what is going to happen? So click once. Okay, just monthly. Now, when you click it, the scale expands. Now, the quarters are expanded into months. Do you see that?
Yes.
Because the months is the expanded format of the quarter. On the first scale, you still have the year. Okay. And now what you are seeing is the months. Now, if you click on it only once more, click on it once more. Now, what you are seeing that instead of the year on top, what you're seeing is the quarter.
Quarter, yeah. Yes.
So Primavera is expanding the year into quarter. It says that within the year, you do have 12 months, but these 12 months can be subdivided into quarter 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. Now, you click on the plus button once more.
Okay.
Now, what it is doing below the quarter,
it's just months.
But you have the months, and months, what is in the second row, guys? Can you guess? Second row is having the weeks. And if you look at these dates, there's 2, 9, 16, 23. All these dates are Mondays.
Okay,
right? Monday. Because these are
every Monday.
Yeah, every Monday you are being shown that this is the beginning of the working week, because the working week begins on Monday, but the week we learned in the school, it begins from Sunday. Okay. In the school, we have been taught Sunday, Monday. So we begin with Sunday, but in the real world, when we come to work, so we realize the work actually begins on Monday. So the first day of the week is called the Monday. And weekends, the Sunday is called the weekend, end of the week, right?
Okay. Yeah.
That is the true definition of the end of the week. So the working week ends on Sunday, right? And the working week begins on the Monday. So all these dates are Monday. So these are the two layers of the time scale. The first layer is the month, because the time scale is expanding. Okay. Now you click on the plus button, the expansion button once more. You will see it will expand more. Now, what you are seeing that the week is gone to the top, and below the week, you are now seeing the days. You see the weekdays? Okay. Do you see the weekday start? This is the Monday. Actually, if you would go to that particular year, you will find that December 18 is the Monday. December 25 is the Tuesday, and December 25th is an off day because it's a Christmas. Okay, and if you go to the January 8, this is Monday, January 15 is a Monday, January 22 is a Monday, and each of the weekdays represent with a single letter, right? But now, if you look at this resolution, you are not able to understand that what is the total duration of the project. Because if you want to go to the total duration, you want to see the total duration of the project, you have to go to the bird's eye view. Just like how do you start the Google map? Like Google map would start with a country. It will show you the top level country. Then if you zoom down, you will start seeing the states, the districts, then you will be seeing the city, then street, and then the building top level, right? I'm sure that you are using the Google map like that way also. So you have seen the Google map from the top down. So when you approach, when you zoom in, so you are going to the bottom level. So what you see at the bottom level is the top of the buildings. So if you zoom out, you will start seeing the street level, then you will see the city, then you will see the district, then you will see the state, and then you'll see the state, and then you will see the country, right? So right now
Yes.
we are at the very detailed level. We are seeing the week and the day. Okay. Now, guys, let me tell you, if you want to move the scale, so you can grab it from the first layer. See, if you place your cursor on the first layer, if you bring your cursor, it will turn into a hand. Try doing it.
Yes.
And you
Yes, I can see.
drag it right and left.
Oh, should I right click?
Yes, you drag it right and left. No, not right,
okay.
but click.
Oh, yeah.
You drag it right and left to finally place where you want your time scale to be visible from. Right?
Okay.
So the first layer of the time scale is for grabbing. And the second layer is for expanding and contracting. If you bring your cursor a little bit down, it will turn into a lens. And if you grab and expand and shrink, you can do an expansion. It's going to show you multiple letters. And if you shrink, it's going to shrink. And if you shrink it even more, it will turn black. Totally, it will shrink so much that you won't be able to read. Okay, so you should do something which is useful. If you shrink it like this, can you read it? No, you can't read. So what is the best thing for you when you start seeing single letters? See, even this is okay, but this is wasting of space. You don't need to know the 3 letters to understand the day of the week. If you want to optimize on the screen, if you want to see maximum data on your screen, I think this is the best, right? So you can see the single letter of the week. You can recognize that which day is which is Monday, which is Tuesday, see W for Tuesday. Then the T, which comes out after the Wednesday, is the T. So that is the Thursday, then Friday, Saturday, Sunday. So I think you can see maximum data. But at the project level, it is not useful. So what you need to do, since the projects are too long, you need to shrink the scale to a useful level. So what do? You click on the minus button. So that will be zoom out. So you will be seeing more condensed scale, and you will be able to see the length of a project end to end. Okay. Now you click on the minus button. Click on the minus button. Month and week. Now click once more. Quarter and month. Click once more. Year and month. Click once more. What you are getting right now? Year and quarter.
Year and quarter.
So guys, if you click it once more, so can you shrink it any further?
No. You can't click again. You can't click any further.
Yeah. So, this is the maximum length of the time scale that you can see. That is the year and quarter. So year and quarter is useful to understand the length of the project, but you won't be using the same scale if you were in the activities. So guys, go into the activities tab. So in the activities tab, what might be useful scale for you? I think the useful scale for you might be the weeks and days. So if you click here, and if you're going to see the weeks and days, so that's going to give you the idea about the activities like this. So some activities are long, some are short. So you can get an idea by clicking here, and you can zoom out to see that which activity is starting at the beginning of the project. And what is the duration of the activity? So some of the activities are month long. So you can expand or shrink the scale to look at the activities. Okay. So we will come back to it again. So let us do this thing. I told you that we have a second panel of the buttons here. Okay, but that is not visible right now. So we are going to make it visible. So guys, let us go step by step. Okay, so I'm pausing for a moment. So do you guys have any questions here? No?
Hello, sir.
Hello,
sir.
Yeah, tell me.
Hello, sir. Can you hear me?
Yeah, sure. Yeah, tell me.
Actually, the Gantt chart, but it's not showing any graph. It is like blank only.
Okay, just do one thing. So which tab you are in? Are you in the activities tab?
Yes, sir. Activities tab.
Just go in front of any of the activities, and just like I'm indicating, so you double click on the Gantt chart. So double click quickly.
Oh, okay, sir.
Okay, you double click quickly. Now guys, let me tell you that what happens on the Gantt chart, because sometimes the Gantt chart will be out of the focus. So suppose it's gone very far and it has gone to the neighboring house, this time scale. If you look at the time scale, so right now what you are seeing on the screen is 1994. The project may be somewhere in the year 2000 or something, but you don't know how to get this back. So what you do, the Primavera has a very simple solution for this. You can go to the front of any activity, and on the Gantt chart here you can do a double click. If you do a double click, the activity will come to the point where you did a double click. Okay, so you do a double click here.
Oh,
On
right.
the Gantt chart here.
Oh, okay.
It brings the activity back into the focus. Now, if you want to see this activity, you double click here.
Where? Okay, this way.
Yeah. Here, yes, you click. Yeah, correct. Do you see that? Exactly on the tip of the mouse, the activity comes up. Then you can fine tune the placement of the activity by grabbing it from the first layer by your hand, and then you can you can do the fine placement. You can do the tuning. Okay, sort of where exactly you want it placed. Now to find it, you do a double click on the Gantt chart and the activity will come into the focus, right? So if any activity is lost or misplaced, you can find it by doing a double click. Right, guys? Is this thing clear?
Yes, sir.
Yes. Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. Now we are going to configure the Primavera so that we can use it more and more conveniently. Oh, okay, guys, step by step. Click on the view. And if you go to the bottom of the view, you will see toolbars.
Okay.
In the
Yes.
toolbars, you select customize. Okay, I'm pausing here. Everybody should confirm that everybody is here.
Yes, it is.
So you're here, so everybody is here, so we'll go step by step. Okay, so I call it a toolbox. I don't call it a pop-up. Why do I call it a toolbox? Because I'm an engineer. So this has got lots of tools. I've got lots of 3-4 toolboxes: mechanical toolbox, electrical toolbox, electronic toolbox. Okay. So if I want to do something different each time, so I pull out a different kind of a toolbox. Now guys, now let me tell you. So we will expand all these buttons onto the panel 2, but these buttons group need to be activated. Do you see the action checkbox? You click on it. Then administrator checkbox, dictionary, find. And guys, make sure that you are clicking in the sequence. Do not jump the sequence, okay? Find. Click on the find checkbox. Publish. Reports. And you just scroll down. And activity critical path. So this checkbox won't be there in the version 19. Okay, so you just don't worry, Venki. Okay. So this is a new button toolbar in the version 21 only. Okay. Now you click on the close. So this box will close. Okay. So I'm just waiting here for a confirmation. I want to hear a confirmation. So everybody is here. So guys, according to the checkboxes you clicked, so you're seeing that this is a set of button. So one set of button is here, another set here. So these are the various set of the buttons on the different rows. Now what we are going to do, that we are going to consolidate all these buttons on the panel 2. So this is the panel 2. So we are going to move all these buttons into the panel 2 so that we have the screen used in a optimal and sensible fashion. Okay, guys. Now, guys, I want you to notice something. Look at what I'm pointing. Guys, do you see there is a dot here on the left side of the set of buttons. Do you see these dots here?
Yes.
All little dots. You know, these are like handles. If you want to grab something, if you want to pick up a bag has a handle, right? So this is the handle. So what you need to do, just watch me. I'm going to do the first one. See. Look at the demo screen. Okay, come to the demo screen. So when we bring the cursor here, the cursor turns into a forklift. Do you see this?
Yes.
Okay, so I just grab it just like I would use a forklift, and I will bring it to the empty space below the panel 2, and I will shift it up gently. Guys, you have to do it very gently, like this, slowly and deftly. And guys, that's why I'm insisting that you should be using the mouse, because this is very easier done with the mouse. This can't be done with the trackpad. Okay. Now, now you do the next one. You just grab it from the corner and place it in the empty space here. First, you drag it right in a straight line. No. Click on the extreme left. No. You are clicking on the button. Don't click on the button. I want you to click on the handle of the button. The handle is on the extreme left. Do you see the dots here?
Oh, this one?
These dots. Look at the tip of the arrow. Look at
yeah. This
grab
one.
Grab it. Yeah. Now move it in a straight line toward the right side. Gently. Okay. More. Now you a little bit more. More toward the right side. Now you move it up. Gently move it up. Correct. Okay. Yeah. This is exactly what you are going to do with the next one. Please grab this one.
Okay, this one as well?
Yeah. And you bring it here in the empty space.
Okay. This one too?
Very good. Yeah. Yes. And bring it in the empty space here. Excellent. Good. You're doing good. Good. So, you know, with this practice, and I think in the real life, if you need to use a forklift, you can use a forklift as well.
Oh.
Okay. Now you grab this one.
Yeah. Okay.
Bring it down.
Okay.
Bring it down. And now you place it up. Yes, correct. Yes, drop it and hold it. So guys, please look at the demo screen and at your screen. and I'm pausing. If you're facing any problem, I'll come to your screen and help you out. So everybody should have the same looks, nearly the same looks, because it becomes easier for me to give the training. See, after the training, you can change your screen according to your convenience. But during the training, guys, please make sure that you keep the same configuration.
Okay.
Tell me if someone is facing a problem. No?
No, no, done.
Okay, very good to hear that. Now, guys, let me tell you something. See, guys, do you see this set of the buttons? So this is a very special set of the buttons. I want you to bring it here. You grab it from the first panel and bring it here into the blue. You bring it into
Where?
rectangle.
Oh, okay.
Good. Release it.
Okay.
Okay, guys, you have done that?
Yeah.
Okay, good. Now I'm going to tell you that there is a special button inside this group of the buttons. So we are going to expose and expand the buttons here. And after that, we will work upon the rest of the panel. I'll just tell you why. Because this group of the buttons is holding a lock button, lock. Okay. So this lock button is inside this group of the buttons. We need to click on the lock buttons to lock the panel in place. Okay. So what we are going to do, we are going to expand this group of the buttons. So guys, please click on this triangle. You see a triangle at the end? Please click on this triangle.
Yeah.
Yeah.
One?
Yeah. Now click on add or remove the buttons.
Okay.
Now after this, you select the button lock all toolbars.
Okay.
You click here.
Which one?
Yeah. Click it. And you will see a tick mark.
Which one?
Click it. No, click lock all toolbars.
Is it?
Yeah, click it. Lock all toolbars.
Not all toolbars. Oh, okay. Okay.
Yeah, okay. So guys, do you see this? So once you have
Yeah.
clicked it, this appears on the top. This is a very, very special button. We need to use it very urgently. Okay, so that's why we are giving it the priority. Okay, so everybody got this button on the top. Okay,
Yes.
now you click on expand all, collapse all, and collapse to these three. Also you select these three buttons: expand all, collapse all, and collapse to.
Okay.
Yes.
Expand
all.
all.
Yeah, click them. Click. No, you got to click them. Man, you just click them like this. Yeah, you click till once you see a tick mark, click it.
Okay.
Yeah, click it. Yeah. Now, do you see that on the top that these three buttons have been placed? Do you see that?
Yeah.
Yes.
Correct.
Yes.
Okay. Now, what I want you to do, you click on the empty space on the Gantt chart, and this drop-down menu will disappear. Click here on the empty space on the Gantt chart. Okay. So guys, do you see this button on the top? Lock button. Now you click this lock. Click this lock. See, once you click this lock, now what happens? All the dragging handles of the button sets are gone. See this. If you unlock this, okay, do you see this? You have got the grabbing handle like this. But
Yeah.
if you click on the lock, the grabbing handle is gone.
Yeah.
Now it is like a sort of a safety lock. Okay, now what is the safety? So when I'm doing something on the screen, accidentally, I will not be able to, accidentally move any of the button set from here to there. Now, accidentally, you know what happens that if your cursor is going to touch the handle, so it might get dragged and your set of the buttons will be getting misplaced, right? So now that misplacement will not happen. So if I've ensured by using this lock button, first of all, I'm going to put all the set of the buttons in place in the panels. Now guys, what we're going to do, we are going to expand the button groups one by one. See the button groups, let me identify these are the distinct button groups. Do you see this small little triangle? All the button boundaries are marked by this triangle. So these are the various set of the buttons you have on the screen, but there are more buttons inside this button set. We need to expand them all. This is another set, this is another set, and this is another set, right? Guys, do you see the set of the buttons? Now we are going to expand them so that we can have all the useful buttons placed in front of us. And you just don't worry. You might be feeling that, oh, there are so many buttons. You know, guys, you don't have to worry, because once we look at them frequently, okay, we'll be able to recall what they do. We use them frequently. And guys, you have this talent. Guys, please try to remember during your college days. So listen to me carefully. During your college days, you at least used to remember the faces of 15 girls at least. And you remembered their name, which subject they studies, which village they came from. No? Right or wrong?
Yeah.
Use the same talent here. So you can do it. So that's not a problem. If you could do it in your college, you can do it here also. So instead of the girls, you just have to remember the buttons. Okay. So, okay. So what you do, you press this triangle. You click on this.
On what?
And click on add or remove the buttons. So guys, do you see the page setup, print setup? You select them. It will expand the set of the button on the top. Click.
Okay, which one?
Page says setup.
Which one?
Kola, can you see this? Can you see the arrow that I'm making on the screen?
Okay, is it the page setup?
And the print setup. You click them. It will be added on the top. Do you see that? It's going to add on the top. It is expanding the set, right?
Yes.
Okay, because we need these buttons to be instantly be available for us. So that is why we are clicking them. Now, what I want you to do, I want you to move to the next set of the button to expand that. You move to this one. Move to the one on the right. Yeah. Click on add or remove the buttons. Okay. Now, guys, from the second set, you will select activity usage spreadsheet. Correct. Then you will select a resource usage spreadsheet. Yep. Then you will select arrange children. Okay.
Arrange children, right?
Yeah, arrange children. Do you see the pointer that I'm making?
Okay. Yes.
Yeah.
I can see it. Yeah.
Yeah. So, you know, I'm just making sure that I'm pointing it to the right of the button and you can identify that.
Okay. Okay, that's clear.
Okay, so guys, you have selected these buttons?
Yes.
Okay, great. If someone is facing any problem, immediately stop me so that I can come to your screen and I can help you out. So guys, one thing, this is a personal coaching. This is not a group training and this is not a webinar. Everybody has to do, right?
Yes.
Guys, is this clear? This is a professional training for engineers. This is not a demo for school. Okay. Okay, fine. So now click on this. Click on this triangle, this little triangle. We are going to expand this set. We will see if we find any useful buttons. Yeah. So one of the useful buttons that we need here is the no bottom layout. So you click on this and include it into the top panel. Yes, correct. Now we will go into the next set of the button. This is the next set. And click on add or remove the buttons. Now here it will be useful for us to select all the buttons. There are 4 buttons on the top: new layout, open layout, save layout. No. Cancel. So just hold it. Click here. Yeah. Please listen to me carefully. We should work from the top. Now select new layout. See, always click on the left side. Don't click in the middle. Okay. Yeah. Open layout, save layout, and save layout as these 4 buttons. Yeah. Yes. Now this set of the buttons is complete. So guys, you have done the same.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. Very good. Now on the panel number 1, this is the last set. You expand it. And here you will select, listen to me carefully and look at the screen carefully. Global change, summarize, recalculate, and issue navigator. Okay, now let me tell you this. You need to do it only once per database. Like we just created a new database called the training. If within this database you are creating new projects, you don't have to set up the buttons. But suppose your some kind of assignment is there in which you need to segregate your data into a separate and exclusive database. Yeah, whenever you create a new database, you will need to set up the buttons. Okay, because that will not have the setting. But within the database, so this is the training database. So within this database, this set of the buttons will be always visible to you. Okay, so they will not go away. So they will remain set. Okay, guys.
Okay.
Now we are going to the next one. So in the next one, so what do? Click on this, come to the panel number 2. So expand this button set. Let's say if we find any useful button, no. So now we don't have any useful button to select there. Now click on the next one. Add or remove the button. So this is also okay. Now click on the next set of the buttons here. Okay, guys. Now here you select resource curves. Select resource curves. Okay, fine. So after this, what do? You click on the next. Okay, so this one is clear. So you select the next one. Select the next one. So here we need to select report groups. Oh, okay, just hold the screen. Okay, guys, please have a look at the demo screen. See how to switch between the demo screen and your screen. Alt tab. Okay, Alt plus tab will let you switch quickly from the demo screen to your Primavera. Or if you are using already 2 devices, so that's okay. So that's great. So you can watch this. You can watch the steps on your the second device, and you can work on your laptop. So guys, you are done till this point?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. I'm sure nobody has a problem. Now, guys, so this set of the button is done because we had done it in the beginning. So what we will do, we will move to the left panel. So in the left panel, you click on this triangle. We are going to expand and get the useful set of the buttons here. Now you click on add or remove buttons. So guys, please select commit changes and refresh data.
Okay.
Done?
Yes.
Okay. Now you click on the next triangle, which is below it. Now click on add or remove the buttons. And from here, you will select enterprise project structure. You will select roles and you will select OBS. Okay, like this. Hold the screen. Okay, I'm just pausing here so that everybody is synchronized.
Done.
Okay, guys. Now, once we are done with the left of the panel, we are going to work upon the right panel. In the right panel, you have this triangle, the first one. Now, you click on the dissolve. Click on the link activities. And then you click on the undo. Then you click on the fill down. Okay. Now you click here on the blank space in the Gantt chart so that this drop down will go away. Okay. Now, so the first set has been done. Now we'll work upon the second set of the buttons. Click on add or remove the buttons. So here all the buttons are already selected. So nothing to do. Click on the Gantt chart. This blank portion of the Gantt chart. Okay, and the next set is done. And guys, do you see this set of the buttons here? See, this set of the buttons is for the critical path. This set of the buttons has been introduced in the Primavera version 21. So, Venki, you are using version 19, so you don't bother about it right now, okay? So,
Okay.
so what I will do that during the break time, I'll help you transfer the database into the version 21. So we'll find a way. You know, that's why I'm contacting all my students before the training, just to check if their laptops are having the latest version of the software. Okay. So, okay, fine. So that's not a problem. So it will be quickly done. So that we will uninstall version 19, we'll install 21, and we will transfer the data. Okay. So once we transfer the data, so you can have this set of the button also. So guys, I'm just pausing for a moment. I want to seek a confirmation if everybody is moving along.
Yeah.
So is everybody having the same look of the screen?
Yes.
You have the same set of the buttons, same look, and nobody has been left behind. Okay. I'm pausing for question. I don't want to rush this training. Questions, please. Questions, doubts, any queries you might have. No? None?
No.
It's all clear. Fine. Now, after we have done with the configuration of the button, then what next? So the next thing is that we are going to set up the administration part of the software. Administration part means that how the screen is going to look and how which features of the software we are going to use. So before we go there, we want to make the font a little bit comfortable. So now guys, click on the projects tab. First of all, click on the projects tab. So you are here in the projects tab. Okay. Now, if you are into the projects tab, on the panel number 1, I want you to click this button. Do you see a button which has got the letter A? Okay. So we are going to set the font. We are going to use a very useful and comfortable font. So click on the font button here. Okay, and from the list of the fonts, so you have to type here, just go into the font name and you type just 3 letters, VER, which is the beginning of Vardhana. You type here VER and you select the Vardhana comes here. Okay, now you click on the Vardhana font, select it, select the Vardhana.
Sorry, what is that option? I can't see.
Option is the font option.
Font.
See, the first option is on the top panel 1. See, come to the demo screen. Please come to the demo screen.
Yeah.
So do you see the arrow which button I'm pointing on the panel 1 on the top?
Yeah, I can't see that option in my screen. I don't know why. I think I didn't select. What is that option name?
Okay, you share your screen. I need to have a look.
1 second. You can see my screen.
Okay, so what you need to do, you need to basically, okay, fine. So on the first, okay, you did not add that button. You just give me the remote control. We need to add that the button. So I think you missed that one.
Okay.
Okay, so let me add that button. It's here only. So table, font and row and user preferences. So you had missed it. Okay. So I have added. Now you can see this button here.
Yeah, I can see this one.
Oh, why I can't draw on your screen? See, I'm not able to draw on your screen. So okay, so what I'm going back to Cola Wall screen. Okay, so I'm not able to draw on your screen.
Okay.
Cola Wall, please share your screen. Yeah, you have clicked the right of the button now. Font. Yeah, that is the correct one. Okay, guys, you can see the demo screen now.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, good. So in the demo screen, so what you need to do, you need to click on the font button here and select Vardhana regular 8. So here, once you type V, you will get the Vardhana, you will select it. You will select the font style regular and size, you will select 8. Okay. So please select 8. Now, after selecting that, you click on the OK. Click on the OK. And click on the OK. You will see immediate change in the font. Guys, do you see the immediate change in the font here?
Yes.
Okay, on both the sides, on the graph side also. So I'm sure that you like the Vardhana font because the Vardhana font gives you a very sharp reading, right?
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, now you can read it better. Now you'll feel that your right side is also improving. Okay, good. Okay, now click on the WBS. Now, once again, do the same thing. Come to this button, font and table row. Okay, now click on the font. And here, now what you need to do, again, do the same thing. If you just type V, the Vardhana will come. Yeah, now you select the Vardhana from below. Regular 8 is already selected. You just have to click on the OK. After that, you have to click on the OK. And you will see the font is it. Because in some screen, if you are having, say, a projector, or if you're having a 43 inches TV, see guys, do you know this? That all your TV sets can be directly connected to your laptop. See, if you look at the original TV packing box, you'll find that there is an HDMI cable. Okay, if you use that cable and there is an HDMI port in your TV already has an HDMI port which you might have connected to your set-top box. So there is an HDMI port too on your TV set. So you can connect that cable, okay, into your laptop and you can basically project on your TV also. Okay, fine. And then you can use the Vardhana of font number 9 also because it will give you more space. Okay, now we come to the third tab of whatever that might be. You can click on the resources or the activities. Click here, and once again you set the font here, or did you set the font? The Vardhana 8 or 9, they are very good font. Yeah, this is sans serif. If you select Vardhana, so it will be very comfortable for you to read because you will be spending a lot of time here. And since we are using laptops, so we should be using the Vardhana 9 font, which is very sharp. Okay. Yeah. So if we, yeah, now do you see that there is an improvement in the reading? Okay, now it becomes easy to read. So now you come to the next step, the last one, whatever that is on Cola screen, it is the activities. Okay, yeah, you do the same thing. You select the Vardhana 9. Not this one. So you just exit this. This is the visualizer. Yeah, click on this button, table font and row. Yeah. And click on the font. And click on the OK. Oh, okay, guys. So do you see that all the screens, they have the Vardhana font? They all look good?
Yeah.
Okay. Projects. Then WBS. Maybe you have the activities there first, or you can shift the tab. Just like on your browser, you can shift a tab. You can drag a tab and shift it left or right. So you can put it in a sequence, okay, in your own particular sequence. So you will have the Vardhana. But if you are using a bigger monitor, like a 21 inches laptop monitor, you have connected to your laptop. So you know what you can do, that you can have the Vardhana font 9. Okay, so that gives you more space.
Sir, I'm not able to shift that. You said you can shift activities.
Just see, I'm going to shift the resources to the left. First, I select the resource tab, then I grab it. See, do you see the outline?
Yeah, but in my case, it is showing it. Okay, no. It's,
No. Do you see the outline here?
Yes.
See, I release it and the resource tab is shifted. You have done the same thing in the browser also. See, I'm going to shift the WBS from left to right. See, do you see that?
Yes.
I'm going to shift the projects. I'll grab the projects tab. Okay, and I'm going to shift it to the left. So I have projects I've shifted. So you do the same thing.
Okay. Got it.
But you know, these things are very much comfortably done using a mouse. So that's why I tell that whenever you're using Microsoft Project or Primavera, you should compulsorily use the mouse, just like you would use a mouse if you're working on the or AutoCAD software or a design software, because you know there are a lot of small on the items and components which need to be dragged around and placed very accurately. So trackpad is good. You know, trackpad is a sort of when you have a space constraint. So if you're traveling and if you can't use a mouse, of course you won't be keeping the mouse on the thighs of the passenger sitting next to you. You can't do it. Okay. So so in that case, so that is why you will be using the trackpad. Okay, right? So guys, so you have configured the font.
Yes.
Okay, so after configuration of the font, we are going to learn about the columns. So please come to the projects tab and you drag the screen divider to the center. Do you see this? That this is the screen divider. This is the screen divider. So it divides the screen between the left and right portions. If you want to see more of columns and less of the Gantt chart, so what you can do, you can drag it toward the left. You can see more of the Gantt chart. If you drag it toward the right, you can see more of the columns. And if you want to see them both, so you can put it into the center, right? So is that clear? Okay, guys. Now what we're going to do, that we are going to learn about certain set of the buttons. There are certain set of the buttons, they are very helpful and they work like pair. Like if you look at this set, so this has got two of the buttons, they work like, the opposite, right? Now you click on this button on the left hand side, it looks like a table. Click on this one. Now guys, what do you see?
Just the table.
You're only seeing the table. Okay.
Yeah.
Now if you click the if you click the button on the right, so what you're seeing the Gantt chart.
The Gantt chart, yes.
Yeah. So, you do it 10 times so that you can remember, because, these are very basic functionalities we'll be needing during the training. So left, right, you do it 10 times. Now you do the left side. Yeah. Table, Gantt chart, table, Gantt chart, left, right. So if you do it 10 times, you're going to remember it as if you have been using Primavera for the last 5 years. Okay, so I want you to have an accelerated experience in 3 days. Okay, you should not feel like a fresher. You should not look like a fresher. Okay, you should feel yourself that you have been using Primavera for long. I want you to have that level of the experience and confidence. So guys, done? Have you understood what do this button do? Next time when I say, please hide the Gantt chart. So you know what to do. If I say hide the Gantt chart. Correct.
So we need to select the table, yes. Okay.
Yeah, if you select the table, then the Gantt chart will be hidden. Now, if you want to show the Gantt chart, you click on the Gantt chart, but it will not be only the Gantt chart, but this will be the Gantt chart plus the table. So part of the table will always remain visible, but if you want to reduce the visibility of the table, you can move the screen divider toward the left. You can drag it. Okay. Now, I want you to understand another set of the buttons. They work like a pair. This is called the detail and this is called the no bottom. First, you click the button on the right side. Yeah, first you click this. No, you click, not right click, but click, direct click.
Nothing is happening.
No. See, if you click this, do you notice something? See, I am first going to get the detail. Now you click it. Click this.
Okay, the bottoms. Okay.
Oh, yeah.
The bottom details are gone. Now, if you want to bring back those details, so you click on the left side button. That's going to get you back the details. Now you do it 10 times, left, right. You used to do it in the school, physical training. Do it. Okay, because next time I'm not going to point out the button. So I would rather say that you please hide the detail, show me the detail. Hide the detail, show me the detail.
Okay. School.
Okay, guys, done. So now I'm sure that you will be able to retain this and use it in the future.
Yeah.
Okay, great. Now, what I want you to do, I want you to click on this no bottom layout, hide the detail. Hide the detail, guys, hide the detail. And also hide the Gantt chart. You click on this.
Just the table.
Okay, just only the table. Okay, so guys, you are all ears, same to same?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, fine, good. Now, I want you to look at a set of the buttons on the panel 2. Do you see that what I have marked here? Okay, now there is a button in the middle, which is the double minus sign. You click that button, double minus.
Collapse all.
Click it, yeah. So what do you see? You see, guys, here? See, all the data is collapsed into one single row, that is the enterprise. Okay, now you click on the double plus button, left, expand all.
Yeah.
So it expands the entire data. It opens all the levels, right? Okay. Now guys, what I want you to do, I want you to collapse and expand 10 times. Just do it 10 times. Expand and collapse. Okay. Click on these two buttons, left, right, 10 times. So next time I'm going to tell you, just expand the data, expand the full data. So you will click on expand all. Okay. Is that clear?
Yeah.
Yes.
Now, I want you to click this button, which is saying, which is having this looks of this plus minus. Do you see the plus minus? So click on the plus minus. Now, guys, I want you to select from the drop down. I want you to select the level 1 and click on the apply. Click on the apply.
Okay.
Okay, done.
Hmm.
Now you select level 2 and apply. And apply. So this is the level 1. What is the level 1? Enterprise. What is the level 2? It is called a portfolio. Okay, the portfolio. I'll explain to you. But first of all, I want you to be clear with the buttons. These are called the basic buttons. Just like in the car, you have got A, B, C. Accelerator, brake, and clutch. Okay. So here, these are the very basic buttons. Now you select here level 3. And click on the apply. Now, guys, where is the level 3? Do you see these yellow bands?
Yeah.
That is the level 3. Okay. So enterprise means the group of companies. So the level 1 is this blue band on the top, and these green ones are the level 2, and the yellow ones are the level 3. And the white ones are the projects. So projects are not having any level. So rather they are the last one. What is the meaning of the word enterprise? So guys, can someone tell?
It's a working body.
Organization.
Okay, so what kind of organization?
It's like a project, entire project.
See, enterprise
company.
enterprise is a group of companies. Just like in the UK, you have Virgin. So Virgin is an enterprise. So what happens? So guys, listen to me carefully. See, when a person starts a business, he's doing only one business, right? Now, what happens that after some time, the businessman becomes smarter, then he realizes that one business could be having some problems sometimes, so that business might not work. So he should have another business side by side, right or wrong?
Yes.
So to have a financial security for himself and his family. Of course, people do businesses to support their families, then the business grows big and big and the person becomes very prosperous. So you can do likewise. Okay. Now, why the second business is required? The second business is required, simply stated, for financial security. So when you are running multiple businesses, the whole set of businesses, it is called an enterprise. It is not just one company, but group of companies is called an enterprise. Now, Kolawole, you are based in the UK, right? So there is an enterprise in the UK, that is the Virgin. So what are the various businesses that this group does?
They do they provide internet. They do credit cards. They have airlines.
Yeah.
And I think they do broadband too.
Yeah. So I think that there is another company, Virgin Music.
Yes.
Okay.
They do music too.
Okay.
Yeah.
Now let me tell you what are their portfolio. Their music will be called entertainment, and the airlines will be called the travel portfolio, right? And the internet will be called the technology portfolio. And what else did you say? The fourth one?
They have airlines.
Okay, they are providing the credit card. So that will be called the finance portfolio, right? Do you get the point?
Yeah.
So why? Because Sir Richard Branson may be a sir, but I believe he has a family to take care of. So he wants to stay financially secure. If any one of the businesses goes down, at least he has some other businesses to take care of his finance, right? So then here's another business, that is the space travel, Virgin Galactic. Have you heard of that?
Yes. Yes.
Recently, he had been to space and back. So he's going to start space tourism, where you can go into space and you can experience the weightlessness. You can see the Earth, just like the astronauts have been seeing it all over those years. You can enjoy that feeling and come back to Earth. So that is the space tourism. So that might be a new business, right?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
So, that is part of the enterprise. So which is the enterprise? Virgin. So Virgin, the entire group is called Virgin Enterprises. So guys, in India, we have the Reliance. So guys, can you tell me what are the various portfolios of the Reliance group?
Petroleum, telecommunication, broadband.
So petroleum will be called the energy, telecommunication and broadband will be called the
Technology.
the technology. And what else do they have? They also have a company called Vimal Fabrics. It has been one of the oldest businesses
Yes.
group is doing.
Yes.
So that is called
Textile.
textiles portfolio, right?
Yes.
And they have the retail. So retail will be called retail, and many other businesses in the future that might be there in the pipeline. Why? Because the businessmen, they want a financial security for their business empire. Okay, so that is called an enterprise, and the line of business that they're running is called the portfolio, right? So is that clear?
Yes.
And when there is a specialization within a particular portfolio, that is called a program. So guys, do you see these yellow bands? These are called programs. These are specialized subdivisions of the portfolio. Okay, so this tool is to expand and contract level by level. Okay, guys, is this clear?
Yes.
So now what we are going to do, we are going to add some columns here, right? As you can see that we have a lot of the project data here, and we want to see, because if you look at the project data, so it is missing the duration. You see that duration is not there. There is no planned start date, there is no finish date, there is no actual start, actual finish, there is no percentage complete of the project, there is no what is the planned budget of the project, what is the actual spending of the project till now, what is the variance, and what is the remaining amount of the project. So all these columns, they need to be pulled in here, so that you can understand that what is the information of a project which is inside a portfolio. So this is a portfolio. The green ones are a portfolio. So portfolio means line of business, and the yellow one is a program. So program is a specialized part of the business. Now, what we are going to do, that to understand the projects better, we are going to add the columns. Okay, guys. So guys, you are ready to go with me to add the columns?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. Now to add the columns in the Primavera, it is very simple. You can right click here or here or here. Anywhere you right click, you will get a menu. Now in this menu, if you would notice toward the middle, you will see columns. Do you see that? And after the columns, you will see customize. Okay, guys, do you see the columns toolbox?
Yeah.
Now, guys, this is a very important toolbox to learn, because every tab has got set of columns like projects, WBS, resources, activities, reports, exports. Everywhere we need to use this toolbox that is called the column. The purpose of this toolbox is to give you the option to select various columns and sequence them properly, right? So,
Yes.
so guys, just remember one thing. The set of columns in the projects is different from the set of columns in the WPS. The set of columns in each of the tabs is different, but this tool remains the same. If you go to each of the tabs, the set of the columns that you can choose will be different, but the way you are selecting them will be the same. Now, what I want you to do, I want you to place this box in the middle and you stretch it from the corner in an angular fashion like this. If you stretch it in an angular fashion, it will expand vertically and horizontally also. Okay. Now, I want you to expand the font here so that it is comfortable to read. So guys, please click on this small little triangle on the corner. Yeah, this one, correct. Now you select table font and row option. Okay, after that, you click on the font button.
Same.
And you will select Vardhana 9. This time you are going to select size number 9. Why? Because we have got space here. Because in the screen below, we didn't select 9 because there were a lot of columns to pack in. So we needed that space, but here we don't have many columns. Do you see that it improves the way you can read it? You can read it better now?
Yes.
Okay, now guys, I want you to notice something. The columns which are on the screen below, it is the same set of the selected columns. Do you see that? And it is in the same sequence: project ID, project name, total activities. So, you know, these columns are selected here and applied here like this. Correct?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Okay. Now we are going to expand our selection. Now, what I was talking about the duration. Now, guys, please place your cursor on the last field, last column, strategic priority. So we are going to add the columns from this point onwards. Now, before we go any further, let me give you a special tip or a special warning. Do not use these buttons. Do not use these buttons. Okay. Fast forward and fast rewind, because these buttons are very, very troublesome. They are going to either pick up all the set of columns from right to the left or left to the right. You know, that would be disastrous. So we need to select or deselect only one button at a time. Okay. So guys, is this clear?
Yes, yes.
Okay. So we need to go gentle and in the normal way. Okay. Now, what we need to do, we need to add, just think of it, we need to add the duration. I want to see the duration. So guys, where do you think I can get the duration columns? In which group?
Duration.
Yeah, now you expand it. You click on the plus sign, you expand it. Okay, guys? Okay. Now, what do you do that you select the actual duration column and take it to the right side? Yeah, you click on the, okay. Now you select on the next column BL project duration. BL means baseline. Baseline means planned values. Okay, is this clear? Okay, guys, I'm holding here so that you can have a look and you can look at it. You can then go back to your Primavera with the Alt tab. And in case you are using the double screen or the double monitor, so I am sure you are done.
Yeah.
Done? You guys are all done?
Yes, yes.
Okay, very good. Now, after I have taken the duration, I should close the group. So close the group. Now, my boss is saying that I need to know that what is the percentage of completion of the project progress. So guys, percentage completes. Do you see a group here? Percentage completes. You
Yes.
expand this group. Percentage completes. Okay, guys, he wants to see the progress of the project in terms of the schedule, that what is the amount of time which has been utilized to do the work. So you select this column, schedule percentage complete, and take it to the right side by clicking this button. And then if you are done selecting the schedule percentage complete, then you close the percentage completes group. You just collapse it.
Is it? What else should we?
No, you
Is it the units?
schedule percentage complete. You have selected.
Okay.
Now you need to close this group, collapse it by clicking on the minus sign here. Yes, close it. You know, so that you are not confused. Okay, now I'm holding it here. Guys, please confirm that you have done.
Done.
Yeah.
Very good. Now, what do we want? We want to see the dates. Okay, the planned dates and the actual dates of the project. Okay, now to see the dates, I will expand the group dates. Expand this group. Dates. Expand it. Yes. Now, guys, with me, step by step. First of all, you select the start. Do you see the start at the bottom? Take it to the right side. Okay, next you select finish. Take it to the right side. Okay, then you select actual start. Take it to the right side. And you select actual finish and take it to the right side. Okay. Okay, guys, I'm just holding it here. Just confirm that if you have selected these 4 columns in the same sequence, start, finish, actual start, actual finish.
Yeah.
So you all have done. Nobody is facing any problem or confusion.
No.
Good. So we are slowly and slowly building up the proper configuration of the project tab. So you close this one. Close the date. So we are done. Now we want to look at the money. So money is in which group? Cost of the project.
Cost.
Cost. You expand it. Okay. Okay. Now you use from here, from this group. First of all, you select the BL project total cost. Select the BL project total cost and take it to the right side. And then you select actual total cost. Actual total cost and take it to the right side. And then you select remaining total cost and take it to the right side and wait.
The remaining, right?
Yeah.
Remaining total cost, you take it to the right side and wait, because your screen is the demo screen and people would like to see if they have the same set of the columns. So guys, I'm going to tell you the columns which we have selected from the top. You can correlate with me. Project ID, project name,
Yes.
total activities, strategic priority, actual duration, BL project duration, schedule percentage complete, start, finish, actual start, actual finish, BL project total cost, actual project total cost, and remaining total cost. If by chance any of the columns are not in the sequence, you can use these 2 buttons to push them up and down the list. Okay, guys, do you see this? Buttons on the right side?
Yes.
Okay, so if you have selected the same set of the columns and if you're done, so what you can do, you can click on the OK button. OK.
What if we by mistakenly do that fast forward and So how should we correct that?
Tell me again.
What if we select that fast forward option? You said you should not select any time there. So how should we reset it?
No, then you'll have to do the whole thing once again, because what the fast forward does, that it will select the button either from the left or the right towards toward the side it is pointing to. Fast forward will take it a lot of buttons from the left side to the right side, and the fast rewind will take the buttons from the right side to the left side. So you'll have to do the whole exercise once again. Okay. So no, did you face any problem with that?
No.
Okay, fine.
I'm just asking what if it happens?
Yeah, so that's fine. So that's okay. So take care not to touch them. Okay, so this is an accelerated experience for you. I hope you don't want to make my mistakes.
Okay.
You should utilize my experience to jump to a point, okay, which might take you 10 years or else, because people are wasting time here and there, because Primavera is something you need to learn it properly. Now guys, just like in the Excel, we want to optimize the size of the columns. See what I'm going to do. Do you see the strategic priority? So this data is okay, but I'm wrapping up the column header, this BL project duration like this. So I think Kolawole, you have got the hint. Can you optimize the start column? You can drag it like this. Yeah, you can drag. You can start column.
Okay, I should drag it, right?
Yeah, you drag it from the boundary. No. From the boundary line. See, let me show it to you. Yes, schedule percentage complete. You can drag like this. Okay, and start. You can place your cursor here on the boundary line and drag it here. Okay. On the start. You drag it from right to left.
Okay.
Here.
Should I drag it?
Yeah.
You want me to drag it?
Yeah. No. Yeah. See. Very good. See. Kolawole, can you see the arrow that I'm drawing?
First, okay. This one.
Exactly here. Yes. You now you drag it toward the left.
Oh, okay.
Drag it up to here. You grab and drag it. You grab and drag it. Correct. Good. Do the same thing with the finish. Okay. Do the same thing with the next one and so on. And make sure that all the column data is visible. The data should not be cut. See, in the actual start, the data is getting cut.
Okay.
That's good.
I think that's all.
Yeah, actual total cost you need to expand, because what's happening here, because the data I feel is getting cut in some of the columns, because some of the columns you need to expand to give them more room. Okay, now they all look like this. Okay.
Okay.
Now it looks okay. So guys, do you see the demo screen here?
Yes.
Okay, now guys, this is called the design layout. Okay, now design layout can be saved, and so that you every time you open the Primavera and consistently you will be able to see the same set of the layout. Now, what is the layout? Layout means the selection of font, selection of the color, and selection of the columns, and the sequence of the columns. So all this information is saved. Okay, so how do you save this? So you save it in a layout. Now, how to save a layout, guys? Do you see this, the button which I'm pointing out on your panel 1? This button is called Save Layout As. You click this button, please. Okay. Now, here you write projects layout by Kolawole. Projects layout by Kolawole. By
We should.
you write your name. Okay. Because this is the layout which has been created by you, and it should be saved under your name so that later you can recognize it and you can use it. And click on the save button.
Hello, sir. Hello.
Yes, tell me.
Actually, one doubt is there.
Yeah, very good. Doubts are good. Okay, tell me. Yeah.
Suppose we choose one wrong column, and how we can eliminate that column?
So you can send it back home. So let me show it to you. So yeah, so that you might need to do in real life if it is happening here. So it's good. So that you can know the right way. You share your screen quickly.
Sorry. Actually, I completed one more.
No, you just quickly share your screen. We need to have a look at that. Everybody needs to learn that thing. Okay. I don't want the perfection things to happen perfectly. There should be some mistakes so that we fix and learn them. So if we fix and learn the mistakes here, we in the real life, we are going to be perfect. And tell me the extra one.
No, sir, actually, not happen. Actually, I'm just asking it may happen. So there is a problem.
Okay, fine. So but let me show it to you. Okay, you just give me the remote control. Okay, yeah. So that's a good question. I encourage questions. See, so guys, so what he's saying is that Srihar is saying that if by chance we got an extra column by mistake, so how do we get rid of that? So you know what I'm going to do, that I'm going to go here and select a column here. Do you see that I have selected the column actual labor units? Okay, see, and it appears in my list here. Do you see that? But I don't need this column. So what do? I will go into the column configuration toolbox, customize toolbox. I will select the column which I don't need, and I will click the what is the button name? Remove from list.
Remove.
Click it, and it will go to its home.
Apply.
No, you have to click the button. It is not gone yet. Yes, you see the home it goes to? See, it goes to the same home where it came from. It came from the units, it will go into the units. Now you click on the OK button. Okay, is that fine, guys?
Yes.
Okay, now, Kola Wale, you please share your screen. Okay. Yeah, you share it because Sri Hari is comfortable. He is using 2 screens, so that's not a problem. Because for you, I don't want you to flip. Okay, guys. Now, guys, please confirm you can see the demo screen.
Yes.
Okay. Now, guys, have you saved your layout? And if you have saved your layout, you will be able to see the name here. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay. Now, guys, I want you to click on this column project ID so that you can see a downward pointing triangle. Just click on this project ID only once so that the triangle is pointing downwards. So click on it once again. And once the triangle is pointing downwards, you just stop. And then after that, you click on this button, save layout. Save layout, not the save layout as, save layout, only the save layout. Now this layout will get updated.
Sorry, when we have to we have to press the project ID.
So you make sure that you can see this triangle pointing downwards.
Downwards. It's not going downward. I don't know why.
So you
It's
click
just-
it once more. You click on it once more. Click here once more. See, it is a flip thing. Up, down, up, down. See, come to the demo screen, please.
Yeah.
Look. Do you see that it is flipping sides?
Yeah. The thing what happened was it's going cross and it's going upward. It's not coming downward.
No, click on the project ID.
Yeah. I pressed on. Well, yeah. Show me.
Here, see. Up, down. Do you see that? Now it is.
Okay, that is down. I thought completely down. Okay. Only the cross section, 45 degrees is down.
So this thing, have a look. This triangle is pointing downwards.
Yeah. I thought that is upward. And now I understood. Yeah.
Okay, so this is the upside down triangle. So it is going to look like this. Like this.
Yeah.
Fine, very good. Okay, now guys, now what next? So we are going to see that how do we use the layout? So various layouts are there. So guys, since whatever changes you have done, you save your layout. Click on this button. This button is save layout, not save layout as, because save layout as should be done only once. Okay, after you save the layout, and then now I want you to do this. So guys, look carefully that which button I am pointing out. Click on this button.
Open layout.
Yeah, open layout. Yes, open layout. Now you might be seeing here in the open layout toolbox, you are seeing that there are two categories here, global and admin, right? So global means something which is visible to the entire company. So just imagine that you are working in a company where all the Primavera database is networked. So you are using the data from a central database. So global means which is visible to all, and the user admin is you, it is visible to you only, because that's your private data. So anything below the user admin is your private layout, and anything inside the global is viewable to all, right? Okay, now what we need to do, so guys, you select the chart view and click on the apply button. And click on the apply button and see that what changes do you see. What do you see, guys? See, this is,
you can see a chart, like
so
different.
this is the same data organized in a hierarchical chart. So this is the enterprise, this is the portfolio, and this is the program, and of course these are all the projects, right? Did you see that, guys?
Yes.
So the different have been
Sorry.
like a hierarchy.
First row is enterprise. Second row is portfolio. Where is the remaining thing? What you told?
Here,
After
look at
portfolio.
the demo screen. Look at, please come to the demo screen.
Yeah, I'm looking at.
These are the projects.
Okay. Yeah.
See, some of the projects are directly kept in the portfolio. Why? See, these are the projects, they are directly kept in the portfolio. Why? See, whenever a company starts a new line of business, there might be a very few projects. If there are a very few projects, there is no specialization. So they are kept under the portfolio. So once the portfolio grows, we subdivide the portfolio, then we shift the projects under the program, right? That is why if you look at these columns here, these projects are kept directly inside the portfolio because these portfolios are not big, and the portfolios which are having the programs, they whenever they were expanding, so the portfolio manager, what he did, he subdivided the portfolio into programs and he hired the program managers to manage those projects, right? So when a portfolio expands, we create programs under it. Okay, in the beginning, whenever we start a new line of business, so we add the projects directly into that line of business. Okay, guys, now see the magic of the layout. Click on the project coding and click on the apply button. Now, the same data is being represented by using different set of columns. Do you see that? Here is a different set of the columns. No? Project ID, project name, estimated project site, project manager, project status, strategic
ready, location.
So, these are the different set of the columns that we have. Okay. So it is to give you a different perspective of the same data. Now, if you want to have another perspective of the same data, then you click project cost. It will tell you about the cost of the various projects. So it is represented in the format of the parent child. So guys, do you have any idea about this CPI and SPI? Did someone did any PMP training? Cost of
no, but we have studied this cost performance.
Okay. So you can tell me, what did you study about the cost of performance index?
We actually do this from earned value money. So when you know the actual cost
That's
of budget
fine.
and so it's a ratio between the actual cost and budgeted cost.
So earned value is actually is equal to, so but let me tell you, it is the cost of the performance index is earned value. It is divided by actual cost. So this gives a ratio. If it is 1, it means the project is going as per the budget.
Yes, yes.
If the earned value is less than 1, it means that it might be possible that the project will end up taking more money than planned amount of money.
There's
Okay.
more budget.
It
Yes.
shows the efficiency of the utilization of the money per dollar, right? Because I'm teaching PMP also.
Yes.
So, because if you go to any other Primavera train, he'll tell you, oh, this is cost performance index. I can also see that that's cost performance index. But why do we need to know it? What do we do with that information? I need to control the cost. I make sure that at least it should be 1. But in some cases, you might be seeing that. Do you see this? It is 1.03. You see that? What does it mean? It means that this project is being managed well, so that they're spending less money than the budgeted. The efficiency per dollar is $1.03. They're spending $1. They're getting back the efficiency of $1.03. So if they continue to manage the project like this, then they might be able to close the project with full value, but the amount of money spent will be less than the budgeted cost. Okay. Now what is the use of the schedule performance index? Schedule performance index means that what is the speed of the project. So speed of the project is calculated like this when the earned value is divided by the planned value of the work. So if you are getting 1, what does it mean?
It's on time.
Yes, it's on time. It is on the schedule. If you are getting less than 1, if you are getting less than 1,
schedule.
you are going slow.
Behind.
So that you can see these are called the health parameters of a project, and a project manager is supposed to take a corrective action, right? Okay, now you click on the next one, standard projects view, and click on the apply. Standard project view and click on the apply. Select Kola wale. Click on the apply button. So you are seeing a different set of the columns. Do you see that? And you are seeing a different font. You're seeing a different color. So everything changes here. You see that?
Yes.
Okay. So this is to give you a different perspective about the same data. Now you say that, okay, I'm comfortable with my kind of the view or my kind of the layout. I want to see my kind of the columns. I can understand it better. So you select yours. Click on this. Click on your layout and click on the apply. Okay. After you applied, click on the open. Open means apply and close this toolbox. So that's it. Now you're back to your own layout. So you are comfortable here. Okay.
Yeah.
Good.
Yes.
Now, guys, let me tell you one thing, that in the Primavera, you can sort any of the column, but only one column at a time. See this. If you want to sort the schedule percentage complete, click here. Click here. Click here once. So do you see that the percentage? No. Just click it once and hold it. Okay.
Okay.
Just wait for me to explain. So guys, do you see what is the direction of the sort? Just look at the triangle. The triangle says that this is the direction of the sort. The numbers are increasing in this direction. Do you see that?
Okay. Yes.
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 Okay. So the triangle is indicating that. Now, if you click on this column once again and see what happens. The triangle says that this is the direction of the sort. The numbers are increasing in this direction. Do you see that? Look at the triangle carefully. Okay. The triangle is pointing upwards, right? Okay. Now you click on the project total cost. You will be able to see the total cost of the, so you can see that which is a smaller project within the group. So this is the direction of the sort. You see that?
Mm.
And if you click on it once again, so the sorting is reversed. Now let me tell you this. After you have sorted any of the columns, and if you are done, what is the best practice? The best practice is that always bring the sorting back to the ID column, project ID column or activity ID column, WBS ID column, resource ID column. This is the column where the sorting should be parked. It is just, it is a parking where you put it back. Just like you go throughout the day to any place using your car, but at the end of the day, you put the car in the parking slot. Right? Is it clear? So click on the project
Yes.
ID. And if you're done with seeing sorting, so this is the correct direction of the sort. So guys, make sure that this is the correct direction of the sort, right?
Sir, just one doubt.
Yes. Tell me.
What's in the data in the green color? Actually, it is a average of all the projects.
Which one? Tell me under which column?
For example, schedule percentage complete.
Schedule percentage complete. This one.
No, sir. Schedule percentage complete.
This column, right?
So
This column is showing you the progress of the project, that how much of it has been completed.
that understood, sir. That 10.04 is what that value denotes. The completion of.
So 10.04 is the value for the entire bunch of this project.
Portfolios and
Within this particular portfolio.
The average of that schedule completed.
Yeah. It is doing it. It is programmed into the software. I don't question it. Okay. Because this is based upon the project management fundamentals that includes the size of the project, cost of the project, weightage of the project. So it is based upon that only, right? So whatever consolidated data that you're seeing on the top level, it is coming from the projects below it. And inside the project, the data is being consolidated from below it, from the activities. Right? So whatever you are seeing in this particular group, so that is coming from below it.
okay.
Okay, is this clear?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, fine, great. Now, what we are going to do, that we are going to interpret the data of the project. Okay, so guys, it is India Standard Time 2 p.m. So I don't want to hold you back from lunch. So I think let's take a lunch break. Okay, so let's meet at 3 p.m. Right, guys? Is it fine? Okay, fine. So what you can do, so you can first of all pause the recording. First of all, pause it.
अरे यार मेरा में
Trying to look for the recording. Hold on.
You can press Alt-R if you want to start it recording.
Yeah, I think it started recording.
Okay, fine. Okay. See, guys, look, if you look at this column, so the schedule percentage complete, so this column is now sorted, right? So you will see that the 0 is at the top. So it means that the project has not yet started. So let's see that what does it look like. So let me do this thing. Let me first draw some line here.
Professor, what should I do?
See, no, you just come and watch first. So you come to the
Okay.
screen. Okay, so this is a project which has not been started. So what does the data look like? Okay, now if a project has not been started, you will see the actual start and actual finish is blank. You see that?
Yes.
Because the project has not yet started, because it's 0% complete. Now, if you look at the column actual total cost, so this is 0 for this project because nothing has been spent yet, because no work has been done. Now, if you look at the remaining total cost, the remaining total cost is the same as the planned total cost. Because the total amount of the money which has been, because it has not been used, so the planned amount of the money is remaining totally. Okay, okay, fine. So this is a project which is not yet started. Now let's look at a project which is completed. So what does a completed project look like? So the completed project is here. So let me mark it. So this is the project which is 100% complete. Do you see that the schedule percentage complete column is 100%?
Yes.
Yes.
Now, in this case, you should notice that in the start column, there is a suffix A next to the start date and also in the finish date also. You see that there is a suffix, it is written A. A means actual. So actual data for the start date, so actual start and actual finish has been captured. So if the actual start and actual finish has been captured, then you will notice that the actual start and actual finish date, they are now populated. You see that? So these two columns are now filled. Because this is, and it is not necessary that the actual finish and actual start will match the planned start and the planned finish. It is not necessary. So here it is just a sample data just to teach you that what it would be like in real life. But in real life, you will always see that actual finish date will vary. Okay, actual finish date cannot exactly match the planned finish date. Now, this is the planned cost of the project. This is the actual cost of the project. Now, one of the columns that we missed inserting is the variance total cost. Okay, so variance will show the difference. Now, guys, tell me that how much variance do you expect? 92,000 minus 97. How much will be the variance? Will it
Around
be
5,000. 5,000.
minus 5,000 because
Minus
the amount of the money which you spent is more. Okay, now how to insert a column? It's very simple. To insert a column, so what do we do? We just right click here, just right click here, and click on the columns, and then you select customize, and we have to insert the variance column. So what do you do? It is a cost column, so you will go into the cost group and expand it. And first of all, you place your cursor here and put the selection here. Click here on the actual total cost. Okay, now what do you do? That if you go to the bottom of the group, it says variance BL project total cost. Variance BL project total cost. Yeah, now click on this select button and it will go to the right side. Okay, and if you see, it is only for those who have not inserted this column. If you have this column, then it's fine. So guys, tell me, do you have this column here in your list of the columns selected
No,
option?
We did add it.
See, actual total cost, then variance. So variance means that what is the variance between the planned cost and the actual cost. So you can see either a plus number or a minus number, because the actual total cost can never be same as the planned total cost. So there will be some variance. Now, what do? That after you have selected this column, you click on the OK. Now, OK, what it will do, it will apply the change and it will close the toolbox. And since you just made a change into the layout, you need to save the layout as well, because this is an update. Okay, so you need to save. Right? Okay, save layout. Do you see that button, save layout? So after you have done the save layout, so this column comes up. So do you see that the difference, that is the variance, is represented in the bracketed? So it is bracketed. Do you see that? And it is approximately 5,000. So this is the difference between 92,000 and 97,000. It is approximately $5,000 that there is the difference. It means that it spent that much amount of the money more. Now, if you look at the remaining total cost, the remaining total cost will be zero, because this is a completed project. For a project which is completed, the remaining total cost will be always zero. Okay. And the amount of the variance can be either a positive number, it can be a negative number, but it can't be zero for a project which has been executed. Okay. Okay, now we will see a project. We will look at a project which is not fully completed, but partially completed. So let's look at this data. Do you see this? The project which I have selected on the demo screen. So what is the percentage completion? This is 31%. Now you might be wondering that how does this number comes from? Actually, this number has the consolidated total of the activity percentage complete. So activity percentage complete is updated by the project managers in the activities tab, and the sum total of, or the average of all the activities is taken, and it is rolled up to the project level, and automatically Primavera displays here. Okay, so activities are updated by the project managers on the screen. The roll up happens automatically, because this is programmed to show you the total rolled up value of the activities from the project. So it is showing you the average, or you can say the sum total value of the progress in all the activities. Okay, that is updated by the project manager at the project level. Now, do you see that there is an actual here in the start? There is an actual, so that's why the actual start column is populated, but the actual data is not there in the finish. It means that the actual finish date has not yet been reached. So that's why the actual finish date column is blank. Do you see that blank?
Oh.
Right? Because this project is not yet complete. So it can't have an actual finish date. It can only have an actual start date. Now, what is the planned cost of this project? The planned total cost of the project is $636,980. Okay, now this is the total planned cost, but if you look at the actual total cost, till the point the project is 31% complete. Okay, okay. So just a moment. If you click on the screen, then it just floats away. Okay, yeah, just keep this here. Okay, see, this is the 31%. Okay, just a moment. The amount of money which has been spent for completing 31% of the project is this 19176. Now, what is the variance? Is the variance a positive number or a negative number? Do you see that?
Positive number.
Positive number, right? So it means the amount of money which has been spent in doing or completing 31% of the project. So this is the amount of money which has been actually saved. See, variance is normally, we expect the variance to be hovering nearly zero. So zero variance means that whatever the amount of money which has been planned to complete the project at this point, so that much amount of the money has been spent. But here, the project team might be smarter, a little bit smarter. So they have managed to spend less than the planned amount of money and still create the same value. Right? Do you see that? But in some other case, that could be a negative number also. See, I'm going to shift the focus to another project, see, which is also partially complete. Do you see this red river? So if you look at this project, this is 30% complete. But if you look at the variance shows a negative amount of money. You see that? It is in the bracket. So,
Yes.
what does it mean? So what is the interpretation? It means to complete the 30% of the project, the amount of money which has been spent is this, but this amount of money is actually more than the planned amount of the money by this much, by $25,997, right? So it means the actual total cost is more than the planned total cost for 30% of the project. Okay, guys, is this clear?
Yeah, I have one
Yes.
doubt. What you told regarding the 30%, for example, if it is 30%, you told 25,000, 26,000 in the variance, right? That is the extra money spent, right?
Hmm.
That
Yeah.
is the extra money spent.
Yeah. That is the extra money spent as compared to the
Original one.
of the project at that point.
Oh, yeah, at that point.
Yeah, at that point. Because
Okay.
and every activity that we plan in the project will have its own budget. Activity has its own budget when we apply the resources. So when we confirm that all the application of the resources are correct, duration are correct. So for all the activities inside the project, then we press the button called the baseline. Now, what does the baseline do? It freezes the planned amount of the time, money, and the resource quantities like the material quantity, etc. Man hours, machine hours, material quantity, everything is stored and frozen. So when we are doing the project, so what we do, we gather the actual data, preferably on a daily basis, and we input into the Primavera, and then we see that how we are doing against the plan. Are we exceeding the duration? Are we exceeding the budget? Are we exceeding the material quantities? Okay. So if we are exceeding, so we will have an early warning. So we can take a corrective action. So monitoring and control will be done very quickly. You should be able to react to the any kind of the variance very quickly and try to finish the project with minimal variance, right?
Okay. And one more thing, that 30% is there, right? If I want to know for 30% how much money exactly I spent, I should take the difference of actual total cost and remaining total cost, right? I'll get the actual value, how much I spent of for 30%.
No. Here, if you subtract the variance from the actual, you will get the planned cost. Actual is right in front of you. Actual is $25,000 more than the planned cost at this point of time. Actual is actual. Say actual is from the consumed units of manpower, machine hours, and the material quantities. Okay. Actual
is the money, total money of 30%.
Yeah. So this is the actual amount of money which you have spent. So
okay. I thought actual total cost is overall budget.
No. Actual total cost is the real time completion amount of money.
Okay. I thought it's 100% money, actual total
this
cost.
Is the real time. See how much you have completed, 30%. So this is the actually the amount of money which you have actually spent. So this is the spent amount of money to achieve 30% or 30.83% of completion. Okay. Now, why it is showing the plus? I mean, why it is showing you the bracketed amount of money? The bracketed amount of money is actually showing you the comparison that you have actually spent $25,000 more, or you can say $25,997 more than the planned amount of money at this point of time. Okay, so the sooner you notice, the sooner you take a corrective action, the sooner you will be in control of the project. Because if you're nearing the end of the project, then there is a very little chance that you can take a corrective action. You can take,
if I want to know exact budget of the overall thing, I should minus actual cost minus variance plus remaining total cost. I'll get the 100% budget, right?
See the budgeted cost is also displayed in front of you in this column.
Yeah. I thought the calculation way.
Our target is that our actual total cost for the 100% should be equal to this cost.
Okay, BL project total cost.
Yes. So the actual total cost, when my schedule percentage complete is 100%, my actual total cost should match this amount of the money. But in real life, it is not exactly so. But then I say that, okay, if my variance is within 1%, 2%, so I've done the right project management. If my management is not good, then my variance will be more. So, you know, what is the aim of the project manager? The aim of the project manager is to finish on the planned finish date, to finish on the total budgeted amount of money, to finish within the planned quantities of the materials, right?
Okay.
So that is why we are constantly gathering the data, maybe on a daily or a weekly basis. That depends upon size of the project. If you are doing small project like 6 months project, then you shouldn't wait for a week. You should gather the actual data on daily basis and make a comparison so that before the finish of the project, you can take a corrective action. Otherwise, what will happen? The variance will pile up. So once the variance piles up and you are nearing the duration of the near the ending duration of the project, say 70% of the time is consumed, you have got only 30% remaining duration, then you won't be able to control the project. Controlling the project means that you should be controlling the project from day one, activity one, from the first activity onwards, and for the entire duration of the project, you should be in control of the project. So that is why we are using the Primavera. Okay. Primavera, it lets us control each and every activity. See, this is the sum total, which is coming from the activities tab. In the activities tab, each and every activity, it has a baseline start date, baseline finish date, baseline amount of the money. Okay. And we are controlling each and every activity. If I'm able to control each and every activity, then I'm in control of the project. Okay. And this is the screen where the consolidated data is on. So who is using this screen? That is the question. See, this screen is mostly used by the CEO and by the portfolio manager. The screen is also used by the program manager. And where is which screen is the project manager is using? Project manager is using the activities. Right? So this is the screen of consolidation. So this is used by the people in the senior management, and the project manager is managing each and every activity. Okay. But we should know that who is the portfolio manager. Guys, have you heard of a BU manager, business unit manager? So business unit means one of the businesses is being managed by this person on behalf of the CEO. Okay, CEO is creating the strategy for the entire group, and this guy is creating the strategy for a particular line of business. So in the project management, he is called portfolio manager. So the CEO manages the entire company. Portfolio manager manages the portfolio, and the program manager manages the program. So portfolio manager is below, the program manager is below the portfolio manager. He is reporting to the portfolio manager. Okay. Right, guys? Is that clear?
Yeah, I think it's clear. And one more small thing, the actual start and actual finish is the exact day what we are starting, exact day when it ends, right?
So right now, since this project is under progress, you will find the actual finish date is not yet.
Which is not completed.
So this is going on. So once the work finishes, you will see The actual finish date will be also populated here. And along with the finish date, you will see an indicator of A,
Okay.
right?
Start and finish, or we
Indicator of A.
expected date to start and we expected date to end, right? Start and finish.
Yeah,
What
start
we
finish
expect.
means our wish that we have planned. So we should be starting nearly on the start date and we should be finishing nearly on the finish date. See, start
If,
is possible because the start is
Mhm.
not a problem. The problem is that when the project takes off, then there can be many various factors which can affect the project. So there are many unforeseen risks are there. So basically, we try to minimize the effect of those risks. So there can be unknown risk like COVID, there can be a lockdown, there can be a political situation, there can be an unknown situations like flood. So there are many things which we cannot predict. Okay.
Okay.
That is why the project can be. See, the project should not be varying due to the poor planning, because once you know the Primavera, only thing which can vary your project is only the unknown risk. Something which is beyond your control. Suppose you are doing the construction of a big building and there is an earthquake, so definitely it will have a negative impact. So
Yeah.
those are the things which are beyond your control. So, but the things which is under your control is the planning of the schedule, the planning of the resources, the planning of the machines, the planning of the materials. Everything should be, should be under your control, and every activity should be going on fine. Okay. So for that, we need a plan, and that is why we need a baseline, and that's what we are doing here. Okay, we are trying to make sure that the projects are as predictable as possible. Okay, so we are looking at the project data from the senior management point of view. Okay, so once this is done, so we can understand that how is the project managed. Now we will do the further configuration. Suppose your boss says that, look, in the duration column, I'm not able to understand that what is the duration type. Is it day? Is it week? Is it month? Then he say, okay, I want to see the start and finish date with the time also. Then he says that, okay, I would like to see this money in a different currency. Like if you would like to see in terms of Indian rupees or some other currency, so he should be able to change it. Okay. So guys, we are going to configure the Primavera further step by step. Okay. So you are ready? Okay. So then you click on the main menu admin. Click on this.
Sir, what should I do?
Now you click on the main menu admin and select admin preferences.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So I'm sure you guys are using your mobile also, so you can do it side by side. And if someone is not using the mobile, if someone is using only one screen, so Srihari, you're using one screen? If you are using one screen, so you let me know. I'll give it a pause. So what you can do, that you can press Alt Tab to switch from the Zoom meeting to the Primavera. So everybody is here in the admin preferences.
Yes.
Okay, good. Now we will learn it step by step that what is the meaning of each of this setup. So the first option which comes up here is the general. In the general, there are three items. So one is the code separator. So code separator is a character which is used when any item is displayed. You will see it will be having the parent code, child code. So the dot will be used between parent and the child code as a separating character. So which we feel is fine. So we don't change it. Okay. So we let it remain as it is. Now, the second option says starting day of the week. See, starting day of the week in your real world is actually Monday. So you select Monday here. So when you select Monday, what is going to happen? The calendar which you see in front of you on the left hand side, you will see Monday, and the weekends will be consolidated toward the right side. Okay, so that will be easier for you to read. It will be convenient for you to understand the working calendar, right? Okay. So done, guys, you have done it.
Yes.
Okay,
Yeah.
please, let me tell you one more thing. Whatever you are doing here, you are doing it with understanding. So please do not click on something mechanically. Immediately you stop me and ask me a question. Okay. Okay. Now we will try to understand activity duration. See, whenever I'm going to create an activity, what should be the length of the activity? So I prefer to have a length of 6 in this project. So whenever I create an activity, it will be created with a duration of 6 days because I need it that way. So this is a matter of convenience. So I don't have to change in most of the cases because I want 6. If I want something more or less, I can change it, right? So activity will be created with a duration of 6 days. So after this setup, then we go to the next one, that is the data limits. Now in the data limit, so what you are seeing is the levels. Okay, this is the level for everything. What is the meaning of that? See, this is parent, child. So how many parent-child levels you can have? So, here it says 20. In most of the cases, it is saying 20. So which I feel is more than sufficient for me. I would be using mostly up to 4. Okay, you would be using up to 4 level. Like if you look at the EPS at WBS 3, it is saying 20. So 20 is more than sufficient for us. See, this is the second level. This is the third level. You might use 4. Okay, so all this setting is good. So I don't do anything here, but I do is understand what does it mean. So if you are ever going to exceed the 20th level, then you might come here and expand it. Okay, but I don't think so. That will be ever necessary. Okay, so we don't change anything here. We go to the identity lens, ID. ID means identity.
Okay.
Okay, guys, now let me tell you, see, according to the project management rule, every entity that you create inside the project should have an identification number, unique identity number. Like if you create a project, the project has a project ID. What is the maximum character? It says 20. So you have the provision for 20 character in WBS, 20 character in resource, 20 character for activity ID, 20 character for cost account, and role ID 20. Now guys, if you look towards your left side, so how many characters do you see in the project code? In the rectangle which I have marked on the left. So how many characters you can count here?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
7 characters?
Yes.
Okay, now guys, tell me that how many characters are there in your employee ID? If you are employee of a company, so what is the number of the characters which is written on your employee ID card? Or how many numbers are there in your social security ID?
6 or 7.
So 6 or 7 is good enough to represent to give the unique ID for the entire country, right? So what is the provision here? 20. So 20 will be more than sufficient. So we don't change anything here. So we are okay with this. But we do understand that what it means. If you need more than 20 characters in any particular ID, you can come and update it. Now we come to the time periods. Now time period is something you would like to change. So click on the time periods option. Okay, now you will have to listen to me carefully. So guys, the first option is the hours per day. Actually, it is the man hours per day. So guys, tell me, what is the number of the hours in a day?
24.
24 hours. But can a person work 24 hours?
No.
No.
Now, a person cannot work 24 hours per day. So here it is written 8. If you have been using Microsoft Project, you will find that it is written 8. Now, where does this number of the 8 come from? Do you know that? See, it has a history in the year 1950. In the 1950, the child organization, International Labour Organization, which is the child organization of the United Nations, So, they gave a set of laws to all the member countries and they adopted the fair labor laws, in which one of the law, it states that a labor or an employee of a company or a factory or an establishment would be working fairly for 8 hours per day. So earlier, before the labor laws were implemented, or in many countries or many parts of the world, I'm sure that they might not be following the labor laws. So earlier they used to make people make work for more than 8 hours, 10 hours, 12 hours, 16 hours, or maybe the person would drop down and then they will say that, okay, you are now fine to go home. Okay, so it was adopted by the member countries on 1st of May, 1950. So guys, does the 1st of May ring any bell? May Day? Have you heard of May Day?
Yes, Labor Day.
Yeah. So on the Labor Day, one of the laws was 8 man hours per day. So 8 man hours per day is fair for the employee and the employer also, because what the employer wants is the productivity. He wants profitability for his organization, right? And the employee, he wants a reasonable amount of the work that he can physically do. So scientifically, it has been established that the majority of the human beings, up to 90%, they can work 8 hours per day. And after that, they might need rest. And rest of the 10% are divided into two parts. 5% are those people, those who can work for more than 8 hours. And 5% are those people, those who can't work for up to 8 hours. So, that is very less numbers. So we ignore, so we go by the average. So average is 8 man hours per day, which works for majority of the human beings, right? So is this clear, guys?
Yes.
Yeah.
So it is not something that mankind learned in a day. So mankind learned a lot of things over 1,000 of the years. And one of the things which has been established is the fair policy of 8 man hours per day. Now, if the day is defined in terms of man hours, so we say that if I'm going to create an organization which will work 6 days a week, so what will be the man hours per week? If it is a 6 days a week company, so how much you are going to put?
Each day, how many?
Each day 8 hours and for 6 days.
48.
48.
So you put here for 48, we are going to change it to the 48. Okay. So you write here 48. So you just clean it and put 48 years. I mean, for 48 man hours. So your working week is defined as 48 man hours. Now, if the 1 week is having 48, suppose there are 4 weeks in a month. So what will be the definition of the man month? So how many
48 into 4.
So 48 multiplied by 4 is how much?
192.
So you put here 192. Okay, so you're done?
Yes.
Okay, fine. Now, what is 192 multiplied by 12? You can check that out in your mobile phone calculator. Open the calculator in your mobile phone and you do 192 multiplied by 12 months. So how much do you get for the year? Yeah, you can do it here also. Yeah. You can do the calculation here in your laptop also, or you can do it in your mobile phone. That will be quick. How much is that?
2304.
Now, instead of 2304, I would recommend you to write 2400. I'll explain to you why. See, if you look at certain months, they are having the 5 weeks. And the 5th Saturday is also there. If you include the 5th Saturday, then it averages around 2400 man hours per year. So we define the day as 8 man hours. We define the week as 48 man hours. We define the working month as 192 man hours. And we define the working year as the 2400 man hours. So here you write 2400. So that rounds off the 2300 to 2400. So that includes the 5th Saturday as well. Okay. Okay, guys, is that clear?
Yes.
See, we are trying to establish a fixed duration, because what happens that in the calendar, after the week, the month is varying. The month varies from 28 days to 31 days. Okay. So that is why we are trying to fix it using the man hours. Now, if you go to the time period abbreviation, you just put here MO. With the M, with the small m, you put the letter O. Make it MO. I will explain to you in a moment. And with the minutes, instead of the N, you put M. Single small letter M. Remove the N and you put M. Now, why did I make you do it? Because in the future, you might be using Microsoft Project also. Now this becomes compatible with Microsoft Project. So it becomes compatible in your mind. It becomes compatible while importing and exporting the data as well. Because in the Microsoft Project, the month abbreviation is MO and the minutes abbreviation is M. But in the Microsoft Project, you can't change it. But here in the Primavera, since you can change it, so you change it here. So when you are going to write days, so you will use the small d. When you are going to write weeks, you will use the small w. Okay, these are small letters. So when you enter the data into the duration column, you would be suffixing it with indicating days, and you would be suffixing it with w for indicating the weeks. This is the span of time. So is that clear, guys?
Yes.
Yeah.
Now we come to the next step, that is the earned value. So this earned values is part of the cost management. Earned value management system is a set of formulas which is used to track the progress and health of the project. And the setting of the formula is correct and it is as per the PMI. So this is the activity percentage complete for percentage complete, and ETC is the remaining cost of the activity, which is also complete. Okay, so is this clear?
Yeah.
Okay,
Yes.
now this we are not going to change because it's fine. Then we come to the next option, that is the report. So we are going to do some settings here. In the reports, you know, the report has a structure, that is the header, footer. So here in the header label, you put your name. You replace this word with your name. And in the footer, you put your company name. So when you print out a report, so you will see it appear, and then you know that how to reach here and update it. If you want to update it, it will print with the report. Okay. So guys, you are done?
Done.
Yeah.
Okay, now you come to the options. In the options, do you see this URL here? Now I want you to copy this URL. For a moment, you open this URL in the browser, bookmark it and come back. Because this URL is the home page of this version, and you can find a lot of updated information there in the future. Copy this, open it in the browser. Once it opens, bookmark it, okay, and put it into the bookmark bar, and you come back so that it is in the future. You can get this page if you need it. Okay, so what do you do? Control D. Control D would bookmark it. Okay, and accept all. Yeah, there is cookies on this site. You can accept it, and you put it into the favorites bar. Done. Okay, and your favorites bar. Yeah, click on the done, and you can display your favorites bar by clicking here. Okay, if you go to the setting, favorites, favorite bar. Now, just a second. Favorite bar, display of the favorite bar. Show favorite bar always. You see that? See. Okay. So you can come back, and if you want to open this site, you can just click here and you will get the data. Now, if you have done this, so you can close the browser. So if you close the browser, it will save memory, and it is going to also make it easier for you to switch. Okay. Now we come to the rate types. What is the applied rate of a resource? So the standard is fine. Okay, so this is the standard rate. So we are going to use standard rate during this training. And then we come to the selection of the industry type. Industry type, you will select engineering and construction, because engineering and construction industry types gives you the maximum features, right? So you get the maximum features in engineering and construction, and that makes the Primavera more and more useful. And exception site list, we don't need to do anything here because we are using an offline version. We are not using an online version. So this version also has the complete features of the online version. Online version is able to connect to a database which is centrally placed somewhere on the internet data center. Okay. So this is a learning version, and we don't need to set this. So guys, you are done till this point. Have you selected engineering and the construction?
Yes.
Yeah, in the report, folder label one, we should write after name anything
So where, tell me.
in the report.
Yeah, report.
Footer label.
No, the footer, see, in the footer, you put your company name here. In the footer, you put the company name here.
LTD or something, I should keep just the name.
No, just you, even if you don't, if you are currently not working in a company, you just write here company name. Just write the word, this is the company, because, because the way it prints out, then you will be able to trace it back here, so that you would be able to understand that what you store in a certain place gives you the placement of this text. Okay, so that you can control it. Now, guys, what you do, click on the close button. Okay, so when you click on the close button, you will be seeing this notice. So what it is saying that whatever there's some of the changes which you have done, that will be affected after you restart. So we will wait for it. So we have to do much more changes. So we'll restart in a while. Now guys, do this thing, go to the admin, go into the admin, and in the admin, now this time we are going to set the categories. Do you see the number 2 option here? Categories. Now categories means that how do you classify your data? Okay, so that is called the categorization of the data categories. Now baseline type, so whatever the options which are provided here, so this is fine. So we can work with this. There is no need to expand it. Now we go to the expense categories. So what is an expense? Expense is the amount of the budgeted amount of money for doing a third-party activity or an external activity, or it is an indirect amount of the money which you're spending to do the activity. Like one of the indirect expense would be staff welfare. So you click here on the ad. So then you write here staff welfare. Staff welfare. Staff welfare. No, here.
Where?
See, in this, do you see this new?
Oh, yeah.
So in this new, you write here staff welfare. You just notice the arrows which I'm making. Okay, so with
Okay.
that, I think, so you write here staff, space, and welfare. Okay. WELFARE, staff welfare. Then you come to the next one. So after the staff welfare, you select and write here transport expenditure. So transport expenditure is the planned amount of the money which you plan to spend for moving your raw materials, raw materials from the warehouse to the project site. So that is transport expenditure. You press enter here. Now you select the staff welfare and push it to the top. And click on the shift up. And you select transport expenditure and shift up. So why I'm asking you to shift up? Because the staff welfare and transport expenditure will be used by you frequently. So when you see the pop-up for the selection come up, so you will be able to use it quickly. So it will be convenient for you to choose from there. Okay. Now we come to the WBS categories, work breakdown structure categories. Okay. Now this is the initiating, planning, executing, monitoring and controlling and closing. It means that it is out of the sequence. So you select executing and push it one step up. You select executing and you shift up. Okay, so after you have done this, okay, now you go into this. See, it is monitoring and controlling. See, you cannot control something unless and until you monitor it. So you go here and you do this monitoring and controlling like this. Okay, like this.
Okay.
So monitoring and controlling means that you are watching first and then you are seeing certain variances, then you are controlling it. Monitoring and controlling. Now you come to the document categories. Now, if you look at the document categories, just go through the list of the category because in the Primavera, you can store the documents and you can share the documents just like you would share your document through your Google Drive folder, right? So what do? That you go through the list and if you find that there is a particular category which you would like to use more, so you select that category and push it to the top. You select that particular category and push it to the top. So if you would scroll down, the categories are very comprehensive ones. So there are a lot of categories, so which gives an idea that how organized is the Primavera, right? The Primavera is a highly organized software. And if you feel that if there is any particular category which you need to use, but if it is not there, so you can add that one. So if you wish, you can add a new category as well. Okay, is that clear?
Yeah.
I'll be back in a moment, guys. Okay, guys, I'm back. Just turn off one of the devices you have. Okay, then you just switch off the sound in that. Now we come to the document status. Select the document status. So if you're using two devices at the same time, in one of the devices, you will switch off the sound. Okay, so that will be fine. See, status means the state of the document which you are going to upload. So the document could be not started, in progress, under review. So one of the status which is not mentioned here, maybe we can store the rejected documents as well. Okay, so you just click on the add and you put the status rejected. So if any document is rejected, you can still have it here that, okay, this document is rejected, but it's here. So is this clear?
Yes.
Now, next, what do we do? So we go into the risk. So what is a risk? Risk is an uncertain event, right? Risk is an uncertain event. So whenever we are doing some project and we are creating a plan, we are also creating something called the risk register. So whenever we are looking at the risk register, we want to organize all our risk according to the risk categories. Now, if you look at the structure of the categories here, you see there is a particular category here. It says people, customer, and resources. It shows the people as the parent, and whereas it shows the resources as the child. But actually, the opposite is true. The resources is the parent and people is the child, so we need to correct it. Now, what do? Place your cursor on the resources. Select resource. Select resource. And then you shift it left. Click on the shift left button. Okay, after that, you click on the shift up button. It will go one step up. Now it has gone above the people. Now what do? You select people and then shift right. Okay, so you have done that. Okay. Now the resources is having the people under it, and also select the customer and shift left. Okay, guys. So you have done till this point.
Yes.
Now the resources, there are two more kind of the resources. So one is the equipments and machinery. So what do? You need to add that. So you click on the add. So why are we concerned about the resources? Because the lack of the resources can lead to the delay in the project. Okay, is this clear?
Yes.
So we want to make sure that we know that what can delay the project, and we will be able to plan for it.
Okay. What should we put here, please? The new risk category.
Yeah, tell me again.
I mean, this one. You said we should add. Yeah, this one. This
Yeah,
one.
so you write here equipments and machinery.
Equipment.
And machinery, because that is also resources in a project.
Can we add materials?
Okay.
Yes, of course, we will do it in the next row. After we have added the record for equipment and machinery, press enter and click on the add, and in the blank row, you put materials. So material is also a resource which we are concerned about. Okay.
Hello.
Okay, guys, you are done.
Okay. I think am I okay with all the stuff? Is it only materials, right?
Yeah, material.
Okay.
So we have got four kind of resources: people,
Okay.
customer, equipment, and machinery. So now the resources, why they're considered at risk? See, any of the resources, if they are not available in the middle of the project, or they are missing, so that can delay the project. So that's why we would like to take a note of them and note the kind of the risk that might be there due to the lack of these resources, and we would like to deal with them promptly. Okay, so that we can prevent these risks before they happen. So prevention is better than cure. Okay, now we come to the next one. So that is the notebook topics. We come to the notebook topics. So notebook topics are the notes which we can put for the various entities in the project. Like, what are the various entities? EPS, projects, WBS, activities, and resources. So you'll find resources on the right side. So for this, so we can put some notes. So these are the various categories of the notebook topics. So one of the topics, so that we can also put, it is called the general notes. So general notes is not here already, because if I'm writing a note which does not fit any of these categories, so I can put it into the general notes. So if you just click on the add, and what you can do that you can go here and you can write here general notes. So you just wipe out all this text and you write here general notes.
Is it GENDER, right?
Yeah, no, general, GENE.
Oh, general.
Yeah, no.
General notes.
Then you can remove the bracket. So you can
Okay.
take out this bracket, general note. Yeah. So it is something which you can consider in general, not about anything in particular. So you can write this. Now you press enter. So this data will be also stored. So guys, you might be seeing that there is a floppy button which is active once in a while. So if you see this button active, so you can click on it. So that is to save the data. But normally Primavera is automatically saving the data most of the times. Okay, in the background, it is doing the save. When you're moving from item to item, it will save the previous item. That's fine. Now we come to the units of measure. I'll tell you that what is the units of measure. It's a very simple thing that we do every day. Now you delete the dollar symbol. We don't need this. Delete it. Okay. Okay, guys. Now let me tell you something that how do we measure the material? See, whenever we are creating a material resource record, we have to tell the Primavera that what is the thing that we are measuring. So normally what we can measure for a material is the length. We can measure is the area. We can measure is the volume. We can measure is the weight. And what else we can measure is the count. Okay. So guys, can you tell me something more which we measure for a material besides the length, area, volume, weight, count? Anything else? Okay, fine. Now we measure it in two types. One is the British, one is the French. So British, they measure the length in yards, in miles, in inches. And the French, they have got the centimeter, meter, kilometer, area, square yard. So they will measure square meter. Volume, so it could be maybe something, I don't know. So for the French, it will be cubic meter. Weight will be pounds. And for the French, it will be kilogram. Okay, kilogram, gram, milligram, like that. So because their scale is based on the 10, it's simple. Okay. And count will be like dozens, but the French, they count it in the terms of the tens, 10, 20. Now, what I'm going to do that I'm going to show you some data sample from my screen, and you are going to add it one by one. And you should add something which is not there. Don't try to add in duplicate. Okay, so I'm going to switch over to my screen. Just give me a moment. So I'm going to launch my Primavera and to show it to you. And from there, you can replicate on your laptop. So guys, I believe you can see my screen now.
Yes.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay, now I'm going into the categories, and you can see the list of the categories here. And one by one, you can add it in your own list also. Okay, and you only should add something which is not there. Don't try to add it in duplicate. And once you are done, let me know, then we'll move to the next topic.
Hold on, please. Okay, it's done.
Okay, good. Okay, now you show me your screen, what you have been doing. Correct. So that looks good. So, this is not the limit, but this is the beginning. So in the future, if you come across any other kind of measure for a material, you can come here and add it. So this will be useful when you are going to create a material resource and you would be able to specify the correct unit of the measure. Right, guys? Is this clear?
Yes.
Hello, sir.
Yeah. Tell me, what is your concern?
Actually, in the left side, the document categories, document status, there are some data, documents not rejected, documents not in progress. Actually, how we can get into access in that documents?
Yes. So when you are going to add the document in the system, so you can use these categories. Okay. So Kolawale, just approve the remote request for me. Okay. So this is the document status. Just come and have a look. Please come to the demo screen and have a look.
Okay, sir. Okay.
In the document status, you can add something called rejected. So there is no need to write the word status, just rejected is good enough. Yeah, like this.
Okay.
So in the Primavera, you can store the document and you can share with your colleagues in a networked environment. Okay, so that I will show you that how to store the document inside the Primavera. Okay, guys, is this done? Okay, if you're done with the categories, so then you can close it. Close it, click on the close button here below.
Okay.
And close this. Now in the admin, there is a third option here, which we will set. So click on the main option admin and let us go into the third one. Currencies. So this is the master database of the currencies. So you would notice one thing, that USD at the top, and there is a checkbox here. It says the base. So this is the base currency in the world. So all the world over, if there is a monetary transaction from country to country, and first of all, it will be converted into the US dollar. Then the US dollar will send to the target bank. Then it will be converted into the native currency of that country. So all the currencies in this world, they are measured against the value of $1 US. So the numbers could be more or less. So do you see that the US dollar is 1 and rest of the currencies, they are having the variance number. So Kolawale, do you know that what is the current exchange rate of $1 US to the GBP?
Well, not too sure.
So
I'm not sure about.
It is 0.774453. So you can write here 0.774453.
0.774453.
53. Press enter. This is the current $1 US to the GBP rate. Okay. Now we want to add a currency here, Indian rupees. Okay. So you click on the add. Now it will create a blank row at the bottom. It shows cur. Actually, this is something that we are going to replace. We write here INR. So INR is the international currency code for Indian rupees. Now you write here Indian rupees, you delete the whole thing. Yeah, you write here Indian rupees, or you can just write rupees also. But rupees is the currency of 3-4 countries. In Nepal, they call it rupees. In Sri Lanka, they call it rupees. In Pakistan also, they call it rupees. Okay. Now, the Indian rupees has a symbol. So this symbol, if you have the Indian keyboard, you can get it by pressing the keys Control Shift number 4. If you press Control Shift number 4 from the top, you will get this symbol. And if you can't get this symbol, I'm going to type it in the chat box. You can copy and paste it from there. Okay, guys. Now, what is the current exchange rate? It is approximately like 72 or something. So whatever is that, but we are going to use here 70. So you write here 70. So we are going to use a round number.
70.
Yeah. So press enter.
Okay.
So 1 rupee we can consider, and I mean $1 we can consider equivalent to 70 rupees. Okay. This is the current exchange rate. Now the positive currency format, if you look carefully, actually the currency symbol is sticking to the number. So we will use the second format. Do you see this? You see this? So there is a space here. So you just click here and you will get a space. So guys, use this one. Use the currency symbol which has got a space between the symbol and the number. And negative currency format is written in the bracket, which is right. Okay.
Can you show the rupee symbol chat box, because I had not copied?
So you just go into the chat box in your Zoom chat box, or do you want me to send you in the WhatsApp?
Wait, I will see.
Could you find it? Because the Zoom chat box is right there. So if you go to the control panel button, you can see the Zoom chat box. You can copy.
Yeah, I got it. I got it.
Yeah, fine. Because if you have the Indian English selected, so then you can directly type it by using the key combination Control, Shift, and number 4.
Yes.
If you press Control, Shift, and number 4, you will get the rupee symbol.
Yes, I got it.
Now, after you have done this, so you close it. After you have done this, you close it.
Okay.
So, you know, whatever settings we have done in the admin, so all those settings are stored in the database. We have to retrieve from there by using the option Edit User Preferences, because the admin is global. So try to understand what does it mean. So, you know, there is only one administrator. So whatever you are doing in the admin, so it is affecting the entire user base of the organization. But user, if they want to do their own individual setting on their own interface, they have to use this button. So this button is called the Edit User Preferences. Okay. So this user preferences is coming also from the edit menu. If you go to the edit menu and at the top, you first of all, you click on the edit.
Okay.
So guys, you will notice the same button here also. Do you see that?
Yes, user preference.
User preferences. Okay, so the user preferences button is in the part of the edit menu, and it is also there in the panel 1. So if you can recognize it, okay, so you can access it in a single click. Okay, so you click it from the panel 1, from the top panel 1.
Oh, the top one.
Yeah.
Should I close this?
No. You have done it right. We
Okay.
have to be here. We have to be here. So guys, everybody is in the user preferences toolbox.
Yes.
So we will go step by step. Now we will set up the time unit. So first thing that you do is click on this checkbox. And then you select subunit of the hours. Okay, then you select the third one, show unit label. Then you go into the dates. Okay, and you select 12-hour format. So 12-hour format is going to give you the time part also. Okay, so when you see the date column, you will be seeing the time also. Okay, done. Now you will select your preferred currency. So the currency which you have created, like INR, you can select here. So click on the currency. Yeah. Now to select the currency, you click here on this triple dot. So that will throw you like a sort of pop-up window. And if you go scroll to the bottom of this list, you will find INR. You just scroll down to the bottom. Correct. You select here rupees and click on this selection symbol. That is the plus button. Select. Yes. So Indian rupees has been selected. And then you come to the assistance. So assistance means help. So where the Primavera is going to provide you help. So see, there is a place where you actually don't need the help. So what you do, you uncheck this box. So this box you uncheck. Use new activity wizard, you uncheck this box. Okay, is this clear?
Yes.
Because when you are creating the activity, activity wizard is not required. Okay, then you go into the application. In the application, let me tell you, just read this startup window. You see this, it says startup window. So what is the meaning of the startup window? That when you start the Primavera, that where should it start from? Now, if you see the startup window, you can select here, this one you select here, projects. You click here and then you select projects. Okay, now whenever you start the Primavera, you will be able to see the list of the projects. It will always start from here. Okay, otherwise, if you put it into the activities and if you close the last project, if the activities are not there, so then what is going to happen? So you will see a blank screen, and that could be a situation for panic. You might feel that you have lost your data. Okay, so that is why I recommend that whenever you start your Primavera, you should be seeing the list of the projects first, and then you can choose the project which is appropriate for you. Now you go and click on the password. We are not going to change it. So click on the password option. See, in the future, if you want to change your password, you can change it from here, but don't change it in the middle of the training program, because in the past, one of my students, he changed it, but he forgot it also. So then I had to get him the database from another student so that he could continue. So you should definitely change your password when you are having your net banking or any other kind of the government portals that you are using, so that your data is safe. Okay. And I'm sure that you understand that the net banking makes you, it prompts you to change your password every month, right? So yes, that is to safeguard your money. So if by chance you have exposed your password, but still if you change it frequently, so you're still on the safe side of things. Now you come to the resource analysis. So we will look at this setting. This setting is correct and according to the PMI standard. So we don't do anything here. Then we come to the calculations. So this calculation, this is fine, this is fine, this is fine. Okay, so we don't change anything here. Then we come to the startup filters. In the startup filters, that it is going to filter the data that you're seeing on the screen, but we don't want any filter. So what you do, guys, you select all these checkboxes so that there is no filter when the Primavera starts up. We don't want any startup.
Okay, what? Oh, you mean, okay.
We don't want any filter. So you select this radio button.
Oh, okay, this one's.
Yeah, we don't want any filter. We want to see the entire list of the data. And if we feel that after looking at the entire list of the data, if we feel that we should be having some filter, only then we apply the filter, right? So it is like this. So we don't want any filter here. Okay, guys. Now you click on the close. Click on the close button. No, not the cross, but the close. But no, don't do that. It will, it will reject all the data. Close means apply these changes and close.
Hold on. Let me. Something is showing there. So.
Okay. Yeah. So that is the zoom panel. Yeah, you need to adjust that. You need to adjust. So after you have applied, so guys, you would notice that you are seeing the date column with the suffix of D. And you are also seeing the fraction of the day in the form of the hours. Do you see that? And if you look at the date column, so that was the duration column. So you are seeing the time as well. You're seeing the time parts. See, internally in every project management software, it is not only the date, but it is the time which is also stored as well. And you would notice that the money has been converted. It has been, the 1:70 has been multiplied, due to which the number of the digits has increased. So we need to expand these columns to accommodate the expanded number of the digits. Do you see that? Okay. We need to include the expanded number of the columns. So we can see the symbol and we can see the converted rate of the money. So this is how the Primavera does the setup and the setting. Right, guys? Is it clear? Okay.
Yes.
I'm pausing for any question, then I will move to the next step. Do you have any kind of a question here? See, anytime you want to update the currency, you will have to go into the admin. If you want to update the currency rate, but if you want to change the currency, you have to go into the edit user preferences. So the user preferences is for the individual and admin is for the entire company. Suppose if you're an organization, there are 1,000 Primavera users. So if you are having the administrator right, and if you update the currency rate, it will be updated for 1,000 users. But if a particular user is using a particular currency, it will be from the user preferences only. So user preferences is to set up the preferences of the individual user. So it will be impacting his screen only. Okay. So, but whatever you change in the admin, it affects the users of the entire company, right? So maybe in real life, you might not be even seeing this option. If you join a company where the Primavera has already been installed and established with the proper rules and regulations, you will not get the administrator right. So you will, for some things, you will have to request the administrator. So administrator will be either 1 or 2. Okay. So that everything is under control. And they are the ones to update the currency rate and to create a new currency. But why I'm teaching this to you? Because in the future, if you join a mid-sized company, a small-sized company, you might be expected to set up the Primavera. So you should be able to do the administration yourself, right? And in case you wish to help your friend or you wish to set up the Primavera on a new laptop, you can do it all by yourself. Okay, now let us do this thing. Let us try to understand how to close this tab. To close the tab, you click on this button, cross button. So it will close the current tab. No,
This
no.
one?
Yeah, this one. Click it again. So the project tab is closed. Now it will close the WBS tab. Now you click it, it will close the resources tab. Now click it again, it will close the activities tab. Okay, guys, done. So guys, if you look at the top, do you read something? So what do you read on the top?
Project ID.
Juniper nursing home.
So you know, guys, what does it mean? It means that this project is loaded into the memory. It is still in the Primavera memory. Now, if you want to see the activities of this project, you can click on this button. So guys, this is symbol for activities. Okay, this green, a small little rounded rectangle. So, you know, it reminds me of a soap bar. Okay. No, guys? So especially for Indians, it reminds me of Liril. No? Okay. So this is what it looks like to me. So every time I see this, this reminds me of the Liril soap bar. It looks like this, green, right? And the color is exactly matching. So this is the bar for activities. So this is going to show you the activities. Now, this, if the activities is coming, it is coming due to the fact the project is loaded into the memory. Now, you click on these buttons, these two blue squares. So this gets you the WBS. Now, if you want to unload any project from the memory, you press Ctrl W. Select yes or click Y. So guys, what does it read on the top?
No government projects.
See, once the project has been unloaded from the memory, you know that what happens. Do you see that most of the buttons are inactive now? All these buttons are inactive. And the entire right side panel is inactive. No?
Yes.
So why these are inactive? Because there is no data, okay, on which these buttons can act. So it means that these buttons are connected directly to the project which is loaded into the memory. So that is why these are inactive. Now, what we have done that we have closed the activities and we will exit Primavera. Okay. So guys, you click on the file and then you exit. Or what you can do, you can press Alt F.
Okay, Alt F, right?
Yeah, Alt F, if you do, it will show the option for file.
No, it didn't. It didn't. Hold on.
If the Alt F does not work, you just click on it using the mouse. Just click on the file option. You use the mouse to click on this, and then you click on the exit. And then you click on the yes to confirm it. So guys, normally what is going to happen if you exit like this, it will start up like that only, like it would start up like blank. Now, if you are a new person to the Primavera, you might then panic. You might feel that you have lost your data. Okay, but you don't worry, you will not lose your data. Now, what do? Click on the P6. And you log in small admin. No, it is in small admin. So is it caps admin? Okay, maybe it's for you. Fine. Do you see that, guys? It has started in the list of the projects. You see that? Why? It is due to the setup. Okay, because you preferred the setup, the startup. Okay, so I think it was here in the options, or maybe it was in the edit user preferences. application. So guys, why did it start up here? Because of the projects. Do you see that?
Yes.
That's a better option because you don't have to go into the last project always. So what you can do, first of all, you should be seeing the list of all the projects, and then you should select that what project you were working on, and you can select that project and you can open that project later. But first of all, you must see the entire list of the projects. So guys, is that good?
Yes.
Okay. Now, since we are here, so we have to understand the structure of the enterprise. See, I want you to close the entire structure. So you have to click on this double minus button. Okay. So what you see is the enterprise. Now, click on this plus button only once on the left corner to the enterprise.
Which one?
This.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
Okay. So what you are seeing under the enterprise, what you're seeing is the portfolio. So portfolio is nothing in the common business parlance. It means that these are the line of business. So the company is having this line of business. So the same group is in the engineering, the energy services, manufacturing services, product development, corporate programs. Okay. Now you expand the energy, click on the energy. So here is the plus button next to the energy. You expand it.
What should I do?
Okay. So guys, do you see the list of the projects here? You're seeing it? Okay, good. Now, let me tell you the story. So since you have joined a company where you have done the installation of the Primavera so far, so one day your boss comes to you, he says that, look, we are expanding, we are getting more projects into the energy services. Okay. So our portfolio is expanding. We see large number of incoming projects for the energy services. So let us do these things. Let us subdivide this into 3 programs. So your boss says that you subdivide the energy services into 3 programs like this. So what would be there? So it is like this: 1, 2, and 3. So I'm going to write the name. So he says that we will subdivide this portfolio into renewable energy program. So one will be the renewable energy program. Next one will be the non-renewable energy program. And the third will be the nuclear energy program, right? Like that. And what he says that, and the existing projects, that you create bunches of 2 and move into them. So you move into them 2 projects here. Okay. 2 projects you move into this, and 2 projects you move into the nuclear program. So existing 6 projects will be categorized under the new programs like 2, 2, 2 each. And the new projects, when they come in, so they will be immediately then evaluated, and the correct program will be selected for them, and then they will be moved into the correct program. Right, guys? Is this clear? So you are ready? Okay. So we are going to restructure the energy services into renewable, non-renewable, and nuclear. Okay, guys? Okay. So come with me step by step. So guys, do you see this pyramid? And actually, I would like you to click on the enterprise. So click on the enterprise menu. So guys, do you see the same pyramid here also?
No, how can I do, Professor?
Tell me what is the doubt?
Actually, we updated the software. The whatever settings previously I had, the settings are not there.
The settings are not there. So what settings?
The whatever settings we did before the break, it is not there actually.
No, are you talking about the columns?
Yes, yes. The columns and the panels, whatever settings we did before the lunch break.
No, that is not possible. I think you switched the database, I think.
That's the case. Actually, we had a conversation on phone. You said you would look after it. So
Okay, so let me have a look at your screen. And if that doesn't work out, I will get you one of the databases to you quickly. Okay, you just show your screen quickly.
I see.
So I think you logged into a different database entirely. You logged into a fresh one. Okay, so let me look at this. So which version do you have?
Now it is 21.
Okay, so 21 exit. So you are on the F, right?
Yes, yes.
Okay, fine. I think it is here or not. The thing is that I'm trying to find your earlier database. So if I can find your earlier database, it would be fine. So do you remember where we created the earlier database?
In this folder, the work area folder.
Okay.
There only so this is the database we saved.
Okay, so it might have done the overwritten. Okay, so well, let me do this thing. Just don't worry. So your friend Kola will help you. Okay, Kola will just do this thing. You share your screen. Okay, I'll just tell you what to do. And give me the remote control. Okay, so he's going to give his database to you so that you are up to date till this point. See how to export the database. So we will go into the Primavera folder by clicking on the Primavera shortcut. Okay, we'll go into the database and this training. So copy. So this is the copy button, I think. Yeah, this is the copy. Or now what we will do, so copy. Yeah, it is compressed a lot. Okay, now what do you do? That you type your mail ID here. Okay.
Where?
When
Chat box.
in the Zoom chat box, you type your mail ID, and Kola Vole will mail this zipped file to you, right?
Okay.
Okay. Yeah. So, Kola Vole, do you see his mail ID here?
Yeah, I can see it.
Yeah, fine. So you that zip file you attach and you send it to him.
Okay.
So guys, you will learn that how to export the data from one person to another person, maybe from one laptop to another laptop. Okay, so you can put the data as a backup, as a zipped backup on your Google Drive also. Okay, and from the Google Drive, you can share onto another laptop or another PC, and you can get started there very quickly. Now, what is happening here is that Kola Vole is sending the database to him, and he's going to import this database okay, in his laptop, and he will continue to work from there. Okay. So the Venkatesh, you share your screen. So once Pola Vole has sent it to you, so you would be downloading it and expanding it, and you will be using it in your Primavera. So let us wait for him to confirm. When he has pressed the send button, so you'll be able to see it.
Where did you keep the? Okay, is on the download, right? Hello.
So you have
Yes.
sent, so you have sent to him.
Where is the file, please?
Oh, the file. You okay? The file is in the work area folder. So I'll just tell you. You just share your screen. I will just tell you. It is in the work area folder. There is a rar file, training.rar, in the work area folder where we zipped it.
Is it on the download or
No,
desktop?
in the work area folder. You just share your screen. I will just clarify to you.
Okay. 1 second. So is it Primavera?
Yeah. So just go into the Primavera. Yeah, just go there. So just a second. Let me just give me the remote control. Yeah, I'll just show it to you. It is in the work area folder only. So it's a training.rar. So in the work area folder, do you see this file?
Okay.
Yeah. So that it is attaching. Oh, you're sending through the Outlook. Outlook. Okay.
Yeah.
Sending through the Outlook. Yeah, it is attached. Now you can send it to him. You write here Primavera. Yeah, Primavera or whatever you. It should not be blank. Normally, the mail softwares they raise a stinker if you're sending a blank subject line. Okay, so this has been sent from your side. So Venkatesh, Venki, you just share your screen. Okay, so you download it. You click on the download button. Yeah. And then you give me the remote control. Just wait. Give me the remote control. Okay, so we will copy this. We'll go to the F drive. We will go into the work area, Primavera, database, and what we will do. So we are going to say preview. Then we will paste it here, and we'll say extract here. So now the Primavera will automatically log into this one, right? Okay, fine. So let's go into the Primavera. Okay, so rest of the stuff you can close. You minimize it. Yeah, now you go into the Primavera. I think the Primavera shortcut is here on your quick access toolbar. Yeah, and you enter the admin. Okay, fine. Okay, fine. So let's see that why it is not able to connect. So add a connection to an existing standalone database. Fine. So we will connect to it. Training database. Yeah, that should open. Save. Alias is saved successfully. Test. Fine. Test is correct. Now, what was your password like? Is it admin is the caps lock or small? Admin, yeah. So that is Yeah, small one. Yeah. So I think it is getting logged in. So you are getting the same thing, which is exported. Do you see that, guys?
Yes.
So it is exactly the same that you are getting right now. So on Cola screen, we had opened up to this point, right? So you can continue from here. Okay, so you have got all the buttons and all that. So you can continue using. So I believe that, guys, you have understood that how we can export the database to our colleagues, right? Okay.
Yes.
So now, Pola, you share your screen because you are using a single screen, and rest of the guys, they have opened another device and they are watching there. And so it is convenient for you. Yeah, so you can close your Outlook. Okay, and you can close this Windows. And then you can start your Primavera. So Primavera will be there on your taskbar and you can admit, but on your screen, you are entering, I see, you are entering it in the caps lock, capital. Okay, guys. So we will all start from here. So guys, you are all here? Same to
Yes,
say?
sir.
Okay,
Yeah.
very good. Now, what we are going to do, that we are going to click on the enterprise tool. This is the enterprise tool. So click on this. Okay, guys, so you are here. Okay. Now, under the enterprise, do you see that this is showing you the structure of the current business? So this enterprise is showing you the structure of the current set of the enterprise. So it is the tool where you can update or modify. Okay, now what you want to do here is that you want to add 3 more programs under the energy services. So actually it is the energy services portfolio. So I'm going to write this word portfolio. So under the portfolio, what we have is the programs. So guys, do you see that there is a program here under the portfolio? And here the line of business 1 and 2 is actually a program under the portfolio of information technology. Okay, so now we are going to expand the energy sector into 3 programs: renewable, non-renewable, and nuclear. So what I want you to do is add. You click on the add. Click on the add. Okay, now this is a new row has been created. Bring it just below the energy. You push this up by clicking this up button. Place it just below the energy. Okay, guys, you have done that.
Yes.
Now you push it right and it will become the child. Okay, do you see that a new child has been created here on your left side? Now we are going to give it a meaningful name. So I want you to go into the EPS of the ID and you write here REN. This is the code word. Now you write the full name here, Renewable Energy Program. Correct? Correct?
Yes.
Correct. And press enter. Yeah, so that is the British spelling, right? Good. Renewable Energy Program. Now, below the renewable, I mean, not exactly below, but inside the energy. So we want one more. So click on the add. Now, in the code, you write non-REN in the capital, NONREN, non-renewable, non-REN, and Then in the EPS name, you write non-renewable energy program. Correct. Correct. Absolutely correct. Okay, so this is the second child. Now we will create the third child, that is the nuclear. So click on the add. So in the EPS ID, you write here NUC. NUC, and in the EPS name, you write Nuclear Energy Program. Yes, correct spelling. Very good. Program. And press enter. So as you press enter, the data is being saved. So guys, do you see this? That whatever you are creating is being applied here. Automatically, it is getting applied in the portfolio. The portfolio is being trifurcated into 3 parts, right? Okay, guys, please confirm everybody has done this up to this point, and nobody should be left behind. Okay. So if you have done this, then you click on the close button. Click on the close button. So after this, what you have to do, you have to select the 2 projects here. So before you select the 2 projects, so guys, please confirm that your project ID, I mean the project ID column is sorted like this. Do you see this triangle here? The triangle should be there and it should be pointing downwards so that you have the same sequence of the project ID codes on your screen. So please make sure that project ID column has been sorted. Okay. Yes. So if it is sorted, then what you do, you select 2 of them and you cut them. How to cut? Control X. You select these 2. Yeah. So how to select these 2? Just like you do in the Excel. How to select 2 rows using the shift and down button. You press the shift and then you press the down arrow. It will select both. Shift and down button. No. First you press the escape button so that it comes out of the cell. Yeah. Now you press the shift and then down arrow. Yes. Now you press Control X. Control plus X. So yes. Now you place your cursor on this one, on the first one, the renewable, and press Control V, V for victory. So as you press Control V, it has been moved. So that is the paste button. In the Windows is also Control V is the paste. Do you see that? These 2 have been moved. Now you select the next 2 like this, and you move them into the non-renewable here. You move them into the non-renewable. Control V. So is this done? Now you select the remaining 2 and put them into the last group. Okay, and put them into the nuclear. Okay, done. Okay, now what do? You expand it to see that what data is there. So if you expand it, you will see that each of the groups is having a data. So this data is being consolidated here. Okay, is this clear?
Yes.
So this data is getting the consolidation into the various groups, and you can see that each of the group is having its own total and which is also adding into the energy, which is the portfolio. Now, what is the benefit here? The benefit here is that as the company is expanding, so the company, what the organization will do to manage the program, they will hire program managers, and the new projects that are going to come in, So that will be shifted into each of the programs, and a lot of management bandwidth will be created. The company will stay in control of the project's delivery, and all the projects, when they are expanding, so there will be no chaos at all. Okay, guys, is this clear?
Yes.
So there will be no chaos. So, there will be 3 new program managers reporting to the portfolio manager. Now, how to check out the manager, that who is managing what? We can see it from the detail. So first of all, guys, you place your cursor here. Place your cursor on, yeah. Now you open the detail tab.
Yes.
In the detail, you go into the general tab. In the general tab, if you look at the responsible manager, you will see that it is written with a human icon. It is written energy. So actually, this guy is the portfolio manager for the energy. So for every business, line of business, there is a line of business manager. So for every portfolio, there is a portfolio manager. For every program, there is a program manager, right? So guys, who is responsible for the enterprise? If you click on the enterprise, so the guy who is responsible for the enterprise is the CEO. It says enterprise. Actually, this is the CEO. So CEO takes care of the enterprise, portfolio manager takes care of the portfolio, and program manager takes care of the program. Now, guys, do you see that this new program has been assigned to the CEO? So do you think that CEO would be the right person to take care of this? No. CEO won't be the right person. So the right person to take care of this would be the program manager. So why it is assigned to the CEO? It has assigned it to the CEO so that the CEO can create the position of the program manager and it can reassign. Right, guys? Is that clear? Okay. So we are going to create the organization breakdown structure. Right? So what is the organization breakdown structure? Organization breakdown structure is the structure of senior management. So senior management is starting from CEO. Below the CEO, there is portfolio manager. Below the portfolio, there is program manager. And below the program manager, there is project manager. And under the project manager, there are various team members. Right, guys? So you are ready to do it? Or do you want a break? Okay, guys, let's take a 20 minutes break and come back and you stretch yourself. Okay, fine. So get some fresh air. So I'm going to pause this.
Yes, everything okay now?
Yeah. Okay. Now, what we are going to do, we are going to do the organization breakdown structure creation. We will create the program managers. Okay. Now, organization breakdown structure, the button is here. Do you see this button with a human figure and a blue type of a board behind it? And
Yes.
the same button is under the enterprise menu. If you click on the enterprise, and you will find the same button is there as well. So you click on this, and you should remember to use the buttons from any of the place, from the left panel or from the enterprise submenu, right? So in the enterprise submenu, you can see the OBS So it is the same button in both the places. Okay. Fine, guys. So, okay, now you click on this. Any one of the place you click. Okay. Now, what you are seeing on the top, it says organizational breakdown structure. So organizational breakdown structure is the breakdown structure of the senior management of the company. So what I want you to do is expand this box and expand the width of this column. And I want you to set the font to the Vardhana 9 so that it is comfortable for you to read the names here. So you write. So what you do, you just click on this small little triangle here. Click on the triangle. Correct. Now you select the option, the table font and row. Selected?
Yep.
Okay, now you click on the font, you select the font and you type here V for Vardhana, and you select the Vardhana and you select 9 here and click on the OK. Okay, so guys, you have done this.
Yes.
See, organizational breakdown structure means that what is the structure of the people that are running the business. So who is there at the top? So in the enterprise, the top guy is the CEO. You write here CEO in the caps letter. So no. You don't delete the enterprise. Don't delete the enterprise. Yeah. So you just put a dash and you write CEO. Okay, CEO. Okay, so what is the full form of the CEO?
Chief
Chief
Executive
Executive.
Officer.
Yeah, so this is the guy. So, in case of the UK, so Richard Branson is the CEO of the Virgin Group. Okay. And then he will appoint various portfolio managers. So you write here with a space like this, portfolio manager. So what does the portfolio manager do? He is promoting this business. He is doing marketing, sales, trying to get new client. He is trying to put the projects into the pipeline. So one project finishes, before one project finishes, the organization can start another one. Okay. Because that's what keeps the business going. If the businesses, they have a gap of projects, there will be a lot of people on the bench and it's very difficult to pay their salaries. This is what happened during the COVID time, right, guys? Do you understand this? When the companies have business, they can pay everybody. They can pay bonuses as well. But when the companies don't have businesses, big companies which are having lots of the reserve money, they might be able to pay their employees from the reserve money for some time, but it's not possible for any company to pay the salaries without any projects perpetually. It is not possible. Okay. So what the portfolio manager does, he ensures the business continuity. So he's a specialist of this line of business. So his job is to promote the business and get more business into the company. And job of the program manager and project manager is to get this delivered. Okay. Now this guy is also the portfolio manager. So what do? Just copy this word, okay, with the space like this much, and do a Control-C and paste it in front of the energy. Yeah, copy. Now paste it in front of the energy. So I want you to mark out all the portfolio managers. Okay, so that this kind of a structure, it stays in your mind for long. So all the guys, those who are on the immediately next level to the CEO, so they would be the portfolio manager. So you put it in front of the manufacturing. And in front of the product development. And in front of the corporate. And in front of the IT. Okay, fine. So, all these guys are all the portfolio managers. And who are below the portfolio managers? These are program managers. So you write the word program manager. So, in real life, you don't have to do it, but why I'm asking you to do it? So that it stays there. Okay. So that you really understand it. In real life, you might not do it because it will be very obvious to you. Okay. Program manager. And you copy this word and you can paste it below as well. Okay. So this is for the learning purpose only. Because if we learn it in details, so we will retain it well in the memory. And in fact, in flight, he is below the portfolio manager. So this guy is also in-flight program manager. So you paste the word program manager here as well. You don't have to type it. I believe it's in the.
Okay.
It's in the.
I'll copy now.
Yeah. So in the next
Do
one.
I still need to paste?
Yeah, you can do Control C and Control V on the next line.
Okay. Oh, okay. Pipeline.
And you put, yes, correct. Very good. Yeah, that's right. So, it will help you remember that what is the structure of the people. So the top person is called the CEO, portfolio manager, program manager, project manager. And I will tell you who are the possible team members under the project manager. Right. And now you paste it here as well. So this guy is also a program manager. Correct. So this is also a program manager. Now, under the energy portfolio manager, we are going to create three program manager. Do you see that we have a new program? So we need a program manager for renewable. We need a program manager for non-renewable energy. We need a program manager for the nuclear. So we need three guys to manage these three new, programs. So what do? Keeping the energy portfolio manager selected, you click on the add button. So it will create a new row. So now you shift it toward the right side, it will become the child. Okay, now who is this guy? This guy is Renewable Energy Program Manager. You write here Renewable Energy Program Manager. Okay. Because he is reporting to the portfolio manager. Okay, now you add one more. Click on yes. Now this guy is the non-renewable energy. So you can copy some text from the top and you put the word non. You copy the entire text. No, the entire text. The full text. Okay. Copy and paste it into this. Yeah. Control V and go to the beginning and you only write the word non. That's correct. That's smarter. And you click on the add once more. Click on the add button. And copy paste the whole thing, what is there in the clipboard, you just paste it. And from here, remove the word renewable and replace it with nuclear. Okay, so what you have done that you have created three positions which are responsible. Now, these three are right now they have been created. If you look at the energy portfolio manager, so what are his current responsibilities? Do you see the responsibility tab here? Click on this. Let's see that what is handling right now. See, if you look at what is handling right now, so right now he's handling the energy group. Do you see the energy group here?
Yes.
And he's also handling the 6 projects. So what are those projects? If you would scroll, you can see the project is handling. So this is the first project, is handling the Baytown TX, and these are the WBS inside the same project. So guys, scroll down. Scroll down, scroll down. No, click on the scroll down button here. So that button is in the corner. So scroll a little more. You will see one more project. Yeah, here is the one more project. Do you see this Red River project? Okay, so
Yeah.
he is managing that. So that is the third project, Sunset Gorge. And scroll more. So he has got 2 more projects. So that makes 6. So now if you go to the top, he's managing the group. Now what we want to we want his projects to go to the program manager, 2 each, right? Okay, because we just created these positions, and if you click this, click on the renewable, you see that the responsibility is nothing right now because these are fresh positions. So you just assume these guys, they just joined the companies, and we are going to assign them their responsibilities, right? Is that okay? Good. Now you close it. Close this thing. Okay. Yeah. Now to assign the responsibility, we have to do it from the details. Now, guys, who should be managing the renewable program? Who should be the appropriate responsible manager?
Renewable Energy Program Manager.
Correct. So what do? You click on this button, it will show you the pop-up window, and you can change it from here. See, you just created this position. It's going to show you the same ones in a pop-up. Now this pop-up will start with a very small font and a small little box. So you need to expand it. You need to expand the column name, and you need to put it a little bit on the top so that you can see the full structure. Okay, so do you see that energy portfolio, and these 3 are here, and you can expand the font size to Vardhana 9 so that it's very comfortable to read at all the times. Okay, so click on this triangle, and you select table font and row. And after this, you select the font size, and in the font size, you select Vardhana, and you select 9 number font. Okay, we have got space, so we will use the 9 number font because on that screen we have. So, once you select the 9 number font, so you need to expand the box to accommodate the increased text. Okay, yeah, you see that? So, every screen, once you have configured, it's going to stay like that. So slowly and slowly, it is becoming configured to your choice. Now, this guy is supposed to be managing this, right? He should be managing this program. Now, what do? Click on the assign button, and you will read the message. So it's going to show you the message. Please read this.
The fee will not be changed for any closed project in this EPS. Please open the project to apply the change.
Yeah, so what it is saying that it will be changed for this only, but for these 2 projects. Do you see there's projects under this programs?
Yes.
See, right now it is saying that these 2 projects are closed. So you will have to open the project because the procedure for applying a manager, the program manager, is a little bit different. See, on the program, you can apply directly and it is acceptable. But if you want to do it on the project, you have to open the project. Then you will come back to the project. You will place your cursor on the project, and then you will be able to change the program manager. So we will do it in the next step. So this is just to inform you that for the project, you will have to open the project. Now, what do? That you click on the OK. Click on the OK. So after that, you will click on the yes to confirm it. Okay. Do you see that it has been changed? Okay, guys, do you notice one thing, that the floppy button is active? If the button is active, it means that there might be some unsaved changes. So click on this button twice. Because why I'm asking you to click twice? Because sometimes you might miss, because these buttons are very small, and sometimes the click might not go to the middle of the button, and then So that's why. So it's fine. Okay, great. Now, what do we do? Now we will select the project and we will give it to the Renewable Energy Program Manager. You select it. You select the project Sunset Gorge. This one, just look at the look at the arrow. Do you see this? See, I'm drawing an arrow, so I'm not sure.
Okay.
Are you able to see the arrow that I'm drawing on the screen?
Yes, I can see.
Okay. Because I thought because the arrow, because I don't know, because the software might be at fault. So I thought, so, yeah, let me confirm it from you, because then we might have to restart the Zoom, because sometimes I draw, sometimes people report that the arrow is not visible on their screen. Okay, now what do? You try to change it directly. Okay, then you will see the best is try to change the manager to the renewable.
How do I change? Oh, sorry. Okay, manager.
Yeah, you select renewable energy program manager. Okay. Okay. Now you click on the plus button and see that what happens. Click on the plus. Now read this.
The project must be open to apply this change. Please open the project to apply this change.
Yeah, so why did I make you do this? So that you understand that on the project, if you want to apply the program manager, it cannot be applied directly, right? So what you need to do, now you close this message box. Okay, now that's a procedure of the software. Now you right click on this and open the project. Okay, so guys, then what happens that once you have opened the project, it will take you into the activities tab. So once you go into the activities tab, so that's not a problem, but you'll have to come back to the projects tab to do something on the project. You see that this project is loaded into the memory. Okay, now you come back to the projects tab.
Okay.
Come back to the projects tab. Now you select this project because that has gone out of focus.
Oh. Sorry. Oh.
Yes, correct. Now you change the responsible manager to the renewable, and it will take. And click on the yes. Okay, guys, do you see that it has accepted the change now?
Yes.
Okay, so that is the appropriate manager because this project is under the renewable energy program. So that is why this should be assigned to the renewable energy program manager. So guys, is this clear that why are we doing this?
Yes.
Because first we created the business structure. Now we are reassigning the new program to the newly appointed program managers. So why do we appoint the program managers? So as to keep the business under control, under the proper management bandwidth. So by hiring these 3 people, we are creating more management bandwidth. Okay, we are able to increase the appetite of the company to manage the projects. So that's why they need managers, and the companies also need a lot of project managers as well, right? Okay, guys, now we will do the same thing to the next one. Okay.
Sorry, sir, I didn't finish the breakdown structure only.
So breakdown the structure of what?
This creating the new renewable energy. He typed right. I didn't do. I tried to do it, but my mic was off. I informed later on. I understood.
Okay, your mic was off, so not a problem. So I'll come to your screen. That's it. So why I'm teaching people in small groups. So everybody gets a personal attention. So I will help you catch up with the group, then we will move on, right?
Okay.
Okay, you show your screen, okay, fine. So we will help you. Quickly, but be quick.
You can see my screen, right?
Yeah, good. So now I will ask
I
you
didn't
for the
do
remote
this.
control. I'll ask you for the remote control and I will help you quickly. Yeah, good. So what we do that we expand this box so that we can see the data clearly. And after that, so this is the energy portfolio manager. Under this, we create 3 child. Now you have created the child, but you have to make them as child by pushing them pushing them into the right side. So you push it.
Yeah.
So select the next one, push it right. And next one also, push it right. Yes, perfectly all right. Now you close it. Close it.
Just closing. We don't need to change anything.
No, here you don't change. You have done the creation. You don't have to change anything here. So you'll be changing it here. Now, if you go to the renewable, so who is the appropriate manager? You select from here. It will be the renewable energy program manager. You select. Okay. Okay. Now, just a moment. So just a moment. So let me help you expand this box so that you can use it comfortably. Okay. So you got to just place it here. Just place it here. Click it here. I don't know. It is being controlled by your mouse or my mouse. Okay. So click it once more. Yeah. Click it once more. You expand it. Yes. And what you do, you expand the column size, the column width, and you will expand the text size. Table font and row. And you select here Vardhana 9 number font. Select Vardhana 9 number. So that you can read it comfortably. You should be using a comfortable font so that you don't make mistakes when you're doing high volume work. Okay. So you expand it. So who is the appropriate manager for the renewable energy? It is the renewable energy program manager. Your sequence is a little bit changed, but you can select the appropriate one. See this.
Yeah.
You see that? Okay.
Yeah.
Now you click on the assign button and click on the OK and click on the confirmation. Yes. Now for the project, the steps are a little different. First, you select the project and open the project. Select the project and open the project. You can't do it directly on the project. So when you open the project, it takes you into the activities tab. So you don't worry. From the activities tab, you come back to the projects tab. Okay. After coming back to the project tab, you focus on the project once again. This is the current project which is open. Now you can change the manager. Now you select the appropriate manager, that is the renewable, because this project is under the renewable group. See this.
Yeah, it's renewable energy program manager, right?
So you select the appropriate manager. Renewable. Select it. Baba, that's in front of you.
Sorry, this one, right?
Yeah, it is right in front of you. Why didn't you select it? Yeah, there.
Network is stopping in middle, so that's the reason.
So now you click on the assign button and click on the yes confirmation. That's good. Now you will do the same thing with the Johnstown. Select the project.
Open it.
Project. Then you come back to the project. Okay. Come back to the project. Select it once again. Change the manager. Okay. Guys, is this clear? So someone else is having any kind of a doubt? Okay. Now I'm going to shift to a Kola screen because you are using 2 devices. He is only using only one. Okay.
Okay.
So,
yeah.
Kola, you please share your screen. Okay. Okay. Now, Kola, just place your cursor on the Johnstown. We want to see that. Have you done this? Johnstown?
Yes.
No, Johnstown you haven't done. So you open the
No.
project.
Okay.
And then you come back to the projects tab. And select, yeah. No, you have to open the project. See, Johnstown, you have to open. Without opening, it won't change.
Oh, okay. I've opened it already.
Okay, so
You can say, would you like to assign prayer for?
yes. Now you click on the yes. No, where is your cursor? See, your cursor is not on the Johnstown, because the Johnstown should be selected. You select it. Renewable energy. Yeah, that is correct. That's no, you have done it. You have done it. You have done it correct. Yeah, good. Now you change for this one. You move to the non-renewable. Okay.
The same way we have to do for nuclear also.
I think I've done that.
You have to do the same thing for the nuclear also.
I don't think. Hello?
Yeah, correct. So you are going right. Yeah. This is the non-renewable. Now move to the nuclear group. So you No. First you make it for the group. Have you done it for the group, the nuclear program?
Come again?
No. What I'm saying, have you assigned the nuclear program to the program manager?
I don't get it. Do you want me to put it as?
No. So let's see who is the manager for this. Non-renewable. No, you have to change it. You have to change it. This is not the appropriate manager.
Yeah, I'll change it now.
Yeah. So that's what I'm saying. You just change it first.
Look, yeah, done.
Yes, correct. Okay, so now what we are going to do, we are going to do a check that we want to confirm that what we have done is right. Now, guys, please take a look at the manager. Is it the right manager for the energy? No, I think it is the energy portfolio manager.
Portfolio manager.
Yeah, so it should be the portfolio manager. So you change it. You change it here to the portfolio manager.
Energy, ENC, is that right?
No. This one.
Energy.
Yes.
Okay.
Now you add the, you confirm. Yes. Yeah. Now check the next one. This one.
This one?
Yeah.
Okay.
Now look at the manager. Is it the correct one?
Renewable, okay.
No, this is not the.
No,
That should be the renewable. Okay. Yeah. So you
Is it
give it to the renewable.
renewable, is it the renewable program man or portfolio manager?
Yes, program manager, not the portfolio, because that's a program. And click on the select button. Correct. And confirm it. Yes, fine. Now you check the project. So this
Hi,
is
sir.
the correct one. Yes, yes. Tell me.
For non-renewable energy, responsible manager is
Non-renewable
portfolio manager, right?
No, program manager, because what we have created is the program managers. Oh, there is the portfolio manager at the top. This is being managed by the portfolio manager, the portfolio. And rest of
I'm asking about the non-renewable energy program, the yellow one.
So that will go to the non-renewable energy program manager, because do you see the word program? Do you see the word program? So the program goes to the program manager. And do you see the word portfolio? The portfolio goes to the portfolio manager, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so just do it that way. Now you check this one. Sunset Gorge. Sunset Gorge. Is it the right one? Correct. Now let's check the Johnstown. So Johnstown is it the correct one? Yes, correct. Now let's check the non-renewable energy program. So is it the correct one? No. So you give it to the non-renewable energy program manager. So click on the plus and click on the yes, click on the yes. Okay, now click on the driftwood, that's correct. So is it the correct one? No, you give it to the nuclear. So, the checking the work is very, very important. Okay, we want to make sure that if I did something, is it turned out right? This is the correct one. This is the correct one. Absolutely correct. Guys, you have checked your work. Is that correct? Did you check each of the groups and the projects? Okay.
yes.
Now we have checked it from the business point of view. We will check it from the people point of view. How do we check from the people point of view? So to check it from the people point of view, click on the OBS. Click on the organizational breakdown structure. Okay. Now place your cursor on the energy portfolio manager. Let's see that what is his responsibility. Click on the responsibility. So guys, do you see that he is now only managing the energy portfolio, which is correct, because he has transferred his you can say the projects to the program managers below him, right guys? So
Yes.
this is what we had intended. Now you select the renewable energy program manager. Select it, please. Please select this. Okay, now he's having one project. Okay, so he should be having two projects and one group. Now you scroll down, please. You should be able to see another project. Scroll more. Yes, another project we have seen. Now you're seeing the group. You scroll down to the bottom, you will be able to see the group. Okay, so after the project, do you see the group he's managing?
Yes.
Okay, yes, so that's correct. So that confirms it. Okay, now we will look at the next one, non-renewable. Now he is managing in-flight projects, so which is wrong. He should be managing the non-renewable, not the in-flight. So just don't worry. So that may have come by mistake or the bug in the software, and he should be managing two projects, but he's managing a lot of things. What happened? And he has taken over the enterprise as well. My God. Okay. Never mind. We'll fix it. Now come to the nuclear. So the nuclear, this guy is doing right. So he's managing his two projects and he's managing his groups. Right?
Yes.
Okay. Now, how to fix it? We will go into the enterprise. And guys, do you think that the enterprise should be managed by the nuclear energy program manager? No.
No.
This should be managed by the CEO. So this is a software bug. You don't worry. You didn't do it. Okay. Sometimes it happens. So you click on it and you change the manager.
Okay.
Which one, sir?
No, not you, not you. It is on a Cola. So you give it to the enterprise CEO and you click on the plus button. Okay. Now you select engineering and construction and give it to the ENC portfolio manager. Okay. You hand it back to the ENC portfolio manager. Correct. You know, even the mistakes, they have a lot of learning value because that will make us perfect in the real life. So
Yes.
check the energy. So let's see if it is still with the correct manager. Correct manager. Now you check the manufacturing, come to the manufacturing group. So you give it to the manufacturing portfolio manager. Okay. And click on the yes. Okay, fine. Now you select product development. You give it to the product development portfolio manager. Click on the okay, click on the yes. Okay, fine. And you click on the corporate programs and you select corporate portfolio manager. Correct. Okay, confirm. And you select the information technology and you give it to the information technology portfolio manager. Okay, so I think this was quite some exercise and you will remember it well. Okay, guys, now what do you do? Save the data. When you have done significant amount of the work, you should click on the save button. Okay, fine, done.
It's not highlighted for me.
Which one?
The save button.
See, sometimes the save buttons on some system might save automatically. So in this case, it has not
Hello?
done. So he has to click it. Okay, if he sees that the save button is active, so you click on it, then you refresh the data. So once you refresh the data, the fresh data will come from the database and loaded into the memory here. So what you are seeing is from the memory. It is loaded into the computer memory. So that's why we say that if you're going to use bigger programs like Primavera, or you are going to use the Stat Pro, which is the designing software, or the CAD/CAM software, you know, all those software, they require a lot of memory because they're keeping all the data into the memory. So they are saving to the hard disk only once in a while, so that you can use it faster, because hard disk is a slower device and RAMs are faster. Right, guys? Is it clear?
Yeah. Sir, that save button completely dim. I can't click on it. Even if I'm trying to click, it's not
It's okay.
active.
It's okay. It's okay. I told you it saved it. Don't panic.
Okay.
Yeah, you will get the chance. Okay. Sometimes there will be some unsaved data, and then you will get the chance to save it. Okay. So
Okay.
don't worry. It is automatically saving in the background. Okay. When we are moving from tab to tab, it saves it. So that is programmed into the Primavera. Only once in a while you will need to click it. If you see it active, only then you click it. Now, guys, so what we have done, that we have basically subdivided the energy portfolio into the 3 sub programs. That is the renewable energy, non-renewable energy, and nuclear energy. And we have also appointed the appropriate managers for them. Do you see the manager here? Okay. For the non-renewable, you have got the non-renewable energy program manager. And for the renewable energy program manager, you have got the renewable energy program manager. So guys, is that right? Is that fine?
Yes.
Okay, now what we are going to do, that we are going to create a new portfolio. Now your boss says that looks good. He says that I want a learning and development portfolio in my organization. What is the purpose of that? He says that we are going to conduct internal trainings for our new joinees. Okay, so if a person joins our organization, so he will be given the training under this portfolio. So we will create this portfolio and we will create a portfolio manager as well. So to create the portfolio, I'll have to use the enterprise buttons. Guys, do you see this pyramid? So remember, the pyramid represents the structure of the business.
Okay.
Okay, so click on the pyramid.
Hello, sir. Hello. Hello, sir.
Yes, yes, tell me, tell me.
Can you please show the activity icon? Actually, right now I have only the project tab.
Okay, you just show me your screen. So let me understand that.
So in the top it is on a project showing, and the activity tab is not showing.
Actually, your voice is a little bit muffled. So can you please speak near the mic so that I can hear your words sharply?
On the top it is only project showing. Actually, I forgot about activities tab is not showing.
Oh, activity tab comes when you open a project. So you just do a very simple thing. So if you want to see the activities tab, you just right click on this project and you open the project. Because you have no current project. Okay. Activities are part of project. If the project is there, activity will come. And if the project is there, then the WBS tab will be also is possible to show. Okay. Click on this. Click on the WBS. You see that now the WBS and activity tab is there. Okay. Now I want you to unload this project from the memory. How do you unload it? You press Ctrl plus W key and this project will be unloaded from the memory.
Okay.
So how to unload? Control plus W.
Control plus W, yeah. Control W, it is mentioned in your that sheet also, because those 3 shortcut pages I shared. So if you keep them in front of you, keep them spread out in front of you so that you can constantly see them, and it will accelerate your learning. Okay.
Okay.
So Control W is to close the current work. So current project. If you close the project, see activity and WBS will be gone because activity and WBS are inside the project. That is why.
Okay.
Okay, sir. Hello.
Guys, done?
Okay.
Done. So we're adding a portfolio now.
Okay, guys. Now we are going to add a portfolio. I'm going to shift back to Cola screen. Okay. So I'm sure, guys, you all are clear on this.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Because when you have a project in loaded into the memory, you can display the activity and the WBS. Because the activity and WBS are inside the project. They are the data of the project. No project is there. No, it is not possible to display activity or the WBS tab. Okay. So if you want to know that what project is currently loaded into the memory, so it's a very, very simple thing. Just look at the top line. You see that what is there on a Cola screen? It says
Red River.
Yeah.
Okay.
So that is why there is this activities tab. But if he presses Ctrl W and unloads the project, so this activity tab will be gone and a lot of the buttons will also become inactive. Okay.
So we closed up. So now it is no current project. So that means there is no project open now.
So there is no current project open into the memory.
Okay, got it.
So why you should unload a project from the memory? See, if it is a best practice to unload the project from the memory when you are done with the work of that project. If you are no longer working on a project, no longer looking at the data of a project, you unload it from the memory. Now, the act of unloading will save any unsaved changes automatically. The Primavera is intelligent and programmed like that. You don't have to constantly click save, 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 save. You know, when you are moving from tab to tab, it will save the data. When you are unloading a project, it will save the data. It will not ask you for a confirmation, so it will save it by default. It has been designed like that. Okay, because you know, the engineers, they have to do things very fast. So it has been designed over last 38 years, maybe in 83. So 83, so we are sitting in 2022, it's now 39 years now. Okay, it's a 39 years mature software. And you know, all these years, some development has been taking place and all others are copying and trying to catch up. And there are certain exclusive features in the Primavera, which is there only in Primavera, not in Microsoft project. You know, that's why the engineering companies, they want to use the Primavera. They want to hire the engineers that know Primavera. Okay, guys, is this clear?
Yes.
Yeah.
So you guys are going in the right direction, be positive, and you just interact with me and ask questions. That's good. I welcome all questions. Okay. You know, that's why I run small quality batches. You know, I don't want to teach Tom, Dick, and Harry. I don't need them. I need serious engineers here. So you go out in the world and create good projects. Okay. Yeah, good.
Okay.
So what we will do, that we are going to create a new portfolio. What your boss says that we are going to start the learning and development process within the organization. We want all the project managers, those who are currently waiting for some projects, so they will come to the training room and they will train the freshers. So we will do it under a portfolio, and these activities will be planned and managed under a portfolio manager. So what do? To create a child under the enterprise, you have to select the enterprise. So you click on the enterprise and click on the add. Okay. Okay, fine. Now you push it just below the enterprise. Push it.
Oh,
Yes.
sorry.
Oh, yes.
No, one step up.
Oh, okay.
One step. Yes, that is the correct place. Now into, so you have to write this name. I'm going to type it for you. Just read this thing.
Okay.
This LND will go into the ID field, and the full name will be learning and development. The full name will be learning and development. So you put, yes, correct. Here you will put LND. Okay, guys. So you have done same to same.
One second.
Now we have created the business. Then we need a business manager also. Okay. Since it is a portfolio, you can put the word portfolio here at the end. You know, this is just to make things explicit for you. Okay. So that the learning is good. It is a portfolio that you have created. So if you've created a portfolio, so definitely you need a portfolio manager. So you just close it. Close this thing. Yeah, close the toolbox. Okay, fine, very good. Now you will go to the OBS toolbox. OBS is for the structure of people. Okay, click on the OBS. So OBS means organizational breakdown structure. So what we need, below the CEO, we need L&D portfolio manager. So place your cursor on the enterprise CEO. And then you click on the add. You click on the ad and you write here, okay, into the text box, you write here L&D portfolio manager. L capital and just like the ENC ampersand, D capital and portfolio manager. Press enter. So once you press enter, the data is created and saved into the database. So this data has been created and saved. Now we have to combine these two, because first we created the business, then we created the business manager. Now we have to assign the business manager the business. Okay, fine guys. Okay, now you close it. Click on the close. Okay, now you select learning and development. Select learning and development and select the manager from here below, responsible manager. And you select here learning and development portfolio manager. Click on the select. Okay, fine. So you know this is immediately applied. Right, guys?
This time there was no pop-up.
No, there is no pop-up because this is a group. Pop-up will come in case you are trying to assign it to a project without opening the project.
Okay.
You get the point. Okay. So that's why. Now, do you see the floppy active? So click on it twice. Okay, guys? Okay. So I'm pausing here for questions. So guys, you have any questions, you can ask me. If you are lagging behind, you come, you just tell me and I will come to your screen. Okay, I will help you catch up with any missing learning. Okay.
Okay.
I have one doubt. For example, L&D or ENC, were you allotting responsible manager as particular L&D only? You should allot the higher authority, right? It's not like that.
Yeah, that's a good question. You have to understand it from the point of business. See, think of Richard Branson. If he's going to manage all this portfolio, so will he be left with any time to spend with his girlfriends? Just think of it, guys.
Yeah.
No?
And how I am asking means, for example, renewable energy is there. For that, we appointed responsible manager also renewable energy person, but we can allot energy person, higher authority like that, not main head.
No, we always give it to the appropriate manager. So why? Because yeah, so let me put the answer this way. See, Kolavale, can you give me the control? Can you approve my control? Okay, fine. See, let me explain this to you. So what you are trying to say is that I should give it to the energy manager and not this one?
Yeah, that's what I am saying.
Yeah, see, let me explain things to you. See, what happens that in the beginning, when you create a portfolio, the portfolio will have a few projects, right? It will start with maybe one project. Right? So your company got a new kind of a project and you feel that it is not fitting into any of the existing portfolio. So you create a new portfolio called engineering and construction. Now you count and tell me how many projects are there in engineering and construction. Count it. They're right in front of you. Come to the demo screen and see. Guys, please learn to react quickly. You count and tell me how many projects are there.
Six.
Yeah, 6 projects are there, right? Now, what happens that after some time, the portfolio manager is bogged down. Do you understand what is the meaning of the word bogged? B-O-G-G-E-D. He becomes tired of managing this project himself because his main functionality is to focus on development of the business.
Okay.
His job is to put the pipeline into the project. If your boss is not having the time to talk to new clients, do you think the company can survive?
Yes,
No.
got it.
No company can survive with new business development. So what happens that after some time, so he says to the CEO that, sir, now the projects are increasing in the portfolio. So you know what the boss will say, okay, fine, you subdivide the portfolio appropriately and you appoint program managers. That's it. So is that
Okay.
clear?
Yeah.
So that a person has the management bandwidth, right? So is that clear?
Yeah.
So that is why after some time, the portfolio expansion, we subdivide it into the program. So programs, we select certain appropriate criteria so that we have a focus within those programs, and the program manager will keep the focus. So program manager is the person who will be providing, using the resources between the projects appropriately, and he will be the person to evaluate the resource request from the project manager, and he will be giving him the appropriate resources for the project. Okay, so that the resources and the money, the budget of the company is utilized in an optimal fashion, right?
Mm.
So that's why we need the management bandwidth.
Okay.
Okay, is this clear?
Yeah.
Okay, guys. Now, after this has been created, this portfolio has been created. Now we need to create a project here. How to create a project in a portfolio? It is very simple. If you look toward the right side, okay. So do you see this add button, the plus sign?
Yeah.
Yes.
Now let me tell you the functionality of this button. This is to create a new entity. If you are in the projects, it will create a new project. If you are in the activity, it will create a new activity. If you are in the WBS, it will create a new WBS. If you are in the resource, it will create a new resource. So the job of this button to create new something. So right now where you are in the projects. So it will create a new project under the learning and development. So you click on that button. So go ahead and click that button. Okay. So guys, you are here.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
This we will learn step by step. Create a new project. Now, the first step, it says select EPS. It is asking you to select an appropriate portfolio, that under which portfolio it should be kept. Since you started with the L&D, it is already showing you the L&D, but don't worry, we will click on it once again for practice. Okay, in case you want to change the portfolio, we can click on this. Okay. So click on this button, this triple dot button. Do you see? Yeah. Now you will see a small little pop-up. So what is this pop-up? So this pop-up in this window, it is showing you the list of the enterprise project structure. Do you see that? It is showing you that. Now, once again, you select the L&D only, but in the future, if you want to change it, you can change it. Now click on the assign button. Okay, so that was for practice. Okay, now click on the next button. Now you write the new project ID. I will type it. You write it as lesson 1. And the name of the project you write in the name, scheduling with calendars. Scheduling with calendars. Okay, so that will be our first lesson in the project management. Okay, scheduling with calendars. Okay, now this is a project that we are going to create. So we have created the project ID, we have created the project name, and then we are going to create more data. So this is called a wizard. So wizards are a series of forms. They collect the data from you step by step and create the entire data. Now it is asking you to select the project start, planned start. So you click here and you select 1st August 2022, 9 a.m. You scroll and you select first. And here you select, you scroll till you see 9 a.m. So it is a round thing, just keep on scrolling till you see 9 a.m. Okay. 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 Now click on the select button here and hold it and hold it. Hold it. So guys, please see that you have the same date.
Yes.
We always plan for the future. So, you know, this is a date which is still, it is still ahead of us. Okay. Do you get the point?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, we should plan as soon as possible. We should plan as soon as we start smelling a project. So we should grab the data and start planning. Why? Because you will be able to solve 90% of the problem by planning early. You will be able to show the project plan to many people, get their views and get the approvals for the resources. You will be able to mobilize the resources to the project site, and you will be able to start your work in a fully controllable manner. The sooner you start planning, the sooner you are in control of the project. Okay. So when the project starts, everything is in place. The plan is in place. The people are in place. The machine is in place. The material is in place. All they do is everybody takes their own printout of the work assigned to them, and they do it on a daily basis. And you just cross check with the plan if everybody is following the plan or not. Right? And if someone is not following the plan, if he's having any problem, you sort out that problem so that the plan goes on smoothly. Right, guys? Is it clear? Okay.
Yeah.
Yes.
Now click on the next. So it has gone to the appropriate responsible manager. Since we are under the learning and development, so the responsible manager is correct for this. Right, guys? Okay.
Yeah.
Now we click on the next. Rate type is standard rate. We are going to be okay with that. Click next. And congratulations. So all the data has been captured correctly. So click on the finish. So once you click on the finish, you can see the project has been created. Do you see that the project has been created? And this is the planned start, but the finish date will not come right now until and unless you add at least one activity. Right? Is it clear? So this is called scheduling with calendars. Okay, so we keep it up to here only for today because we have completed the agenda for today. And talking about the word calendar, okay, so
What is strategic priority means 500 keywords.
strategic priority, right? Okay, you want to understand it. Good question. Good curiosity.
The unit is 500. That's I not understand.
Okay, so let me explain this to you. Let's have a look at this program. Do you see this program here?
Yeah.
See, in this program, there are multiple projects, right? There are 6 projects. Now there are multiple projects going on in parallel. Now, the project managers are sitting in front of the program manager. They are asking for the same resource. There is 120-ton crane which has to be shared. Now, what happens is that if you increase or decrease the priority number, so that gives an idea to the program manager, which is a more important project. So right now, if you look at this, all the priority numbers are 100. See, 100 by itself means nothing. If you increase the priority number, say, if I go here and I increase the priority number to 200, it means that as compared to the rest of the project, this project is more important. Now, this project is important at the second number. And if I create a priority number 175, so this project becomes the priority number 2. Do you see that? 200, 175, 150, and rest of the projects are below the 3. So if one has to decide that which project has to be given the resource first, in case of a resource constraint, only in case of a resource constraint, okay, then the resource will first go to the 200. And if there is a demand from the 175 and 150, then in both in between both of them, it will go to the 175 per. So who decides the strategic priority? This is decided by the program manager. So this field has been provided by Primavera for his own reference, okay? So that he can schedule the constrained resource, means the resource which is available in limited quantity to the more important project first. So importance could be determined due to the cost of the project, due to the very good relationship with the client. You know, there are a lot of factors. And if the client is good and pays quickly, and definitely you would like his project to be cleared first. You wouldn't like his project to be delayed. But this strategic priority is useful only in case you are short of resource. But if your company is flush with resources, you don't need to look at this. Right, guys? Is it clear?
Yeah.
This is just a reference number. Who is more important and who is less important within the program? That's it. Okay. So you see strategic priority, right? Priority means what is the importance in case there is a constraint, right, guys?
Yeah.
Okay. Is this clear? Okay, guys.
Yes.
Now we will try to understand the word calendar, and we will close the training for today. Okay. Okay, guys. Scheduling with calendar. See, what is the major cause of a failure of a planner? The major cause of a failure of a planner I've seen, that is, they are not able to understand or put the scheduling appropriately. Scheduling is where, despite a lot of training, they fail. So I lay more strong emphasis on the scheduling, because the scheduling is also not only responsible for the creation of the correct start and finish date, it is also responsible for the correct calculation of the resource cost, because the man and machine is calculated by the time. If the time is calculated correctly, their cost can be calculated correctly. If you make a mistake in the timing, you might find that on the site, the man is there, but the machine is not there. Sometimes the machine is there, the man is not there. Okay. Sometimes the man and machine is there, but the material is not there. So we need to understand the calendars properly. Now, what is the meaning of the word calendar? Why the humanity needs the calendar at all? Do you know this? So guys, you can come on the can. So we are just trying to relax and before we close this training. It is an interesting thing, historical thing. So please come. Let's understand the word the calendar and why we need it. So guys, tell me that what was the need for the humanity to create the calendar in the first place? Tell me.
I think calendar is very important in any project. That's what I think about. Hello, can you hear me?
Yes. So what
Yeah,
it
it helps you to schedule,
Yeah.
do scheduling, and it's used for so many things, even for holidays and all those, when your holiday is, everything. So that's what I understand about calendars. And it also helps the project to move forward, when the project will start and finish.
So that's good. Yeah, that's good to know. But let me tell you the deeper importance of the calendar in the human life. See, earlier in the early days, since the known history, so the earlier time, the human being was hunter-gatherer, right?
Yeah.
So a hunter-gatherer doesn't need a calendar. So if he wants to eat something, he will just get out of his cave in a group, a bunch of guys will go out with spears, they will hunt something and bring back and give it to the females, and they'll say, okay, you cook it or let's eat it. That's it. That's very simple. You don't need a calendar, because you go out, hunt and get something. You're hunter and gatherer. So go out and get something. Now what happens? So once man tasted the fruits. So then he realized that besides the hunting, he can have the fruits from the plants and the trees around him. So they're also a source of food. Then he further observed that certain type of fruits, okay, or certain type of plants, they grow around a certain season. So he started to keep track of the season. So he started to count the number of the days after that season would come. So he will go out to the jungle and gather those type of fruits. Then he realized that if he would spread the seeds around, so he can grow those trees. And certain kind of food grows very well in a certain season. So he started to create the calendar, because the man slowly and slowly turned into agriculturist, right? So for the agriculturist, it is very important to know the right sowing season and the right reaping season, right or wrong, guys?
Correct.
Okay, so that you can maximize the growth of the plant that you're putting for the various crops. Okay, so there are hundreds of crops that the mankind is growing these days, and it has to be planted at the right season so that you get the maximum growth, and at least it grows. So that's why we needed the calendar. So, there are many cultures that created the calendar. So we are using the Christian era calendar all over the world, but many countries, they have their own calendar. So in India, we have a Hindu calendar. So we are we just moved into the year 2079. So there is a calendar in the Middle East, say they started their calendar later. So right now they moved into the year 1425. Okay. So for all over the world, so this calendar has been popularized by the Roman rulers. So they took it around the world. So this is the prevalent calendar, so that the entire humanity remains synchronized. But in many countries and cultures, they use their own calendar to schedule their religious functions and festivities. So in India, we use this calendar, this 2022 year calendar, for business. Okay, but we don't use it to schedule our religious festival. We use our own calendar, Indian calendar, for scheduling our festivities. Okay, so the calendar exists in a culture, calendar exists in a countries, and calendar exists in a company also. So the work culture of a company could be 5 days a week, it could be 5.5 days a week, it could be 6 days a week. So once we create the appropriate calendar and we give it the duration, so the Primavera will merge the duration and the calendar, and it will calculate the the correct start and the finish date for every task. And it will be based upon the working days and the non-working days and the duration of the work hour per day, right? So this is a very complex job which can only be done through the software. Okay, some people try doing it through the Excel. So, they learn advanced Excel, then they lose the focus of the subject of the project management. So here you can give this kind of complex calculation to the Primavera, and you can keep your focus on achieving the objective. Right, guys? Is it clear? So tomorrow we are going to learn the scheduling with calendars. Okay. And there are 6 lessons in that. We are going to cover the 6 lessons. So what you need to do today, very important task, relax and sleep well. That's it. That's more important, because it will give me a fresh mind tomorrow. I'll be able to install more and more of the Primavera on that. Okay. You get my point?
Thank you.
Now,
Yes.
one more point you should do. Tomorrow, everybody in the morning should ask me 3 questions minimum. Okay. So you don't have to strain your mind. You just keep a notepad with you. The question will come to you. So when the question comes, you just grab it and write it on the notepad. Okay. So tomorrow we are going to start the morning with questions, right? So the questions should be related to the today's topic, or maybe if you want to ask something else related to the project management, you can ask it. But first of all, your priority should be asking the questions about project management. It should be about the Primavera interface. What is EBS, OBS, if something is missing. So you create a question on that and you ask it, right? Okay. Now, guys, the secret to learning is just to learn it like you used to do it in the childhood. In the childhood, we didn't worry about the world. Okay, so you don't have to worry about the world. So you don't have to worry about the Third World War. You don't have to worry about Russia and Ukraine. So Putin and Zelensky, they're doing a good job. Okay. So Zelensky is prolonging the war, so that his country is destroyed completely. And after that, we can go there and do some projects. Okay, fine. Okay. So you don't worry about that. You just worry about your good future with the Primavera. Okay. So maybe one day we will rebuild Ukraine as a state of Russia. Okay. So just don't worry. Okay. God willing, it will be soon. So you don't worry about that. Okay. Fine. So take good rest. Okay. Fine.
Okay.
Okay.
So I have
Thank you.
Yes, you have a
Thank-
question. Yeah, yeah.
no, not a question, sir. Just how to download. I'll share my screen. Can you see the how to
Yeah, yeah.
download the recording?
Oh, the recording. Yeah, recording. I'll tell you that where it is. It is there on your laptop only. Yeah, it is sitting inside your laptop. You share your screen. I'll tell you. Yeah. So
Yeah,
guys,
just
We should stop the recording now.
you should stop it because what I told you is a very, very private information. Okay. Because you know that what is going to happen, I know. Okay, so we are going to close this. So can you please load the Window Explorer? I'll just show you that which folder it is going. Yeah, yeah. Okay. See, Zoom recording, it's here, it's going here. So we had put the shortcut. See, do you see this? A shortcut. Zoom.
yeah.
No, you have to click here.
Which one?
See,
This one?
there is a shortcut already kept on your desktop. Zoom recordings on the left bottom corner.
Yeah.
Click this. Okay. Do you see that it is coming up here? Okay. So, see, what is the date today? 22. Okay.
Yeah.
So, no, 22. Yeah, 22. Yeah, this is fine. The project, I think you had some meeting with this guy. Okay. You had some meeting.
Yeah, I just checked whether recording or not. I should delete that one.
So this recording is developing. Do you see this? Actually, it says double click to convert, but you don't have to do it. Okay, you don't have to do the double click to convert it. So what you do, just wait here, just be here. I'm going to close the meeting. Once the meeting closes, so this will start to convert into MP4
Okay.
file. But this might take 3 to 4 hours because it is having 8 hours of the recording.
Okay, it is one video or it is two videos?
One video, one single video. This is in one single piece. This is going to create the audio file, but the number one is going to create the video file. We need the video file. We don't need this actually.
Yeah.
That is
Professor, I don't have that folder only. Zoom recording.
Zoom recording folder you will find in the documents and Zoom. Okay. So let me check your screen. So if your recording was on, this folder will be created. Please share your screen.
Okay.
Okay. Now, questions, guys, questions. Tell me your questions.
Hello, sir.
Yes. Tell me.
Actually, I have only one small doubt. Actually, when thinking that activities and work breakdown structure, actually, two of them are same.
Actually, you need to speak near the mic because what's happening, your voice is echoing in the room and that is muffling the words.
Now, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you now.
Sir, what's the difference between activities and work breakdown structure? Actually, when thinking, two of them are same. Work breakdown structure, activities. What's the difference between these two?
Yeah, we are going to say it right now. See, when we are going to do this, open this project, see, activities are the actions that we do in the project. And work breakdown structure is the logical grouping of the activities, right? When we logical, see, if I write 1000 activities in a project without any grouping, do you think that will be a readable plan?
No.
Because whenever we are making a product, so we are making the product in some distinct the parts, okay, which are in the project management, that is called the deliverable. Like if I am making a building, Okay, so that building has got many parts. Okay, we can subdivide it into parts. Like if it's a shopping mall, I'll say basement minus level 2 parking, basement minus level 1 parking, ground floor, first floor, second floor. So, all these activities will be put under the WBS of each of the deliverables, right? So that will be logically grouped, and that is easy to plan, that is easy to maintain, that is easy to understand, that is easy to track, and that is easy to pay also. Okay, because the payment is very much linked to the progress in the project. If the progress in the project can be distinctly tracked over the various WBS group, then it is easy to manage and maintain the reports also. Now, what we are going to learn today, if you guys don't have any questions, then we will proceed. Okay, so shall we proceed now, guys? Okay,
Sir, I
fine.
have a doubt. Hello.
Yes, please. Good.
So last night, actually, previous lecture, I got the plan layout. Sorry, the layout of Kolawale. So can we change the name of the layout?
Yeah, you can change the name of the layout. You can change the name of the layout like this. So you first go into the open layout, okay? And if you click here, and you can change the name, okay?
Okay.
So if you want to put something like this, you can do it. So
Okay.
you have to go into the open layout toolbox, open the layout, and then what do? You gently double click on this. It will go into the edit mode, just like you do in the Excel cell, right?
Yes.
And then you can change it like this. Okay. So is this clear?
Yes.
Okay, fine. Now we will try to understand the scheduling today. So the scheduling is one of the most complex, but I'm going to make sure that it is the easiest for you. Okay. So I'm going to start with a document. So I'm using this document as sort of a whiteboard. Okay. So we will go. So you guys don't have to go. You guys just stay here. Okay. So I'm going to open this document, because in a classroom, I would be using a whiteboard to explain something and then do it in the Primavera. So I've created some Word document. So these act like my whiteboard. Okay. So in this, just a moment. So what's happening? No. I think we should start a free trial. Okay, so Kolawale is how does it work? I want to get into the Word and maybe I do a little bit of the editing. So is it in the trial the period right now? Oh, accept it. You accept it. If you don't accept,
Okay.
yeah, you just click on the accept button here. Just drag this thing up.
Yeah, I'm trying to drag it up. It's not dragging.
Oh, what happened? But it should be dragged.
Okay, I've
the default file types, welcome to Microsoft Office, open document formats, open XML formats. So you just have to select one. They are forcing you to do something. Okay. So that is product notice haven't been activated. So activated before. Okay, fine. So that's not a problem for us. Okay. Okay, guys. Okay, schedule is created by the calendar. So these are the scheduling rules, and I want you guys to read it. So guys, please go ahead and read this 1 to 6. Read this loudly, a little bit loudly, so that you can hear it.
Schedule is created by calendar. Schedule is adjusted by critical path, non-working days like weekends and holidays. Schedule is adjusted by dependency, lead, and lag time. Schedule is adjusted by constraints. Schedule is adjusted by activity types, only Primavera. Schedule is adjusted by resource, labor, and non-labor.
Yeah. So why I'm asking you to read it, because when we used to read something in the school, it used to echo in our mind for a very long time.
Yes.
Okay, so that is why we still remember the formulas of physics, formula how to create the area of a circle, what is the area of a rectangle, and what is the formula of the momentum, what is the constant of the gravity, right? So we remember the Baba black sheep. So guys, do you remember Baba black sheep? No?
Have you
Twinkle
any balloons?
star?
Yes. Yeah.
That is why. So,
Remember.
I want you to accelerate your experience. Okay. I don't want you to wait for 1 month, 2 months to be able to use the Primavera. 3 days training and you are all set. So this thing will be used like a handy tool by your brain.
Dependencies means resources.
First rule is schedule is created by calendar. So we are going to start with this one. So I believe that you now understand that what is the calendar and what is the benefit of the calendar to mankind.
Yes.
So the calendar is used by a country to decide its, national days, and calendar is used by a culture to decide their festivities and all that. And calendar is also used by a company and a project to decide the scheduling of the activities. So the schedule is created by the calendar. Then what happens that after the schedule has been created, the schedule requires tuning. The schedule requires to be adjusted. So the schedule in this 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, okay, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, these 5 points, actually they are adjusting the schedule which has already been created by the calendar. So the calendar creates a schedule which is just a plain schedule. Then the schedule is adjusted by critical path, non-working days like weekends and the holidays. And the schedule is also adjusted when you are putting certain dependencies or relationship between activities, which is derived from our engineering knowledge. Our engineering knowledge tells us that which task should be done in a particular sequence. Okay, then the schedule is adjusted by constraints. Not only constraints, but the date constraints. There is some limitation of the dates that we have. So constraints is due to the lack of resources. Date constraint is also due to the external factors acting upon the project. And schedule is adjusted by activity types. And you guys, this is very important. Why? Because if you are appearing for any interview, because the interview is going to ask you these, but these are very easy to learn, activity types, because activity types is a facility which is only available in Primavera, right? And it gives a very finely tuned schedule. And schedule is also adjusted by increase or decrease of man and machine. If you increase man and machine, it will reduce the duration of the activity, and hence the schedule will be impacted. And if you decrease the man and machine, the duration will be increased, and hence the schedule will be again adjusted. Okay, so keep this in mind. So what we are going to do, first of all, we are going to understand that how the calendar is creating the schedule. Okay, so to understand it, so what we will do, we will minimize this and we will go into the Primavera. So let's have a look into the Primavera, how the Primavera is creating the schedule. So for that, what we have done to see the impact of the schedule, so we have created a project plan. Okay, so in this project plan, so these are the default columns we have. Now guys, certain columns we don't need. So before we go any further, let us remove these columns, right? Now to remove these columns, you have to go into the column tool. So you right click here.
Columns, customize.
Okay. Now you right click here. You right click here.
Sorry, we should go to the blank space to get that page. I have the previous one.
You can right click on the top. You can right click here. So what you get is this tool, and you click on the columns, because we need to set up the columns correctly, because there are certain columns that we don't need. So what do? So we place it here. Okay, Now, what I want you to do, I want you to adjust the font size here so that it is very comfortable, okay, to read the column groups. So you adjust it, you click on this triangle, and you select table font and row, and you select the Vardhana 9.
I can't see. Sorry, sir. It is new file or yesterday's one?
No, it is the one that we had created yesterday only.
Okay, but you got the white space, but I'm getting completely Gantt chart and the table thing which you have previous one.
Okay, so let me have a look. So that's not a problem. You can share your screen and we will see. Okay,
Yeah,
so you just share your screen and we will make sure that everybody has the same kind of status. Please share your screen quickly, right? You asked me to fix something, please share it quickly. Yeah, tell me. Okay, so that's not a problem. So you have to open the file, okay? See, you select it and you write, no. Look at the arrow, dear, look at the arrow. Yeah. Open the project, like that, correct? Yeah. So now we should be synchronized from here, okay? So is that fine?
Yes.
Okay, fine. So Kolavale, you please share your screen. And I hope guys you are using the mouse, okay? Make sure that you use the mouse because you know there are a lot of fine things here on the screen. See, if I want to drag it and I want to expand the side, you know, it's easier to do it with the mouse. Do you see that? This is the boundary line. So if the mouse is not placed properly, then you don't get a grip. Right, guys? Is that clear? See, I want to have a grip on this boundary line. So I'm dragging my mouse here. So I'm just putting my mouse and I get the dragging handle. Then I can drag it. So some columns we don't need. So let me mark it for you. The columns which need to be returned are the remaining duration. Return it using this button. Okay. Remove the remaining duration column. Yes, correct. You see the home it goes to? Duration, right? Okay. Now you have written this column, schedule percentage complete, okay? You click it and send it back home. See the home. So what is the home of this? Percent completes. Okay. Now there is one more column that we need. So we need a column called calendar. Now I don't know that where the calendar is, but I know that the name of the column is a calendar. To find out the calendar column, I don't have to open all the groups. There is a find facility here. Okay, just click on this triangle and click on the find. And you type the partial word calen, C-A-L-E-N. You don't have to type the whole word, right? Now click on the find next. Okay, you have located. Now click on the cancel. No, don't go. Just close this box first. Yes, that's the way to do. Now I want this calendar column to be placed after the finish. Okay, now you take it to the right side. Take it to the right side by clicking this button. Yeah, that's right. I'm holding on, guys. Guys, please have a look at the demo screen. Venkatesh, Venki.
Yes.
Hari,
On the same page.
you guys are all fine? Same?
Yes, same.
Okay, so we have to move like we have to move like a platoon, okay, a group of soldiers, okay. So just make sure that you guys are well rested and alert, okay. So that's why I'm saying that the main thing that I need from you guys is a well rested mind and body, okay, because I'm going to make you work a little bit hard today, okay. Now, the next thing that I need, another column do I need? Activity ID, activity name, duration, start, finish, calendar, total float. And I need another column called the predecessor details. Okay, but I don't know where it is. So you again have to use the find tool. Just go into this and use the find. And you just type the word pred, P-R-E-D. Okay, just type first four letters and click on the find next. Okay, guys, do you see the home? It is in the list.
List.
It is in the list home. So list group. Okay, now click on the next, the cancel. Now, what do? You select it and you take it to the right side, and it should be placed after the, no, you select this column, predecessor details, not just the predecessor, but predecessor details is a better choice. Okay, guys, so you have the sequence and the same set of the columns. Just have a look on the demo screen. Good. So after you have this, you click on the OK. And you got to save this layout with your own name because you just created a new layout. Right, guys? So to create a new layout, you click on this here. Yeah, so that's also fine. But you have to click on save as, not save. Save as, because that's a new one you created. Now the name of this layout should be activities layout by Kola. Okay, don't use this name. Activities layout by Kola. You know, sometimes I would put version 1, 2, 3 like that, so that I would know that which layout is the latest one and which one I should be using. Now click on the save button. So this layout will be saved. Okay, fine. So guys, do you have a layout saved in your name here? Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay, very good. Okay. Now, what I want you to do, I want you to insert 12 activities. So what do? You click on this button 12 times. It will insert activities here. Okay, guys, just wait. Before you insert the activities, there is a setting that I want you to do. Okay, just wait. Or you just delete the activities you have inserted. Just select this activity and click on the delete button. So there is a delete button on the right side. If you click that, and it will delete the activity. So you can select all the activities and delete them. Yes. Now, guys, please come to the project. In the project, I would like you to go to the project details. In the details, you come to the defaults. Okay, guys, you are here?
Yes.
Okay, if you are here, from here in this drop down, you select the option fixed duration and units per day. Select this, units per time. Okay, select the second option. Yeah, correct. Yeah, this is the one you select and hold it. So guys, in the default, you select this option. So once you're done, you just let me know if you're done.
Done.
Okay, you're done. Very good. Now you come back to the activities tab.
It will save automatically.
Yeah, it has saved it automatically, because if you're not seeing the save button as active, it means that the data has been saved. Just don't worry. Do you see a ring that comes up here? You see on the Kola screen. So actually it is saving the data. Okay, it is doing something in the background. So, you know, the Primavera is intelligent. It realizes that if you have not done anything, but you are moving from one tab to another, so it will do all the save in the previous tab. Okay.
Okay.
So that's not a problem. So it is not going to ask you for a confirmation. Shall I save? Shall I save? Shall I save? It doesn't work like that. Okay. Because it lets you do whatever you want to do. At the same time, it is observing your clicks and it is doing the save, because only once in a while you will see this floppy button active. So when you see the floppy button active, you just click on it twice. That's it. Okay. Now I want you to insert 12 activities here. Just click on this button. Okay, good. So guys, what you have is 12 activities here, right? And if you would adjust them like this, okay, and activity name, we would like to give more room to the start and finish columns. Okay, start and finish columns, actually, it is having a combination of date and time. So if they have a combination of date and time, so this is what they are going to show. You should be seeing the columns comfortably, right? So you place all the columns like this and the original duration column. So guys, let me tell you one thing, that in the Primavera, the data does not wrap up. So what do I mean is this? Do you see that? The data is cut, but it is not wrapped up. In the Excel, the data gets wrapped up. See, the data will get only wrapped up in the header column, but not in the data cell. The data cell, that the data will get partially hidden, but it will not wrap up. It will not go down. So you make sure that whenever you are displaying the data, you can do a double tap here. See this. Let me show it to you. If the data is hidden, so you go to this corner and do a double tap like this. And it's going to optimally expand according to the largest size of the data. Okay, so that all the data in this column is displayed properly. Okay, so I want you to try this out. You just go to this point. So once you get a cursor, you do a double tap here. I believe that, no, you just go to the, yes, now you do a double tap, quick, kit. Do you get the hang of it? See, I want you to do it once more. See, suppose you are not able to see the calendar name properly, right? Now, what do? You go to this, okay, the boundary line, and click on it, kit. Okay, so this is what people do in the Excel also. Right, guys? Is this clear?
Yes.
How you can optimize the column? The column name can be wrapped, but the data doesn't wrap up in Primavera. So if you want to see the data properly and fully, you need to do a double tap on the header, or you can adjust by hand also. You can drag it to a point where you can see the data fully. Now, guys, place your cursor on the first activity here, on the first activity A1000. Now, this activity has a Gantt chart, but the Gantt chart is not visible because do you see the time scale here? So what is the year it's showing?
13.
Yeah, 2013, maybe 2010 in your case. Okay, now I want to get the Gantt chart. I might have to scroll a lot, but no. In the Primavera, there is a very good feature here. So what you can do, just in front of the activity, at the tip of the arrow, if you do a double tap, the Gantt chart will come and land here.
Yes.
Double tap. Do you see that? Okay, just see this. You try this out once more. Okay, double tap again at the tip of the arrow. Yes. Now you click here on the tip of the arrow which I have drawn. Do you get the feeling that of what it means? It means that if you want to place the bar chart or any point, you just double tap there and the bar chart will be placed there, right? But if you want to drag it, you can drag it using the first row. Now, if you go to the first row, it will turn into a hand. You can just grab it and drag it left toward the left side. So what do? You just grab it from here so that you can drag it properly. Yeah. And you drag it and bring it here. Yeah, correct. That's good. And a little bit toward the right so that you can see it. Okay, now this red line is called the data line or the progress line. We don't need it right now, so you can switch it off by clicking this button. Progress line, you switch it off. Okay. Now, if you look at the activity, it is showing using the condensed scale. I want to expand the scale. Okay, so you click on this button till you get a week and day combination. Once more, and you double tap here so that the bar chart comes back. Okay, now you click on the zoom button once more. Here you click once more. Now double tap here. Okay, and you fine tune it by dragging it a little bit towards the right. Yes, correct. So guys, do you see the bar chart? Okay. Now see this actually there are two layers in it. This is the layer 1, and this is the layer 2. In the layer 2, you know what is the purpose of the layer 2? You guys, do you see a lens here in the layer 2?
Yes.
The purpose of the lens to be able to stretch the scale, but you should not be stretching the scale too far. I mean, too much, because you know that's not going to give you any advantage in understanding the day of the week. Rather, it is going to waste a lot of space. So, you know, you should bring it to a point where it is comfortable for you to read. I think it is comfortable for us to read here. I wonder if you squeeze it too much, you know, it's going to look like this. Do you think it's useful to look at?
No.
No, because it's a dumb software. It will let you squeeze, and it is unreadable. So, you know, what is readable is this much. So if I see a single letter and I can make out the days, so I think I'm fine with that. Okay, so I'm not only saving the space, but I'm able to read it clearly. So is that fine, guys?
Yes.
Good. Okay, now what we will try to see is that we can see that every activity, put it down there. Yes, good. Yeah, that's good. Okay, so now we can see that every activity is having a start date and time and finish date and time. And guys, where do you think the start date and time is coming from? The start date and time for every activity is coming from the project start date and time. So guys, do you remember when you were creating the project, you stated the start date and time, right? So start date and time is entered by the user. Okay, but the finish date and time is created by the calendar. So for every activity, you are going to enter a duration. Okay, so how does this thing work? See this one. So this part, I'm going to mark it in the blue. See, do you see this duration column?
Yes.
So duration column is the column where the engineers use their expert judgment to enter the span of time, and the software creates the schedule. Do you see the red color rectangle?
Yes.
Okay, now how does this thing work? Actually, that whatever you input, it first of all, it goes into the calendar. Okay, so you know your input goes into the calendar. So I'm going to write the calendar here. It goes into the calendar. So do you see that the calendar is here? Now, what does the software do? The software combines the duration and the calendar, and it creates the output called the schedule. So what you are seeing in these columns is the schedule. Right? Okay, guys, is this clear?
Yes.
So duration plus calendar okay, guys, is this clear? If I change the duration, then the schedule will change, right?
Yes, sir.
If I change the duration, then schedule will change. The schedule will have recalculation of the finish date. And if I change the calendar, even then the schedule will change. If I replace the corporate calendar with another one, then I will have a different set of date and times. Okay, guys, is this thing clear?
Yes.
Okay, now let us understand what's happening here. If you look at the finish time here, so the finish time is happening on the 9 a.m. So let us do this thing. So what do? In the last activity, you enter 4H. 4H means 4 hours. Instead of the 6 days, you change it to 4H. Yeah. Okay, guys, do you see this finish time here?
It changed.
The start time is 9 a.m. and the finish time is 1 p.m. So which is fine, right? Okay, now guys, just do this thing.
Look, but for me, the start time is 8 a.m. 2nd of August, 8 a.m.
Yeah, the start time is 8 a.m. because you did not set the project start time, right? Because the project start time is taking the default start time of the calendar. You did not specify. If you go into your project detail, so you just have a look and you go into the dates. Okay, so there is a dates tab here. So let me find out here. Here is the dates tab. Can you please check that in your project dates tab, that what is the start time you have entered here?
I don't have that date tab only. I got general status, resource, predecessor, and successor.
All right, that
Details.
is not possible. So just show me your screen. Just quickly share your screen. Okay. Yeah, just give me the control. Actually, you know what happened, that by mistake you put here 9 p.m. Okay, it was supposed to be 9. See, you see the dates here. So why the dates is not there? See, do you see that what is the planned start time? Planned start time you put it as 9 p.m. So that's a typo. Just don't worry. We're going to fix it. Okay, now you just select it quickly. Select the tool quickly. And you scroll this thing till you get 9 a.m. Scroll the whole thing. It's a round thing. Okay, it will come to 9 a.m. Yeah. Now you click on the select. Okay. Okay. Just don't worry. And this thing also you change it to 9 a.m. Okay, good. Now come to the activities. And you select all the activities and delete them. Select all these activities and delete. Select from top to bottom row and delete them. Okay, click on the delete button. Okay, now what do you do? Okay, just a moment. This highlighter tool has come up. We don't need this. Okay, now what do you do? You add 12 activities once again. Okay, great. Fine. So now it is fine, right? Now we will get back to the point where we were trying to understand the calendar. Okay. So you share your screen. Okay, so come to the activities tab. Okay, guys. Okay, guys, now come with me and you please have a look at the demo screen. See, we have to understand that how is the scheduling working using this calendar. See, you put here 7 hour or 7H, small h. Enter. You should enter, always enter. Without entering, the data doesn't take effect. Now, guys, do you see that what is the finishing time here?
It's 4 p.m.
The finishing time is 4 p.m. Now, what happens if I want to enter 8 hour? See, what's going to happen? So you enter here 8 hours. Now, what happens that extra 1 hour of the work is scheduled for the next day? Do you see that? It is sent to the next day. Now, why is that happening? It is happening because the corporate calendar is programmed to start the day at 8 a.m. Whereas I'm telling my project that any activity which is put inside you should start at 9 a.m. right? So that is the thing which is happening here. So that is why the 8-hour day is not finishing on the same day, but it is getting spilled over to the next date. So 1 hour of the work which should have been finished on the same day, but this 1 hour of the work is being scheduled on the next date. Did you see the finish date here is the 2nd of the August. Do you see that? It is
Yes.
the next day. Okay. Okay. Now this is how the calendar works. So where does the corporate calendar come from? Actually, the corporate calendar comes as a I mean, you can say factory feature. Factory feature. Factory feature means when you get a product, it comes with certain features, which is, I mean, set up in the factory. So I call it as a factory feature. But that doesn't mean that we'll have to live with that or use that only. We can modify this. But first, we will try to understand that how does a calendar work? We have to get inside the calendar. Right, guys, you are ready to get inside the calendar and understand, okay, how is the calendar created and how does the calendar create the schedule? So guys, before we go into the calendar, I want you to notice the Saturday and Sunday. Do you see them in the gray? You see the gray color?
Yes.
So guys, keep in mind the gray means non-working days, right? So this is a company which is believing in 5-day work schedule. So they are providing Saturday and Sunday as the weekends. Okay, weekend off. So in this company, the work culture is the Saturday and Sunday weekend off. Now we will see that how is the calendar structure. See, the calendars can be accessed from two places. One is the enterprise. So guys, please click on the enterprise. And in the enterprise, you will see calendars. And the same thing is there in your panel 2. Do you see that? It is the same button which is there in the panel 2. Okay, so keep in mind from the enterprise, you can get the calendar, and from the panel also, you can get into the calendar. Okay, so let us click any one of these places and get into the calendar too. Okay, so guys, you're here.
Yes.
So please be on the demo screen. So right now, I want you to see something and understand something. When you would be doing something, I will let you know, and I will pause. Okay. So first of all, let us understand that what are the categories of the calendar. So do you see that there is a category called global? So just imagine yourself, you are working in an organization where there are 1,000 Primavera users, and most of them are the project managers, and they need to start a project plan, and they don't want to create a calendar each time. So they want to use a calendar which is highly prevalent, highly common. So those calendars which are highly useful and common, so they are put by the Primavera administrator into the global categories. Okay. See, these are categories of the calendar: global, resource, project, right? So global calendars are those calendars which are commonly useful in majority of the projects. Okay. They are applicable and used by majority of the project. So guys, do you see a button here, used by? So if you click this button, you will come to know that which projects are using the corporate calendar. Okay. So you just scroll down, you will see a long list of the projects which are using the corporate calendar, because the corporate calendar is part of the global. And if you go down, you will find the name of your project file as well. Do you see that? Lesson 1, scheduling with calendars. Do you see that?
Yes.
So this project is also using the corporate calendar, right? So global calendars are those calendars, the calendars which are applicable to majority of the projects, okay, which are useful. So you don't have to reinvent the wheel. If you are a project manager who has joined an organization, you just ask someone that which is the calendar I should be using from the global. So he will point out the right calendar to you, and you can use that to schedule the activities in your project, right? Is that clear? Okay. Now the global calendars are those calendars which are majorly useful. Now we will try to understand that. Just close this box. Close this box. And then there is another category which is mentioned here that is called the project. Do you see that? Click on this. So right now we don't have any calendar there, but let me tell you that what is the meaning of this category. Okay, the structure of the calendar is same. The project category calendars are those calendars which are applicable only on a few specific projects. That is why they are not kept into the global. Okay, because it is going to clutter up the global list. So we don't want to do it. So these are the kind of calendars which might have a very odd schedule. That's why they are not kept in the global category. That's why they are kept in the project category. Is that right, guys? So because these are useful only in a handful of projects, and these are visible only to those project managers only, those who created it for their projects. If you create any calendar here in the project calendar, and some other project manager won't be able to find it or see it. Rest of the project managers can only see what you put into the global. Right, guys? Is it clear? The project calendar is visible only to the project team and accessible to the project team which created it for their own use. Right? Okay. Now we come to the third one. That is the resource of the calendar. So click on the resource group. Now, resource calendars are those calendars which are used for example, there is this guy. Do you see this name? Mathis Lane. So now Mathis Lane is not working according to the normal schedule of the company. He works on particular schedule. So suppose there is an external consultant. Now this consultant is working in my organization on Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday. If he's going to work on Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday, can I use the project calendar to schedule his activities? Because he works only 3 days and my project calendar does a schedule for 6 days. So is it possible? No. In that case, I'm going to create a resource calendar, which is also called a personal calendar. It is used by only a particular resource. So guys, just click on this button, used by, and see who is using this. It is used by this person only. You see that? The name of the person and the name of the calendar is the same. Only one person per the calendar. Why? Because he has a very specific schedule. Is that clear? Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Now you close this box and select this one, Frank Shu. Now click on the used by and see who is using it. Only one person, right? So he has a very specific schedule, which is different from the organizational schedule or the project's regular schedule. That's why. Now you click on the close. After you clicked on the close, now try to look at this calendar. You select the carpenter's shared calendar. They're saying shared 5 by 8. You know, what does it mean? 5 days a week and 8 hours. Okay. 5 days multiplied by 8 hours. So it will be used by a handful of resources. So click on this. Do you see that there are 3 people using it? So why these 3 people are using a shared calendar? Because they might be coming from the same contractor, right? These are the guys of the same contractor. So they come and go and the same days. So they come and work on the same days and the same time. So that is why these resources are using the carpenter's shared calendar. So guys, is this clear?
Yes.
Okay, fine. Now let us click on this, close this. Okay, now what we are going to do, we are going to go into the global category once again, come to the global. And in the global category, we are going to study that what is the internal structure of the corporate calendar, right guys? Okay, so you just stay here, we'll be studying it here, okay? So to study the internal of this one, click on the modify. We are not going to modify anything, we are just going to have a look and come out. So guys, the first thing I want you to see is the time period. So click on the time periods. So guys, the man hours per day is 8, which is right, which is the set standard. Now, do you see the man hours per week? 40. And if you divide 40 by 8, so how many days you get?
5 days.
5 days. Okay, now if you divide 172 by 8, so how many days you get? Check it out. Do it on your mobile calculator. Okay, just pull out your mobile and the calculator on this.
It's 21.5 days.
Yeah, 21.5 days. So for a working month, this organization has a culture of 21.5 days of work per month. Okay, 21.5 man days of work per month. So it's their work culture. Now you divide the 2000 by 8 and find out that how many days they work in a year. So 2000 divided by 8, how much is that?
250.
250. It means they work 250 days a year. Okay. So guys, is this clear? Because the year has a 365 days. We don't work all the 365 days. Okay. So it varies. It depends upon, is it a 5-day week or a 6-day week culture or a 5.5-day week culture, or it is a second Saturday off culture. So that depends. So number of the days vary. They vary from client to client. They vary from project to project. Is it clear now? Okay, fine. So we will cancel this. We don't want to change anything here by chance. So click on the cancel button. Now we are going to understand what is the work week. Okay, to understand the work week, guys, make sure that this radio button is selected on this. And after this, you click on the work week. We want to see how the work week is configured. Okay, guys, first of all, I want you to note this legend. Do you see this? Non-work. So the non-work is represented in the dark color. Now, if you look at the calendar, now let me bring this thing down a little bit here and place it in the parallel to this and exactly this. See how to switch on and off a weekday. So guys, do you see that Saturday, Sunday is marked as 0? Right? Now, when you mark Saturday and Sunday 0, so those 2 days, they become the weekend. They become the weekend off. And in fact, if you put any weekday, which you want it to be as a working weekday, you can even put 1. Even if you put 1, it becomes a working day. Of course, you can't have 1 hour in the working day. You can't have it like that. So minimum you would have is 4 or 8. Right, guys? Is it clear? So
Yes.
if you look at this calendar, they have put 8 in the Monday to Friday. So it means that Monday to Friday is their regular work days and Saturday, Sunday are their weekend off days. Right? Is it clear? So if you put 0 in this box, it is going to perpetually make the entire calendar. I don't know that how far this calendar can go. So I think it is beyond our lifetimes. The calculation of the Primavera might go beyond our lifetime. So that's okay. So we need that. Okay, for that is sufficient. Okay, and if you look at the Saturday is 0, the Sunday is 0. So what does it signifies? If you look at from the technical point of view, when you put 0, it means that you switch this day off. So this is becoming the day off. Do you see the dark color on this column? So the dark color is representing day off. So when you make this day off, so this day off is also represented in the Gantt chart. Do you see that? Right? So is this thing clear, guys?
Yes.
Okay. So this is the way to switch off a day. Now click on the cancel. Now click on the detailed work day. Detailed work hours. Now click on the work week. So let's have a look at the work week. Now, what is the work week? Detailed work week means that what is the breakup of 8 hours per day. Okay. If you look at the Monday, clearly it is starting at 8 a.m. Do you see that? The entire day has been chopped up into 24 hours. So the first one is 0. Why the first one is 0? So guys, you must have noted that in a digital clock at the 12 a.m. it becomes 0. And after 60 minutes are accumulated, or after 60 minutes are passed, only after that you get 1 a.m. Guys, do you see this? That's 1 a.m. So all these bars are representing 24 hours, and they also have in between, that has been sliced into 30 minutes. So that has been sliced in the middle for 30 minutes. If you want to have a starting time like 9:30 a.m., 8:30 a.m., 7:30 a.m., so then you can switch off one of the bars, right? To represent 24 hours in a day, it is represented from 0 to 23. At the end of the 23, it completes 24 hours. So once the 24 is completed, the clock is reset back to 0 hours. So from this point, the 0 starts, right? The clock starts again the next day. Now, if you look at this carefully, so guys, from 8 till the 4 p.m. So guys, do you see any break time?
No.
There is no break time here. And how many bars you can count? How many these light bars? Just count them.
8.
8 bars. 8 bars means there are 8 working hours, but without any break time. Now let us check out that what is on the Tuesday. What is the structure of Tuesday? See, mostly the days will be the same. So Tuesday is also the same. Wednesday, same. Thursday, same. Friday, same. Saturday, same. So guys, if you look at all these days, so they are all having a similar structure for the working days. So that is the 8 continuous hours of the work. The CEO of the organization says, you come early in the morning and you go home early. But guys, tell me, can you work without a break for 8 hours continuously?
No.
No, we can't work like that. So, this is a very odd sort of a schedule. Okay, so normally, the schedule which is created by companies that includes at least 30 minutes to 1 hour of the break time, right? Okay, fine. So keep that fact in mind. So we will create our own calendar with 1 hour break time. So this calendar doesn't have break time during the day. So everybody works continuously from 8 a.m. till 4 p.m. So the end, this side is the 4 p.m. and this side is the 8 a.m. right? And the timing is being represented in the 24-hour clock format so that you can count it, so that it's easy for you to schedule, okay? Now, you cancel this. So guys, is this thing clear?
Yes.
How the daily schedule is done, what is the breakup of the 8 hours per day? Now you click on the cancel. Okay. So after you have clicked on the cancel, so we have seen the calendar, we are fine, we have understood.
Just one doubt.
Yeah, please, good.
Actually, what is in the left is the serial number 1, 2, 3 up to 23. That is none. Oh, okay.
See, just count it. I'll just tell you the once again. It's a very simple thing, because we have been taught in the school that the time starts at the 12. Actually, in the clock, in the analog clock, it is 12, but in the digital clock, it is the 0 minutes.
Okay.
See, do you see this? Just look at the top. This is written 0 to 30 minutes. This is written 30 to 60 minutes. Only when 60 minutes are completed, we get 1 a.m.
Okay.
So that is why the first hour of the day starts from 0, and when it completes 60, if you looked at your computer clock at the 12 a.m., so you will see 0 only here. If you looked at this point, do you see that right now it is saying 0633. So 0633 is somewhere here. Okay, is that clear, guys?
Yeah, okay.
0633 is somewhere here. Here, exactly, right? At this point. So right now, on the side where Polawale lives, so on his side of the planet, so right now the time is the 6th hour of the day and 34 minutes, right? So his bar is pointing here, the 6th one. Okay. So when we start the day, actually in the digital clock, it is 00. Now the digital clock will count 1 minute, 2 minute, 3 minute. And once the 60 minutes are completed, once we reach here, then we accumulate 60 minutes. After the 60 minutes, 1 hour of the day is completed. Then we say, okay, right now, guys, it is 1 a.m.
Okay.
When another 60 minutes is completed, we complete 2 hours. So we say 2 a.m. is completed. So we are at the 2 a.m. After that, we say 2:01, 2:02, 2:03, and 2:60. So guys, what is 2:60? It is 3 a.m. Right? So the clock counts up to 2:59. So when it is 2:60, actually it shows 3 a.m. Right, guys? Okay, so this is how this thing works. Right? So make sure that you understand. So Kola, make sure that you don't run out of the battery. Okay. So make sure that your laptop has the power. Okay. So now click on the cancel. Yes, we don't want to save any changes and click on the close. Now, guys, what we are going to do, we are going to create our own ideal calendar. Okay, so let us come into the Word file and let us look at the calendar. So in our ideal calendar, which is Indian Standard Time, so this is in India, mostly our organizations that work. So let me scroll down. Okay, yeah, and just hold it here. Okay, just keep it stabilized here. Now, in India, we work 6 days a week. Most of the organizations, they work 6 days a week. And guys, which days we work?
Monday to
Monday
Saturday.
to Saturday.
We work Monday to Saturday. And of course, the 8-man-hour rule is applicable in India too, due to the same labor laws, right? We can't make a person work 9 man-hours. And 7 man-hours is not economically feasible to sustain the profitability of any company, right? So we say that 8 man-hours is fair on both sides. It is fair for the employee, it is fair for the employer also. Now, if I'm going to work 8 hours for 6 days, so how many man-hours will be in my working week? See, there are 2 kinds of weeks. One is the calendar week. The calendar week is 7 days a week. But my working week is 48 man-hours. I am stating my working week in terms of the man-hours. So how much will be that? 48 man-hours. Now, if you multiply 48 by 4, so how many man-hours do you get in a working month?
192.
192. And if I multiply 192 by 12, I usually get 2304. But why I'm using 2400? Guys, do you know that why I'm using 2400 man-hours per the working year? To accommodate
Sometimes for
the Saturday, right? Because in many of the months which are having 31 days, you will see there is a 5th Saturday as well. And if you add up all those 5th Saturdays, it's going to add up to approximately 2400 man-hours per working year. Okay, because all the months are not exactly 28 days. All the months are having ranging from 30 to 31, 30 to 31, like that. So that is why we round off the working year to 2400 man-hours. Now, how do we plan? In India, we usually start our first shift at 9 a.m. Do you see that? And then we have a lunch or a break time of 1 p.m. to 2 p.m. And the second shift, we work another 4 hours. So 4 plus 4, that gives an output. A person is able to give an output of 8 man-hours, right? So in the organization, the person would be spending like 9 hours, but 1 hour is for the lunch and the resting time, right? So is that clear?
yes.
So the person joins the company at 9 a.m. and he leaves for home at 6 p.m. So 9 to 6 is 9 hours, but 9 hours is not the duration that he works. He works first 4 hours, then second 4 hours in the second shift. So he works a total of 8 man-hours only, right? So now, what are the off days? Off days are having the holidays as declared by the company. So guys, keep this structure in mind. We are going to create a calendar which is called the Indian Standard Time in the Primavera. So you are ready to follow step by step?
Yes.
So keep this in mind, okay? And if necessary, you can pause, you can come back and have a look. But it is not a very difficult thing to remember. So in India, we are maintaining one time zone, but our country is large enough to have 3 time zones. Why did we decide to keep one time zone? It is due to the military reason, so that we can synchronize our Army, Air Force, and the Navy in case of a war. Okay, so that's why we are maintaining one time zone. Okay, so now let us get back into the Primavera. Okay, in the Primavera, to click a new to create a new calendar. So step by step, now I'll be going a little bit slow so that everybody is able to understand. See guys, whatever we are going to do here, it is not a mechanical thing. It is to be done with utmost understanding of what we are doing, what is the purpose of our actions and what we are going to create. So we are going to create Indian Standard Time, right? To create a new calendar. So we click here on the calendar tool. So click here. Okay, guys, you are all here on the calendar toolbox.
Yes.
Okay, fine. So you will see the existing set of the calendars here. Okay, now to create a new one, do you see this button add? You click this. Okay, now it shows up a new toolbox on the top. So guys, I want you to read this thing. What is written here on the top?
5 days a week, 10 hours.
Kolawale, you see what is written on the top. I'm pointing with the arrow on the top of the small box here.
Yes, I can see it. Yes.
Yeah. So what is written here?
A select calendar to copy from.
Good. Now I'll tell you that why it is written there. It has a very deep meaning. I'll just tell you. See, suppose if you have to write a long letter of 40 pages and you come to know that one of your friend has it. So would you choose to write it from scratch or will you take a copy?
Copy.
Yes, that is exactly the reason. You know, the Primavera is intelligent. It says you don't create a calendar from scratch. Rather, you choose a calendar which you feel is the nearest to the calendar that you are trying to create. So you choose that one. So, and I feel that the corporate is the nearest. So I will choose corporate. Okay. So you choose a corporate and click on the selection button. Now, what it's going to do, that is going to create a copy of the corporate calendar with the name, with the new name. Okay. So now you click on the selection button, the green plus button. Now, in this new row, you type the name IST. Okay. You type the name in the capital IST and put a space and start a bracket. And you write in the bracket, you write Indian Standard Time. You write Indian Standard Time into the bracket. Okay, I'll be back in a moment. Okay, guys, I'm back. Now, what we are going to do that we are going to, we are going to set this calendar as the default. Do you see a default checkbox here? Now, what is the meaning of the default? You just click this. Okay, default means that by default, this calendar will be used on any new project that is created from this point onwards. Right, guys? Is it clear? So default is a matter of convenience. It is just to save you typing. That doesn't mean that every project by rule should be using only the IST calendar. So default is a matter of convenience. So if you create a project, the default calendar will be applied. And if you feel that it saves you time, it's okay, you keep that. And if you feel that you need to change it, so you just go ahead and change it to some other calendar, right? Okay. Now, guys, just do this thing. Click on the modify. We are now going to restructure this because, you know, this is a copy of the corporate calendar, right, guys? So it will have exactly the same structure of the corporate calendar, which we had seen earlier. Now we are going to restructure this. Okay. Okay, guys, just make sure that this radio button is clicked. Okay. So guys, is it same to same? Okay. Now, after you have made sure that this button is clicked, now click on the time periods. Click on the time periods. Now the time periods for the Indian Standard Time calendar would be 8 man hours per day, but we use 6 working days a week. So how much would that be, the man hours for a working week?
48.
48. So put here 48. Okay. And when you do 48 multiplied by 4, so how much do you, no, you keep that on. Yeah. Okay. Now, now you put here for 48. And now you go to the hours per month, the man hours per the working month. So guys, what is 48 multiplied by 4?
192.
So you just put here 192 and stay here. Okay. Don't click on any other button. Just type here 192. Now, the man hours per year we had mandated at something like 2400. We had calculated that it is not 2304 exactly, but it is 2400. So you put here 2400. So that is the man hours per year. So, you know, we are defining this time period in terms of the man hours. So we are defining the days like 8 man hour per day. We are defining the week like 8 man hours per week. We are defining the month like 192 man hours per month. We are defining the year as 2400 man hours per year, like that one, right? Now you click on the OK. Okay, guys. Now we are going to tell the Primavera that which days of the week are the working and which are non-working. So click on the work week button. Okay, guys, do you see that all the days from Monday to Friday are working? Since we want the Saturday also to be the working day, so you can put here 8. We want it to be a full day work, right? Now you click on the OK, you will immediately see the implementation. Do you see that now the Saturday has also become the working day? Right, guys? Yes or no?
Yes.
Okay, fine. So that's good. So the Saturday is also now a working day. Now what we are going to tell the Primavera that how each day is scheduled. When do we start the day? When we take our lunchtime and when we do the second shift. Okay. So the detailed work hours per day would be configured from here. So guys, please click on this radio button. Okay, after clicking this radio button, we are going to configure each day of the week. So you click on the work week button now. So what we need to do, since all the 6 days would be configured similarly, So we should select starting from Monday to Saturday. Okay, you select 6 days using the shift and down arrow. Click on the Monday and press the shift button, and then you click on the Saturday. Yes, like this. Okay, guys. Okay, guys, I'm just pausing here for a bit. So guys, please tell me you are synchronized till here.
Yes.
Now, why did we select the 6 days at once? Because all the 6 days, they are the same. So it is not useful to configure them individually. Rather, select them and do the configuration on the right side. And that configuration, whatever we do on the right side, will be replicated into the 6 days. Okay, so that saves us time and that saves us trouble. Right, guys? Is this thing clear?
Yes.
Okay, fine. Now what we are going to do, that now we are going to set up the working time. So what is the working time? So let me refresh you. So according to the Indian Standard Time, the first shift is 9 a.m. to 1 p.m. Okay. And then there is lunch time. I don't have to mention that. The second shift is from 2 p.m. to 6 p.m. Okay, now guys, what I want you to do, that I want you to make the 8, it is the 8 a.m., the entire 8 a.m. as non-work. So you place your cursor here, place your cursor here on the 8 a.m. Place your cursor here, just click it, man. Okay, like this, and you make it as non-work. Make it as non-work and go to the next 30 minutes and also make it as the non-work. Okay. And after that, we have to basically set up the lunch time. So what is the lunch time? And the lunch time is the 13th hour. So make it the non-work. So that's good. Yeah, so that's correct. So after this, we work 4 more hours, 2 p.m. to 6 p.m. Now, if you look at the 16 and 17, both of them are the work hours. So to the work hour, first you select it and click on the work. Yes, now you select the next half, click on the work. Now you select the 17 is the 5 p.m. work, and the 5 p.m. ends at 6 p.m. So guys, this is your 6 p.m. Do you see this point? See, that's your 9 a.m. this point, and that's your 6 p.m. this point at the end of. So you can see 8 man hours, right?
Yes.
So is this clear? See,
Yes.
see this. If you count, these are 4 bars, and if you count, these are again 4 bars. So 4. Then 1 hour of the break, and then again 4. Now all this setting will apply at the same time on this 6 days, right? At the same time. Okay, now if you all guys are done, see guys, please confirm to me.
Done.
So everybody is done till this point?
Yes, sir.
Hmm?
Yes, sir.
Okay, just guys make sure that we do smaller U-turns, not those 10-kilometer long U-turns. They're not good. Okay, so is that clear?
Yes.
Okay, fine. Now click on the OK to implement it on the 6 days. Okay, now we are going to check the implementation. We have to be very, very careful with the schedule, because the schedule has a great and grave implication on the cost of the project. So please check the Monday. So place your cursor on any of the Monday here. Place your cursor here. So guys, if one Monday looks right, then perpetually all Mondays are correct. So guys, is the Monday looking right?
Yes.
Correct. Then move to the next, that is the Tuesday. Click on Tuesday. Does the Tuesday look right? Yes or no? Yes.
Yes.
Wednesday, check. Wednesday. Right?
Yes.
Okay. Thursday. Does
Yes.
it look right? Does it look right? Thursday?
Yes, it looks right.
Yes. Then we check the Friday. Friday is correct. Yeah. Saturday. Saturday is correct. Then we check the Sunday. Sunday is correct, right? Sunday is supposed to be an off day. So
Hello,
all,
sir.
yeah, tell me.
The higher problem with Monday. Actually, you don't get that 1 hour break.
So on Monday, you are not getting that 1 hour break. Okay, fine. So that's not a problem. So I will just hold the screen here and come to your screen. Please quickly share your screen. Okay, guys, please have a look that what can possibly go wrong and how to fix it. So that's not a big deal. Okay, so something can go wrong and we should know that how to deal with that. Quickly share your screen. Quickly. Okay, now you click on the modify. Okay, after you click on the modify, click this.
I can't click this, sir.
Click on the modify. That's your computer. You should
Yes, sir.
be able to click.
I am clicking, but it's not showing.
So what is the magic that you have done on your computer? Okay, fine. Now it looks like you put your laptop under the electron microscope. We don't need to see that. Okay, you just make it look normal. Okay, I'm just stopping the share and you just fix it and then you reshare it once again. Okay, because that's too big. Okay, I want to see the surrounding also. So first you set your resolution, right? But why your resolution is so big? Okay, so I'm going to point that what you should be doing to check. Okay, first you place your cursor on the Monday. I'm not able to draw on your screen. I just can't. Yeah. Now you need to fix it. Now you just do this thing. Come to the work week. Come to the work week. Actually, you're not sharing the entire desktop. That is the problem. Okay. Now, to fix the Monday, just do this thing. Place your cursor on the 8 and make it the non-work. And the complete 8 should be non-work. 8 hour means the entire 8 a.m. Now, the 1 p.m. is entirely non-work because it is the lunch time. Okay, so after that we work of 4 hours. So these are the 2 hours. So this is this is the 4 p.m. and this is the 5 p.m. Yeah, 5 p.m. is starting from. Okay, guys. So let's take advantage. Just hold it here. So guys, do you see this? Because you know, in the Primavera, this is so small that it's sometimes very difficult to see. Sometimes I feel that when people buy licenses for the Primavera, so they should get a free lens from the Oracle. Okay, so that they can see this part. So guys, do you see this part? So this is 2 p.m. and this side it is 6 p.m. So this is 2 p.m., 3 p.m. This is 15 is 3 p.m. This is 4 p.m. This is 5 p.m. So guys, what is at the end of the 5 p.m.? At the end of the 5 p.m., we reach 6 p.m. So when we reach 6 p.m., we stop work, right? Okay.
Yes.
Now Monday is okay. Now let us check Tuesday. So guys, Tuesday looks right.
Yeah.
Yes.
Check Wednesday. Okay. Thursday. Okay. Friday. Okay. Saturday. Okay. And Sunday. Okay. Yeah, Sunday is okay. Sunday is supposed to be normal. Now you click on the OK. Click on the OK. Because I believe that when we had selected 6 days, you had missed Monday. Now this thing looks right. And you just go to the total work hours per day. Click on this tab and click on the time periods here. So I want to see that what is your time periods. Time periods is correct. Absolutely correct. Now click on the cancel. Okay. Now let's have a look at your work week. Did you configure with 8 hours? 8 hours, 8, Saturday. Perfectly all right. Click on the cancel. Now your calendar is set up correctly. Now you click on the OK to save it. Click on the OK to save the calendar. Right, guys? Okay. Now, Kola, you share your screen. Okay, guys. So after your calendar is saved, you will come to this point, and after this point, so what you need to do, that you need to click on the close. So close this toolbox. So we have a calendar, which is IST calendar. So this IST calendar has been created and saved into the list of the calendars. Okay. Now to use this calendar, we'll have to go into the project and we have to change the project default calendar. Now guys, please come with me and follow into the projects tab. Click on the projects tab. Okay, in the projects tab, you come to the details of the project, and in the details of this project, you come to the default tab. In the default tab, you will see the calendar. You will see the calendar option, and here you select Indian Standard Time. You select here Indian Standard Time. And after selecting Indian Standard Time, you click on the select button. Okay, I'm holding the screen here, and everybody should confirm that you have changed the project calendar to Indian Standard Time. Now, what is going to be the benefit? The benefit is that after applying this calendar, if I'm going to create any new activity, all the new activities will be having Indian Standard Time. They will be scheduled by the Indian Standard Time calendar and not by the corporate one. So is that clear, guys?
Yes.
Now I'm going to create new activities and I will confirm that. Okay. So let us do this thing. Let us go into the activities tab. And in the activities tab, let's add a new activity from the right side plus button, add button. And have a look at and press enter here. Press the enter button. See, whenever you create a new something, press enter like this. Okay, fine. So guys, do you see that this activity is being scheduled by the Indian Standard Time? And look at the Gantt chart. Do you see that? This activity, even though it is the same 6-day activity, but it is finishing on the Saturday. Right, guys? Is this clear?
Yes.
Yeah.
This activity is getting scheduled from 9 a.m. till 6 p.m. And it is not going on spelling to the next day or to the next week. So the activity which has been scheduled for 6 days, having a duration of 6 days, is starting on the 1st of the August and it is finishing on the Friday. This activity is starting on Monday and it is finishing on the Friday itself by 6 p.m. Okay. Now we will see some more things. Now you add one more activity here. Add one more activity from the right side. Okay, great. Now, in this activity, I want you to put here 1 week. 1 week, you put the shortcut 1W. 1W. Now, what happens as you put 1 week, it is getting translated into 6 days. Right, guys? Do you see that?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Now, you add one more activity and put 1 month. So every time you create a new activities, it is created by a default of 6 days because that we had set into the default. Now you type here 1MO. No, 1MO. MO is for month and M is for minutes. 1 month. So guys,
24.
so you are seeing 24 working days. Now guys, what is the end of the 24 working days? What is the end date?
27th August.
Yeah, 27th of August. And why not 24th? So guys, do you see this thing that actually it is jumping over 3 non-work days? You see that? So this is how the 6 days of the work is completed. 6, 6, 6, and 6, right? But the Sundays are not counted. But if you look at the calendar, The calendar days is including the Sundays also. So that is why it is saying that if you give 24 days of the work to this calendar, so this calendar says that you will be able to finish 24 days or 24 working days or 24 man days by 27th, right? Because the 27th will be the 24th working day. In between, you have got 3 non-work days. So guys, please note one thing. The calendar days will be always greater than the working days, right guys? Is it clear?
Yes, yes.
Because the calendar day includes non-work days also, right? So non-work days will be your weekend and your holidays, right guys? Is this clear?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. Now you add one more activity and put into the duration. You type here 1y. Type here 1y.
One way.
Yeah, 1 year, a shortcut for year is y, the letter y. So guys, do you see that the 1y, as you put it, it is translated into 300 man days. How? Because we had stated that 1y, so 1 year is 2400 man hours. So 2400 man hours is divided by 8 is equal to 300 man days. Right? Is this clear?
Yes, yes.
So it is translating the man hours back into the days. So if you put there 24, if you put there 1 month, so it is dividing 192 by 8. So what is 192 by 8? It is 24 days. That's why it is showing 24 days for the working month. And for the working year, it is showing 300 man days. Right, guys? Is it clear? So it is dividing internally the 2400 man hours by 8, and it is translating that back into the man days. Right? Okay. Now just do this thing. Into this activity, you put here 4H. You change it to 4H. Okay, now you go to the right side and click on the plus button to add one more activity. And into this activity, you write here 5H. Okay, guys, now I want you to notice the finish dates, the finish timing of the 4-hour activity and the 5-hour activity, and tell me that why the 5-hour activity is finishing on 3 p.m.
1 hour lunch break.
Great. Kolavole, is that clear to you?
Not clear. Okay, can you explain that?
So someone please repeat that once more.
The activity is starting at 9 a.m. So by 12, it will end at 4 hours. And by 1 to 2, it will have a lunch break as assigned in the calendar. Then after 2 to 3, it will again work for 1 hour. So therefore, this activity is ending at 3 p.m.
Yes, okay. Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah. So because in between there is a lunch time, if I give 5 hours of work to a guy who works under the Indian Standard Time, so he says that, boss, I will finish 4 hours of the work till 1 p.m. Between 1 to 2 p.m. I'll take the lunch, and after 2, I'll work for the remaining 1 hour till 3 p.m. Is this clear now?
Yes.
That is why it is showing you 3 p.m. Okay. Now just do this thing. Go into the same activity and put here 9H.
It will take another day.
So what it is going to do, it is going to convert 9 hours into 1 whole day, and the remaining 1 hour, it will take it to the next day. Do you see that it is gone to the next day?
Yeah.
Because a person isn't going to work 9 hours. Is going to work only 8 hours for the day. The extra 1 hour of the work will be scheduled for the next working day. Is that clear, guys?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, fine. Very good. Now we
Hi,
will.
sir. I have small problem. Uh, Actually, which I placed at 1160, 1150 based on hours. My order is changing. It will not make much of it, right?
No, actually, you clicked on the original duration column. You click on the activity ID. Make sure that your sorting is on activity ID column. Guys, please note, make sure that activity ID column is the sorted column. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
Because you were handling that column, the sorting got shifted. See, if you click on this column, the sorting will shift.
Yeah. I understood.
So we don't want
the original position.
Yeah. So I told you the sorting should be always staying on the activity ID column, and the triangle should be pointing downwards, right? So triangle pointing downwards means lowest to the highest number, right? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, guys. Now we come back to the main point. So we try to understand the scheduling, that how this thing works even much more in details. Now into this column, you put 22 hours. Yes, you put 22 hours. Let's see that what happens. So what it is doing?
2 days, 6 hours.
Yeah. So how it is calculating that? So let me show it to you. So we used to do it in the school, right?
Remember.
So guys, is this clear?
Yeah.
Right. So it will convert the hours into the round number of the days, and the remainder will be shown as a fraction. Right, guys? Is this clear?
Yes.
So this is based upon the Indian Standard Time calendar. Now, if I want to change the calendar of an activity, I can just click here. So just click here and it will show you a pop-up. Just poke into this cell. Yeah. Stab it. Poke it. Poke.
Oh, yeah.
No, not right click. I told you to poke it. Yeah. So now, you poke it once again. Poke it. Now you select Indian Standard Time and click on the plus button. Do you see that the scheduling has changed?
Yes.
Okay.
6 p.m.
Yeah. So you would also do this for this activity. That is this one. You also do it for this one, and you will see. No. Don't do it for all. No. Why are you doing that?
It came down.
See, do for this one. Change it to Indian Standard Time and select button. You see the Gantt bar has shifted. You see that?
Yeah.
Oh, okay, guys. Now let me tell you this. Okay. Now, suppose if you needed to do for all these activities, suppose there are 1,000 activities in which you have the corporate, and your boss says that, okay, now you change the corporate into the Indian Standard Time. It's going to take a lot of time for you to do it, right?
Yes.
Now, guys, have you used Excel?
Yes.
Have you heard of something called macros?
Macro is something about developing.
Yeah, macro is a small program that you can create in the Excel, and which can do the repetitive task automatically and correctly. Okay. So what we are going to do that in the Primavera, the same concept of the macros is called the global change. So guys, do you see a globe on the panel number 1?
Yes.
So that is the macro in Primavera. In the Primavera, it is not called macro, but rather it is called a global change. So we can create a small little program, and this program will automatically change the corporate to the Indian Standard Time. So we don't have to do it repetitively. Okay. And the macros are good for repetitive task, and they can do it very well, the repetitive task. Okay. So guys, you are ready to do it?
Yes.
Okay, fine. So let us learn the macros, and after that we will take a break. Okay. Okay, fine. So first of all, to start the macros, so first of all, guys, just do this thing. Just click on the tools menu. click on the tools main menu, expand it. You expand the menu. Do you see this double arrow? Now, guys, I want you to take a note that the global change button is in two places. The first one is in the tool, and the second one is in the panel number 1. It is the same button. So it is like a globe. And please do not confuse it with the smaller globe on the panel 2. Right? So this is the smaller globe. So we don't use this. So this is for something else. So we use the bigger globe. So this is called the global change. Right? So global change is something that we use to create a small little program, and it will be doing the things automatically for us. The global changes are used for updating text, updating numerical values, and replacing the data in the rows, okay, in the activities. Okay, now you click here on the global change. Okay, so some of the global change sample is there. Some sample is already there in here. So we are going to create a new one, okay? And we are going to create a slowly and gently and with understanding and no mistakes. Okay, guys, you are ready and synchronized?
Yes.
Okay, okay, fine. Now click on the new button. So once we get the new button, so what we get is this toolbox for the modify global change. So first we will give it a meaningful name. The meaningful name we have so that we understand that what this global change can do. So you write the meaningful name as apply IST calendar. Because you know the name has to be meaningful, because we can't run a global change just to know what it does. So guys, would you fire a missile to understand that what it does?
No.
Or you would have a missile with a meaningful name. Okay, on one of the missile, it is written normal, and one of the missile, it is written nuclear. Right? Isn't it good? Okay, so global change should have a meaningful name. Now, guys, let me make you understand that how this thing works. See, in the global change, there are two parts. One is the condition block, and one is the execution block. In the condition block, the instruction which is given in the condition block, it checks for the condition.
Okay.
If, you see, if this is true, then you do this. Okay.
Okay.
Okay. Is this clear?
Yes.
So the red one is the condition block and the green one is the action block. Okay, now we are going to write the condition. Okay, so to write the condition, so what do we do? That we click here, we select the parameter calendar. Now you poke into this cell and you select C for calendar. Not into that one, this one, below, yeah, here. Poke into it, stab it. Now you select C for calendar. You tap the C key. Yes, select the calendar and you select the condition not equal to. And then you go to the value cell and you select IST calendar. Okay. Okay, I'm just standing here. So guys, please confirm that you have done this.
Yes.
Okay. Now you click somewhere in the middle. Guys, do you see that the focus has shifted and the outline has come? Do you see that?
Yes,
Okay.
yes.
This is the shift of the focus. Right now you are inside it. Now click on the add to add a row. Click on the add. Okay. So guys, did you add a row here into the action block?
Yes.
Okay, good. Now you select the parameter as calendar. C for calendar. Click on this drop down and you select C for calendar. And you select IST here into the parameter value. Okay, now guys, let us try to interpret what the whole thing means. First of all, you are checking the calendar. So what you are saying is that you check the activity. If the calendar is not equal to Indian Standard Time, then you set the calendar to Indian Standard Time, right? So this is, so you know, this equal to sign means that this value will be transferred into this calendar field. So we will go to each and every activity. If we find that the activity is not having the IST calendar, then IST calendar will be inserted into the calendar column, right? So this is what this global change is supposed to do. Now you click on the OK so that it is saved and stored. Now this is saved and stored. Now we are going to execute it. Okay, guys, I'm pausing for a moment. Is everybody here?
Yes, sir.
Okay, very good. So everybody is here. So we place it here so that we can see the result clearly. Okay. Now, guys, you will see that it's going to work upon these rows. Okay. Let's see that how it works. Now, to fire this macro, we click on the button apply change. You see the apply change button here? Click on this. So once you click on the apply change, it says that, look, these are the activities I found that it has got the old value, and this is the new value I'm going to push. But you need to please confirm. So guys, do you see the commit changes button here? See, you can either commit or cancel. So you click on the commit and click on the no. No. We don't want to save the log file. We don't want to save the log file. So guys, do you see that all the changes have been done?
Yes.
And you close this and have a look at the schedule. The schedule is working according to the Indian Standard Time, right? Close this box, close this toolbox.
Yes.
Close the global toolbox. Just have a look at the schedule. Look at the Gantt chart. Do you see that? And look at the schedule. Okay. Now it is this calendar which is controlling each and every activity, right? So you could have done that manually also, but you did that using a global change, right? Okay, but to reinforce the practice of the global change, we will create one more. Now this time we are going to do the opposite. The opposite would be apply corporate calendar, right guys? So you're ready for that?
Yes.
Now we are not going to do it from scratch. Rather, we will use the copy paste method. We will make a copy of the existing global change, and then we will modify that to create the corporate one. Okay. Now, once again, click on this tool, the global change tool. And then guys, what do? You click on the copy, but make sure that the apply IST calendar is selected. Click on the copy button. So once you clicked on the copy, guys, do you see now the paste button is active? Yeah. Now you click on the paste, a copy will be created. Now, what you need to do, you need to get into this and you change the name to apply corporate calendar. Replace the name with apply corporate calendar. Correct. Apply corporate calendar. And go to the end and you replace the one, remove the one so that it just is the word corporate. Corporate. Actually, the word is corporate. Corporate. C-O-R-P-O-R. After the P, you just remove the E and put O. After the P, remove the E and put O. And press enter. Press enter to save it. Okay. So after this is saved, we are now going to modify this. Okay. Get into the modify mode. Click the modify button. Now you change the parameter value to corporate. And here also you change it to corporate. Instead of the IST, you select corporate. No. You click on, no, Baba, you just click on this. I am pointing it to you with the arrow. Look at the arrow. Yes, yeah. Corporate, yeah, corporate. Correct. Now here also you select and change it to corporate. So what we are saying is that here, go and check every activity. If you do not find the corporate calendar, then you give it the corporate calendar. Okay. Now you click on the OK. Okay, guys, is that fine? Okay. Now we will see that in action. So when we fire the dynamite, we watch it from a distance, right? Okay. Now, okay. First of all, guys, please confirm you are all done till this point.
Yes.
So
Yes.
you have modified and created the new one. Okay. Now we will run it using the apply change button. So click on the apply change. And it says that, look, these are so many activities I found with the IST and the new value should be corporate, right? Okay. So then you have to confirm it. So what do? You click on the commit changes and you say no.
Why we should say no? Is any particular reason?
Because that is going to create a log file and we don't want any trash. Do you want to keep trash, a lot of trash on your hard disk? So that's why we say
No.
That's why we say no to the log file. We don't need it. We don't want to keep a record. So guys, do you see that it has applied the corporate? You see that?
Mm.
In a flash. Now, if I ask you guys, please switch back to the IST.
Apply IST then.
Yeah, click on the apply change. Now you close it. You're done. So guys, do you realize how much productivity it can give you?
Yeah.
So that's good. If you have large number of changes to be done, and if you're smart enough, you can create a global change and you can run the global change and it works like a robot. Okay. It does the repetitive task where we can make a mistake. A person can do a repetitive task over the last 10 years, but still there is a chance he can make a mistake. But if it's a robot or a machine, and if you give it the same set of instructions, and it will do repetitively without any mistake. Right, guys? Is this clear?
Yeah.
Yes.
So, so what is the lesson that we have learned in this one? Schedule is created by calendar, right? And plus, as a bonus, we have also learned the global change, right?
Yes.
Is this clear? So global change is normally used for doing simpler things like updating text, updating some numbers. But I have taught you something, a high level thing, change the data. So, changing the calendar. So nobody has used it like that, but I get many clients. So they come to me with the wrong data. They say that, look, someone applied this calendar by mistake. So can you please change this? I say that, okay, just give me 24 hours time. Okay, I'll get back to you. Fine, guys, is it clear?
Yeah.
Sometimes
we can change immediately.
So sometimes that's good business. So I can tell the client I worked really very hard all night, right?
Okay.
So you can also do that in the future if you're smart enough and you can run your own consulting. So you can do a lot of things quickly, right? So you don't always have to work hard. You should work smart as well, right?
Yes.
Okay, fine. So now I'm pausing for questions. Any kind of questions you have. Questions related to the calendar, global change. No? No, the questions at all?
The calendar topic is in because if we want to add a holiday, like public holidays, is it possible to add a public holidays in calendar?
That's a good question. Yeah, you are going in the right direction. That is in the next lesson. See, we just created the schedule. The schedule is a baby. The baby will be sent to the school. It will be taught that how to apply the holiday, how to behave when you reach when you see a critical path. Yes, that is the next. Good question. Yeah. Okay, fine. Now we are going to close this project. How do we close? Control W. So once we do the Control W, it will also save the data.
Okay.
We should press Control W.
And then say yes. So do you see that your lesson 1 has been saved here?
Yes.
Okay. Now we are going to create the lesson 2 using the copy paste method. Okay. Just right click here and copy. Right click here and click copy. Select copy. Good. Now place the cursor on the parent on the WBS and paste it. Correct. And right click and paste it. It will create a copy. And click OK. It will come up 3 times. Okay. And OK. So guys, do you see a copy has been created with -1-1?
Yes.
You change it to lesson 2 like this. And what should be the name of the lesson 2? The name of the lesson 2 we can get from the scheduling rule number 2. So if I go into the Word file, so you put there critical path and holidays. You write the name of this lesson number 2. You can just double click here. See, you just double click here and you wipe this out and you write here critical path and holidays. Okay. Okay, fine. Now we take a break and we will come back after the break and work on this, right?
Okay. Okay.
So during the break time, I'm going to pause.
Hello.
Yes. So please share your screen.
Okay.
Okay. Now you open the lesson 2.
Recording in progress.
Open the lesson 2. Okay. Now, I want you to remove this column. We don't need it now. Okay. So we are done with this. So I'm sure you know that how to remove this column. Kolawole, please remove this column.
This column?
The calendar column.
Oh, yeah. Okay. Calendar column.
Yeah. So if you want to adjust the column, you go into the column tool and you send it back home and see it goes back to the home general. So, okay, guys, please remember this fact. Okay. So the calendar column, it lives in the general. So since you made a change in the layout, so you should save it, right? Okay, is this clear?
Yes.
Now, we will understand the critical path. See, the guys, did you note one thing? That the project timeline is equal to the longest activity. You see that?
Yeah.
Okay. Now, just do this thing. Reduce the activity duration of this one to 2 weeks. You write here 2 weeks. Then see that what happens. Okay. So 2 weeks, and this is reduced, but it is still equal to the longest one only, right? It is still equal to the longest one only. Okay, now what do you do? In the see, in those days where there was no computer, so people were doing this manually. You know, they used to have big draft board, and they used to draw these Gantt charts with hand. So what the project manager will do, he will look at the longest path, because you know this longest path is having the potential to delay the project. See, if any of these activities are delayed, so you know they still have some gap, so which is called the float. Okay, so float looks like this. So they will draw the float like this. The float is like this. But this activity, which is the longest one, this does not have any float. Because if this activity is delayed, so it will delay the project. So what they will do, that they will take a red pen and they will put a red pen across this activity, which is the longest one. Because the longest activity does not have any slack or the float or the gap from the finish date, because the longest activity itself is defining the finish date of the project. Okay, so when Primavera was introduced in 1983, actually the computer CPUs were not so powerful. Okay, so what the project managers will do, they will first create a plan, and then they will click on the schedule button. So you know what the computer will do? It will calculate the schedule slowly and slowly over each of the activities. It will go through the relationship, and then it will create the schedule. Okay, then it will create a correct start date and finish date for each of the activities. So that would take time. So where is the scheduling button? Here. So if you click on this button, so you will be getting the scheduling options. So please click on this button, schedule button. This one. Do you see there is a clock-like button here? Okay, and click on the schedule. So once you clicked on the schedule, do you see that this activity has been turned red? Because why? Because this is the critical, and its distance from the finish date is 0, because it itself is defining the finish date. Now, if you looked at the float for this activity, do you see that the float for this activity is 0? So float means the gap of an activity from the finish date. So do you see that? And the rest of the activities do have some amount of the float, so which is mentioned in the float column. Okay. Now guys, now just do this thing. Go to this activity, the first one, and make it into 3 weeks. Go into the activity 1000 and turn its duration into 3 weeks. Now, what do you see? This has become the longest, but the computer has not updated, right?
Yeah.
In fact, this should be in red color and that should be in gray color, because right now it is in the manual mode. Why it kept in the manual mode? Because the CPUs were not so powerful. If it would do a computation after each change you make, that would hang the computer. So, you know, in earlier days, the computers would do a lot of things in batch mode, not in the real-time mode. Okay. Now we are going to change it into the real-time mode. So after each change, it will recompute the critical path. Okay. So let's do this thing. Let's go into the schedule button and we will switch over to the automatic mode. Why? Because if you have a CPU which is powerful and fast, you can set it to calculate in the real-time mode. Now you click on the options and I'll pause here for a moment. So guys, please tell me, you are here in the schedule options toolbox?
Yes.
Yes.
Now read this. You read this checkbox?
Schedule automatically when a change affects dates.
Yeah, any kind of a change, if you are setting up a relationship or if you're changing the duration. So schedule automatically when a change affects dates. So what do? You just click here. Okay, is this clear? Okay, after this, you click on the close and click on the yes, and you click on the schedule button to implement it. So once you implement this change, now the software is going to work in the automatic mode. Now, and go and change the duration of this activity to 18.
Sorry, to 18 days?
Yeah, to 18 days. So guys, what do you see? When you change it to 18, this also becomes a critical because it is equal to the longest path, and there are two longest paths in the project. So a project can have multiple critical paths also. In fact, it has. So at least one critical path will be always there, right? And the rest of the activities, the gap thing is represented by a black line, which is called the float. This is called a float. So float, it actually represents that how far they are from the finish date of the project. So the finish date of the project is represented by this line. Okay, so this is the finish line. So this is the distance, and the number of the days that they were distant from the finish date. Do you see the total float column here? And if you look at the total float of these two activities, it is 0. Do you see that?
Yeah.
Because these are the two activities, they are touching the finish date. Not only they are touching, but in fact, they are defining the finish date. Okay. Now, if I want to see the float lines, okay, if I want to see the float lines in automatic fashion, so what do? I can set up Primavera to show me the float lines, to show me the float bars. So you right click here. So right click here on the blank space, and then you select bars. So after you have selected the bars, so guys, you are here in the bars of the option, you just scroll down. Scroll down to the bottom. Yes, correct. You scroll down to the bottom So, you will see two bars. One is the float bar you selected, and one is the negative float bar. You select that one also. Yeah, check box it. Correct. So, guys, have you selected these two?
Yes.
These two,
Yes, sir.
float and the negative float bar. Now click on the OK and exit from here. Apply and exit. Click on the OK button. Okay, guys. So guys, do you see these float bars? So these float bars would be on the activities which are distant from the finish date of the project, and the activities which are defining the finish date. So they would be defined in the red color, and they won't have any float because there is no room for float, right? Okay. Now let us do this thing. Okay. So let us join three activities and see that what happens. So guys, just do this thing. Select three activities in a sequence. Like I would ask Cola Wallet to select 10, 20, and 30. Yeah, select these three activities. No, you have to select them. Yeah, shift key, press the shift key and the down arrow. Yes, now you right click on them. And after right clicking, click on the link activities. Link. So guys, as you link them, it forms a chain. So this chain also equals 18 days. Immediately the three activities, they turn red. Do you see that? Because the three activity, they add up to the 18 days duration. So
Sorry, after selecting three activities, what I should go? Right click and
right click and link. Do you see that link?
yeah, link numbers. Yeah.
So link the activities. Now what will happen? This will create a simple finish to start relationship between the activities. Okay. Now,
It is a default format for finish to start.
yeah, the finish to start is the default because the finish to start is the most common relationship in the world. So majority of the activities in this world, they happen to be in the finish to start relationship. So it is programmed by default into the link. So that's why the link activities have been provided as a convenience, but that doesn't mean that there is no option to select like start to start or finish to finish or start to finish. We'll see it in the next lesson. So here we are using it as a convenience. So what we are trying to understand is the critical path. See why the critical path is critical. Let me ask you a simple question. Okay. So you will understand that why the critical. Suppose if a person is working on the activity A1000, okay, if he is absent for 2 days, is it going to delay the project or the project can finish on time?
No, it will delete the project.
It will delay the project. Now, if another person is working on the activity 1040, you see that 1040 has a 12 days float. Now, if this guy takes a 2 days leave, is it going to delay the project?
No.
No, it's not going to delay the project because he's consuming 2 days out of the 12 days float. So he can take a leave on these 2 days. It's still fine because he still has a lot of gap from the finish date. So this has got a lot of flow. Now that is why the critical path is very important, because the critical path is not only the longest path, but if any activity is delayed on the critical path, so that can push the promised finish date of the project. So I'm sure that guys, you don't want to look bad on your promise, written promise, contract. In the contract, it is written by the company that we will deliver the product on this date, complete and correct according to the quality acceptance criteria, right? If the quality acceptance criteria is okay, then the product is acceptable as good, right? Or else your project will be delayed. So every professional project management or the provider of the service, provider of construction company, anything, a company which makes something, manufactures something, they want to look good on their at least the promise for the schedule. So no company can afford to delay, because in certain projects of the government, so there are penalty clauses. Okay, so the delay is not acceptable. So what do? That we try to understand that how we can make sure that our critical path is not delayed. Any activity on the critical path is not delayed. So for that purpose, so what we do, we call for a critical path meeting. Okay. And we ensure that in the critical path meeting, men, machine, material, and cash is always available without any shortage. Okay. So now how to call for the critical path meeting? First, you complete the planning, and you also make sure that the planning is correct regarding the duration and relation.
Hello,
After,
sir.
yeah, tell me.
Actually, just one doubt. Actually, 3 activities we selected right now,
Yeah.
which means that the second activity can be only start when the first activity is just completed.
Yeah. So, we have used a simple relationship of finish to start, but, there can be any other type of relationship also. Okay. So it is a finish to start only to create a sequence. Okay. Only to create a sequence, nothing else. So right now we are not discussing the relationship. So don't think on that. Just try to think that how to plan for the critical path so that any activity on the critical path is not delayed. We have to understand it practically. Okay. If you know Primavera, how to use it, but if you're not controlling the critical path activities, then you will still face a delay in the project. So that is not going to give you any benefit of learning the Primavera. If you're learning the Primavera, then you should be able to finish all your milestones on time and all your activities on time, and you should be able to finish your project on time, right? That is the real benefit. So that is why we must control the critical path. Now, we completed the planning. So everybody confirms that it is complete and correct. So then what do? We set a critical path filter. We want to see only the critical path and plan for it. So guys, do you see a filter? So it's a sort of a funnel. Okay. So that represents the filter button. So please click on this. And after that, you will select the option critical. Do you see that option critical? Select the checkbox and click on the OK. OK will apply and close the box. So guys, do you see that only critical path activities are displayed here?
Yes.
Because this has been filtered. Now, we will call for this critical path meeting. Okay. We'll call for
So, Professor, I have a small doubt.
Yeah. Tell me.
If all activities have the same, almost same day at ending, then how the critical path will be selected?
If all the activities have the same.
Yeah, it's almost same, maybe, or same.
Yeah, so that will be the next thing. So we will, so that will be called the near critical path. Okay, so first let us understand the critical path. Then we will understand the near critical path. The question is very good. Yeah, you're thinking in the right direction. That's good. Okay, yeah, I'll explain that also. So first of all, what do we ask in the critical path? So guys, how many activities are here? Just count.
5.
5 activities. So you are going to call 5 people because the 5 activities are responsibility is given to the 5 people. So you will call these 5 people, and here is the first question that you are going to ask them. So guys, what is the question? Read it.
Are you planning to take any leave?
Are you planning to take any leave during your activity?
Yes. You have to ask it explicitly. So because when you are doing the planning, you must ask this question to your team members after the planning is completed. Show them the critical path. And you call these guys, you ask them, because if any of them takes a leave, so this guy could be taking a leave here, or maybe this guy or this guy, if any of them takes leave, so that's going to push. So if it is getting pushed, so then what happens? So if these guys take a leave during their activity,
it's going to affect
it is going to delay the delivery of the product or the outcome of the project. If the answer is no, you are fine. If the answer is yes, then what you should do, you should try to negotiate. Why don't you take the leave maybe before or after your activity? So that would solve the problem. But if this guy says, no, boss, I'm going to get engaged, I'm going to get married, so I have a little function in my family, my wife is going to deliver in the middle of my activities. So those are the kind of leaves which are not negotiable. You can't. So what you should do, that in case the person has to compulsorily take the leave, okay, or it is very, very important for him to take the leave, so you will have to do this thing. So guys, do you read the answer?
Yes.
Yes, arrange for equally skilled human resource.
Yeah, you have to make sure that there is another person to stand in for that, for the person who's gone on to the leave. So you have to arrange for equally skilled human resource to replace that one, to work for that person while that person is on the leave, because it's very important for him to take the leave, right? Okay, fine. Now, the second question you are going to ask, okay, guys. So what is the question? Next one.
Is there
Any
any machine that can
machine-
break down your activity?
Yeah, we first ensured for the man. Now we need to ensure for the machine. If he says no, you are fine. If he says yes, then what should you do?
Replace it.
Okay, guys, look at the answer.
Yeah.
Yes, arrange standby and send it to preventive maintenance.
Yeah, so whatever seems clever, you do it, right? So arrange for a standby. So guys, let me give you the example of a standby. So guys, do you have a fifth tire in the car boot?
Yes.
Yeah.
What is the purpose for that? If you remove that,
case of
it can
danger.
save a lot of fuel if you remove that, but you still want to keep that in your car. But for what purpose?
In case of any emergency.
What kind of emergency? If you're traveling on a long drive and what happens that one of your car tires goes flat or it is damaged, so you can pick that one and replace it. So that is
yes.
of equal diameter, right? It's not different. It is the same one. So that is why we must have equal resource each time. If human resource is missing, so we must substitute, pre-arrange for an equally skilled resource. And if a machine goes bad, we have the equal machine as a standby, or we can send this one for the preventive maintenance. Okay. So do you know what is preventive maintenance? You have seen it many times happening. Guys, do you know what is preventive maintenance? Maintenance will be aimed to find that what can go wrong and you just fix that component or you replace that component. You must have seen that. See, whenever you get down from the aircraft, if you have looked back, whenever you are getting down using a ladder, you must have seen that there are many people, they immediately come and surround the aircraft and they are checking the various parts of the aircraft, right? Why they are doing it? They are doing preventive maintenance for the return flight or the next flight, right? Is this clear?
Yes.
Every time an aircraft lands, they have to do preventive maintenance. It's a norm and it makes sense also. So can you stop the aircraft in the midair and fix something? No.
No.
Because the aircraft is flying on the critical path, no? You can't stop it. And so does your project. Your project also flies on the critical path only, guys. So you can't stop your project. Can you stop your project to fix something? No, that doesn't make sense. So, so you should know, just like a pilot, so he will do a lot of cross-check before taking the flight. Even there are a lot of expert people to do preventive maintenance, but he will do his own cross-check. Okay. So before the next set of the passenger, they board for the return flight. Now the third question. Okay, guys, tell me. What is the question?
Is there any material which can run in short supply?
So guys, just imagine man is there, machine is there, but the material is not there. So do you think the activity can be done?
No.
No.
Hmm? Car is there, driver is there, but the car fuel is not there. So can the driver use the car?
No.
No, he can't use it. So we need material also. So what you should do, if the guy says yes, there is a possibility of a material going in short supply in the middle of my activity. So what you should ask him to do, you say order it now. So at least you would come to know if it can face any problem in the middle of the project. Because if the supplier says, look, I am running in short supply due to the Russia-Ukraine war. So what do? You find another supplier, that's it. Okay. So, okay, is this clear, guys?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, now there is a fourth one. The fourth one is like this. So, guys, please read the question.
Is there any subcontracted work which require large cash approval?
Now, what is the potential problem it can cause? Because it's a large cash and the approval process can take time. If he says yes, you say take the approval now. Right, guys? Is this clear?
Yes.
Because the person should not be wasting time in the middle of the activity to get some approvals for some money. That doesn't make sense. So, you can create a rule like this in your mind, 3M plus 1C rule to check on the critical path activities. Right, guys? 3M plus 1C. So what is 3M? Can you please tell me?
Machine,
Man,
machine,
material.
material.
And 1C is the cash. So you have to check for the 3M plus 1C because these are called known risk. So there is a known risk of any resource going short. So you prevent that risk by taking cognizance of it before starting the project. So guys, if you have taken the training from me, in the future you should conduct this meeting. If you are the project manager, you should call your team members, those who are working on the critical path, and you should ask them this question. Okay, or at least you should try to find it. If any of the critical path activity can be delayed due to lack of any one or a combination of these. Right, guys? Is this clear?
Yes.
Okay, so this is called the critical path meeting. So critical path meeting is the known risk. So we are trying to prevent a known risk. So what is the difference between known and unknown risk? So the known risk is the shortage of resource. So we make sure that the resource is plenty on the critical path. And what is an unknown risk? Unknown risk is a risk which you cannot predict. Can you predict earthquake? Can you predict the next wave of the COVID? No, you can't predict. So can you predict floods? No, you can't predict the floods. Can you predict that if the political situation will go bad around the site where you are going to do your project and it can stop the project? Okay. So there are many things which you can't predict. Okay. Right. So these are called unpredictable risks. So unpredictable risks are dealt with as they happen, and they are also mentioned in the contract as force majeure or acts of God. Right. So guys, you cannot predict this, but definitely you can predict that what materials, man, machine, material, and cash you need on your critical path. So at least the critical path should not be delayed, because this is a known risk. And known risks are also preventable risk, right? Just like we prevent ourselves from contracting the COVID, because it's a known risk. If I go into crowded places, so I should be going out with a mask. So when I come back home, so I should sanitize my hands. If I touch any surface, so I should sanitize my hand. Okay, so I should take these precautions, right? So that is going to keep me safe. So because that's a known risk, and there could be an unknown virus also, which we don't know, so we can't deal with it right now. But if we come to know about a known risk, so we should first of all try to prevent it. So that's why we should call for a critical path meeting to prevent delay of any critical path activity due to lack of the resources. Right? Is it clear, guys?
Yes.
So known risk should always be prevented. Okay. Now, what we are going to do, we are going to understand the near critical path. So once the critical path has been understood, so we will learn about the near critical path. So guys, what I want you to do, I want you to remove the filter. So go on to the filter button and click on all activities. So once you click on all activities, it will remove all filter, because you could be using multiple filters. So if you click on this checkbox on the left top corner, all activities, so that removes all the filters. Then you click on the OK. Okay, so all the activities are now back. Now guys, just do this thing, go to this last activity and you make it as 15 days, 15. So guys, do you notice one thing, that this activity is very near to the finish date, but it is not touching the finish date. So it has not been marked as critical, right? But it has been observed that sometimes when you are doing a project, some of the activities which are very near critical activities, and they also have the potential to delay the project. They expand beyond the existing critical limit, and then they also delay the project, right? So is this clear?
Yes.
Yeah.
So they also have the potential to delay the project. So, then we say that, okay, fine. So let us devise a policy. Let us say if any activity falls within 3 days from the finished project boundary, project finish date, so that will be also treated equally as critical activity, and we will also prepare for that, just like we prepare for the critical path activities. So we will also prepare for those activities as equally good as the critical path activities. Now, how to implement this policy? See, you make one more activity as 15. So this one also you make as 15. So let's have 2 near critical activities. Okay, so you turn this into 15 days. Okay, now these 2 activities are near critical activities, but not critical activities. So our policy says that any activities which is even 3 days short of the finish date. So let me draw the line, just a moment. Okay, if an activity which is even 3 days short of the finish date, so that will be also marked as a critical activity by the software. So we can tell the software to implement this policy. Okay, 3 days behind the finish date. Okay. So guys, is the concept clear? Now we are going to implement it. So you're ready?
Yes.
So we are going to implement a rule. What this rule will do, even if an activity is just 3 days short of the finish date, it will be also marked in the red color as a critical path. Okay. Now to implement this rule, we have to go and click the scheduling button. If you can't see the scheduling button, you can press F9. Because that key is the shortcut. Okay, so guys, you are here?
Yes.
Okay, now click on the options. click on the options button here below. Okay, guys, after you have clicked the options, you are going to see a schedule options toolbox. So you are here.
Yeah.
Okay, guys. Now, guys, I want you to read this thing which I put into the rectangle. I put a rectangle around it. You read this.
Total float less than or equal to.
So what you are seeing right now, the rule is set to 0. So we are going to tell Primavera, even if an activity is 3 days short of the critical, like 0 float, even that will be treated like a critical one. So what do? You just go into this cell and replace the 0 with 3D, 3 days. Replace the 0 with 3D. 3D. And then click on the close. Close it. Close this box. And click on the yes.
It says 24 hours.
Yeah, so it has translated the 3 days into 24 hours, 24 man hours, which is fine. Yeah, so that's correct. That's good. Okay, so now you click on the yes. Now click on the schedule button. The rule will be implemented now. So guys, do you see that these two activities, they are now being treated as the critical?
Yeah.
See this. They are also in the red color. Now, what we will do, now we are going to call for the critical path meeting and we are going to set a filter. And let's see if the filter picks up these two as well. So you go into the filter button and you select the critical option and click on the OK. See, guys, do you see this? These two activities, they are also selected as critical. Now, what happens when you call for the critical path meeting? Now the two guys who are assigned on this activity, they say, boss, we have float here. So why have you called us in the critical path meeting? We have a float. Now, what do you explain to them? Okay, so just listen to me. This is what you explain to them. You tell them that we are treating your activity also as a critical path activity, and we are preparing for that just like critical path activity because these activities are just 3 days short of the 0 float, or these activities are just only 3 days behind the project finish date. And these activities have the potential to expand during the project, during the execution of the project, to expand and delay the project. So that's why you are here. Right, guys? Is that clear? Okay.
Yeah.
So now, even with the 3 days float, so we are not too much sure. So we would like this activity to be also treated like a critical one and also provide the assurance of the resources. Okay. And now what we are going to do, we are going to remove the filter. So guys, go ahead and remove the filter after the meeting and click on all activities, click on the OK. Okay, guys, now just do this thing. You go to this activity and make it as 14 days and see that what happens. 14 days. Make the duration as 14 and see if it still would be critical or not. You see that?
No.
It turns normal because our rule boundary is here. The rule boundary starts here. Okay. And once again, if you make it 15, so you will see that it turns into critical once again. Right? Is that clear? Do you see that? It has turned into critical because we have implemented the 3 days rule. Right? Okay. Now, guys, what if I remove that rule? So what's going to happen? So as you would know, these activities will turn normal. They won't be treated as a critical, right? Now, how to remove the critical 3 days rule? So go into the scheduling button, click this and click on the options. And then you put the float as 0. Set the float back to 0. Only 0 float activity will be now treated as critical. Now you close it. Okay, click on the yes. Okay, now you click on the schedule button. So once again, you can see these activities, they have become non-critical activities. Do you see that? Guys, a moment. I'll be back in a moment. Okay, guys, I'm back. So guys, is the critical path clear?
Yes.
And the near critical path?
Yes.
Okay, so near critical path is based upon your policy. And there's see, the 3 days is not a thumb rule, right? Is it clear? So it is based upon your wisdom. If you would like to have 3 days or 4 days or a week or a fortnight, so that's it. So if you have a long duration project like 1 year, so I think that you can have the near critical path rule set up to 10 days as well. If some activity is 10 days short of the critical path, you can treat it like a critical path. Because in a long duration projects, you know, the near critical path activities, they can expand very quickly to become the critical and then go beyond the critical to delay the project. Okay, so that is a possibility. Okay, now we will see what is the effect of the holiday on the schedule. Okay, now guys, tell me one thing. You look at Cola screen. So what is the finish date of the project?
20th August.
Okay, now if the company declares a 1 day, if the company declares a 1 day holiday on the 3rd, so what do you think will be the finish date?
21st of August. That is a Sunday, I guess. So it will go on 22nd of August, Monday.
Correct. Who is that?
Venki.
Venki. So first you were thinking like a student, then you were thinking like a project manager, right? Okay, that's it. Yeah, so that's good. So let us implement the holiday on the Wednesday and let us see that what is the effect upon the finish date of the project. Okay, so how to do it? So holidays can be put into the calendar. So we have to click on the calendar tool to get the calendar up. So click on the calendar tool. So guys, you are here.
Yes.
Now click on the modify. Now you scroll to the August.
But 3rd of August is on Sunday only.
No. You scroll to the August 2022. Which year you are in?
No, okay. I was in April.
No, April, no. I mean, you must read the
August.
name. You are a project manager. You shouldn't be making a mistake while reading the documents. Okay, be very
Okay,
careful.
Okay.
Now, you select the Wednesday. And after selecting the Wednesday, click on the non-work. And this day will be marked as non-work. And the color will change. You see the color is changed and the duration of the work is reduced to 0, right? Now you click on the OK to implement it. And click on the close button and have a look at the Gantt chart. You see that the Wednesday is now marked in the gray shade. And this is your finish date. As you predicted, the finish date will move on to the 22nd. See, these are very simple predictions we can make mentally, but you can imagine the complexity in a real life project. There can be many factors, not only the project calendar, not only the organizational calendar, but the leaves taken by the resources, they also come into the play on the calendar. You can't do all this kind of the scheduling calculation using the Excel, and beyond a point, you can't do it mentally as well. So you'll have to use a good tool like the Primavera, right? Is that clear, guys?
Yes.
So there can be multiple holidays, there can be multiple resources, they are taking their personal days off. So, all that combination is going to predict the finish date of the project. So finish date of the project will be always predicted from the critical path, right? So critical path is the path which is the longest. Not only it is the longest, but a critical path is also the one whose float is 0. You see, do you see that float is 0? All the 0 float activities which are on the critical path, they have the total float as 0. Right, guys? Is that clear?
Yeah.
Okay. Now, how to remove the holiday, that I also teach you correctly, because many people make a mistake while removing that. Okay, they end up selecting the wrong options. Okay. Now, if I remove that, it will come back to the 20th, right? It will come back to the previous working day, which is a Saturday. Okay, now how to remove it correctly? So click on the calendar tool. Okay. So after clicking the calendar tool, you click on the modify button. So after you have clicked on the modify button, you scroll to the August. No, yeah. Now place your cursor on the 3rd. Place your cursor on the 3rd of the August. Place your cursor on the 3rd. Now I'm going to tell you how the wrong way. Just click on the work. This is the wrong way. Click on the work button. Do you see the color is white? Okay, now you click on the detailed work hours per day. Go into the detailed work. See this radio button on the top. You click that.
I took a standard.
And you look at the structure of the day. Does it look like your organizational day?
No.
There is no lunchtime here, right? Now, guys, if you want to set it back to the correct type of the working day, click on the standard button and you will see a proper breakup of the day. Click on the standard button. So guys, do you see that it has now been converted back into a working day with the proper breakups? Do you see that?
Yeah.
Yes.
So that is the correct way to set a day back into the working day. Right, guys?
So first you have to click the work, then you have to click the standard.
No, you don't even have to click the work. So why did I showed you? Because that's a wrong one.
Okay, so directly clicking standard, it will go to.
Yes,
it
you
will
should
go.
only use the standard button and not the work button. So I made you click the work button so that you know what is the difference between right and wrong.
Okay.
Because what happens if you click the work button, it will put 8 hours of the work, but it is not going to give the structure of your project. So it's
Okay.
going to give it
Okay.
8 hours of the work in a continuous fashion. So which is not your kind of the of your breakdown of the day. So your breakdown of the day is starting from 9 and 4 hours people work in the first shift. Then the people take a lunch break. And after that, they start the next 4 hours of the work at 2 p.m.
Got it.
Right? So is this clear?
Yes.
Now click on the OK. Yeah. So guys, just a moment. Okay, guys. So now you click on the close it. Yeah. Now you will see that the project finish date has written back to the 20th, right? So holidays can be applied and they have an impact upon the schedule, right? And schedule is also impacted by the critical path. Okay. Okay, guys, is this clear?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. Now we have understood the critical path, near critical path, and the how to put the holidays and how to remove them. Okay. Now what you should do, you close this project by Control W, and we will create the next project for the next lesson, right?
Sir, I want to ask one question. As this
Yes.
project is small, and if the project is big for a year and there are many activities, so there will be many public holidays. So if we have to go individually for every date and we have to mark that as a non.
Exactly. But you know, that's a one-time activity. Because you are going to create a global calendar only. And the global calendar, if you create it or someone else has already created, you can use it. It's a one-time
No,
activity.
but if we work in India, suppose that in India there are public holidays on different date for every year.
Hmm.
So the dates will change. So for every year we need to individually go there and put the public holidays.
Definitely you need to do it. See, there are certain dates which are fixed, like 26th January is fixed, 15th August is fixed, and 2nd October is fixed, 25th of the December is fixed. So what do you do? First, you put the holiday for the first year because you know what dates are changing. The dates are changing for the Dashera, Diwali, and the Holi, right? So what do? You put the same date for the next year also. Now, what happens as your project steps into the next year? You get the list from the HR department, just only change the dates. Now, what will happen? The finish date will not be impacted because the number of the holidays will be constant. Will be constant for, suppose if you are creating a year. No, that's a good question. You have asked a very good question. I'm glad you're thinking that way, because if you're working on a 3-year project, you know this is a technique that we used to do. So I will enter all the this flexible holidays because those are based upon the lunar calendar, right? So those dates, they are changing every year. So every year, but one thing is constant. In India, approximately we have got 10 public holidays, right? So what do? We enter 10 for the first year, we enter 10 for the second year, and we enter 10 for the third year also. As the project steps into the second year, I get the confirmed dates. So once I get the confirmed dates, I only change the dates for the few, but the finish date will remain constant. The predictability of the finish date remains constant.
Sir, this one.
Okay,
Hello.
is this clear, guys?
Hello, sir.
Yes.
Okay.
Hello,
Yeah,
sir.
ask. Yes, ask.
Actually, these two holidays can clash now. If it is a holy or is on the Sunday, it may vary. Hello.
No. Is your question complete?
Due to the finish days will not be will not change. Suppose if the holy is on Sunday, so that two holidays come in one day.
No. Holy you don't put. If it is
Right.
Sunday, the why you should put it. There is no need.
No. What he's saying was if it is on Friday, but the next year if it comes on Sunday actually is their holiday.
So next year you don't put. Next year you don't put.
Okay, sir. Okay.
Next year don't put. So what is the logic? We want to calculate a correct finish date. So it doesn't even count in the holiday, because it has been observed if the holiday is falling on a Sunday, the government compensates with another one, right?
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah.
Because in India they are very important. Okay, so to have the 10 days at least. Okay, so that is why. So you must have also noted that if holidays, one or two of them fall on the Sunday, the government will give you the alternate ones. Okay, or they might shift the official date of the holiday. You celebrate it on Sunday, but you enjoy it on the Monday. Okay. Okay, so even that has been done in many of the states. Okay, so that's not a problem. So don't worry about that. But in the Primavera, if the holiday falls on the Sunday, don't implement it. There's no need, because the Sunday itself is off day. Because here we are calculating the schedule. We are not tracking the list. Basically, our aim to put the holidays into the Primavera is to get a correct schedule, right?
Yes.
So is this thing clear, guys?
Yes, sir.
Okay, now we are going to learn about the lesson 3. Now, lesson 3, what is the point here? Schedule is adjusted by dependencies, lead and lag time. Okay, fine. So we will learn about dependencies, lead and lag time. So guys, what do? Just copy this text, okay? And that will be the name of the lesson 3. So how to create the lesson 3? Same, copy paste method. Copy the lesson 2 and paste it on the parent, and then you modify the code and the name. Okay. Yes. Now copy, paste it onto the parent WBS. And then you modify this. And the lesson name should be, so you go into the Word file, okay, read that what is the third scheduling rule. The third scheduling rule is dependencies, lead and lag time. So you write it. Okay.
Sorry, sir, I have some problem.
Yeah, right here, dependencies. Yeah, I'll come to your screen. Yeah, sure. Yeah. You share your screen. Okay. I'll check.
Dependency lead and
Lag time. Yeah, lead and lag time. Yeah, that's okay.
I got like this.
So that's fine. So you just click on the OK, because it is asking you that what else data should be copied with that. You just click on it 3 times. It will come 3 times. 2
Oh,
and
yeah, you told me
3
3 times, right? Yeah,
Yeah,
sorry.
it will be 3 times. Then you can change it to the lesson 3. Okay.
Yeah, I'll change it. What's the name here?
Name you write here dependencies, comma, lead and lag time.
Is there any
Dependencies,
shortcut?
lead and lag time.
Lead and lag?
Lag, LAG, lag time.
Lag
Yeah,
time.
lag time.
Yeah, okay, I'll
Yeah.
change.
And you can change it to the lesson 3.
Yeah.
See, why I'm asking you to create the multiple projects, because in real life, you will be working with the different teams for the planning. So if you're done with the team 1, you make a copy, then you work with the team 2. Why? Because if something goes wrong with the team 2 while planning, you have a good copy to go back to. Right, guys? It makes sense?
Yeah.
Because in a big project, there will be involvement of multiple kind of engineers, civil engineer, electrical engineer. So you will have mechanical engineer, piping engineer, structural engineer, software engineer, all kind of engineers you will be meeting, and you will be taking their inputs and to create the plan. So after meeting one set of people, when you're meeting the next set of the people, make sure that the good plan is copied. Okay, you create a backup copy and then you work on the next copy. Okay, so if the next copy goes back, you can always bring another copy from the previous copy and you can continue to work, right, without losing any useful data. Right, guys? Is this clear?
Yes.
Yeah.
So that's why, I'm not only trying to teach you the Primavera, I'm also trying to ingrain some good practices which I've observed over the last 10 years. So they're good for you. So it is a sort of accelerated experience for you. I want you to use the Primavera like a pro, okay, not like a novice. Okay, guys. Now, Kolawole, you share your screen. Okay, now you open the project. Okay, now what I want you to do, that you change all the duration to 6 days. All the activities which are not having 6, which are more or less than 6, you just make them as 6. Okay, I'll be back. Okay, guys. Now we don't need to look at the time part. So we are going to switch off the time part, right? Now, how to switch off the time part in the day, in the date column? So you go into the user preferences. Okay. Now click on the option dates. And then you select do not show time. And click on the close. Okay, so we don't need it.
After user preferences, dates, right?
Yeah, and in the dates, you will see the option do not show time. Okay, look at the demo screen once more. So you will select this option, do not show time. So it's very clear. It explicitly says do not show time. Okay. And it gives you the sample here when you select it. See, if you're going to select the 12-hour, so if you select the 12-hour, it will immediately show you the time as well in the sample. Do you see that in the sample? Yeah. If you select the third one, do not show time, it does not show time. It just switches off the time part. So your start and finish column, they look a little bit smaller. So you can shrink the space. Okay. Now what we are going to do, we are going to work upon the dependencies. Dependencies means that technically certain tasks, they are dependent on each other. So before we go into the dependencies, so what we are going to do, we are going to set up the bottom tabs. Now to expose the bottom detail, you click here. Click here. Okay, guys. Now, guys, so what I'm going to do, that I'm going to set up the bottom tabs. So you just follow me, but I'm going to do it here. So first of all, what I'm going to do, that I'm going to right click on this gray strip. Do you see this gray strip which I have shown with the arrow? You right click here, you will see customize activity details. Right? You see that?
Yes.
Now you click on this and a small little pop-up comes up. It says activity details tabs, display tabs. Now from the display tab, I will remove the predecessor and successor because I have a better option than these. Okay. After removing predecessor and successor, from the right side, from the left side, I will select expenses. Then I will select relationships. Then I will select WPN docs like this. Right? So guys, I am just pausing here for a moment so that you can correlate. So I'm going to dictate to you the names of the tabs that should be there. General, status, resources, expenses, and then one more do you need? So that is the notebook and relationship, WPN docs and notebook.
The sequence should be same.
You can put the WPN docs at the end. Okay. So you put it at the end like this.
Okay.
So you just have a look and confirm to me when you are done.
I'm done.
So if you are done, then you
Sequence
click
should be
on,
same.
Yeah, if the sequence is same, it becomes easier for the training, because if you're looking at the demo screen and your screen is also having the same sequence, it's easy to instantly that where you should be doing something, right?
How to change the sequence? My
Yeah.
WAP and
See, you use these buttons, up down buttons.
oh yeah, sir.
You can push something up and bring something down. Okay, like that you can do. Okay, now you click on the OK. Okay, now after you have done that, you will see the tabs have changed, right? Okay, now guys, what I want you to do, I want you to break up this relationship. Okay, now to break up this relationship, how do you proceed? So now you click on the relationship tab. See, in the relationship tab, you will see that the combination of the predecessor and successor is there. Earlier, we used to have a separate tab. Now, within the same tab, you have the predecessor and successor, right? Okay. Now, to break up the relationship, we have to go to the activity which has the relationship. So this activity is 1010. Just go into the activity 1010. You select 1010. And then for the 1010, you go to the successor side and click on the remove button. So that will break up the relationship. First of all, I want all the relationships to be broken. We will start from scratch. The idea is to start from scratch. Okay, now you select 1020 and also go to the successor side and click on the remove. Right, guys, you're done. So you have a set of activities which are without any relationship.
Can you show us once more?
You tell me again?
Can you show it once more?
I can't show it once more because the relationship is broken, but I can show it on your screen. Okay. So you share your screen. Okay. You share your screen. I will guide you on your screen. Okay, good. Now, what you do? That you first of all you select the activity. So this activity is 1020. You select the 1020.
Yes, sir. Selected.
Okay, you select 1020. Dear 1020, place your cursor on activity number 1020.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. Now you will go into the successor side and click on the remove button. That will remove this relationship. This relationship will be removed. Do you see that? Yeah. Click on the yes, confirm it. Okay, fine. Now you have to adjust certain things on the screen. So let me help you. Now the first thing is that activity ID column should be sorted because the sorting is gone on to some other column. So I'm clicking on this. Do you see the sorting is back here? And then you have to optimize the width of the start and the finish column. So when you're handling some column, the sorting might go there. So once again, click back on the activity ID column. Now guys, you will be seeing predecessor details, right? And what do? You bring the partition here. Okay, like this. Okay, guys, is this clear?
Yes.
Okay. Now, guys, tell me, would you like to go for the lunch?
No, we can.
Or you can continue without lunch. Okay, fine. So let us continue without lunch. Okay, fine. So, you share your screen. Okay. Okay. Now, guys, I'm going to tell you the WBS. Okay. See, we will not only learn the dependency, we'll also learn about the WBS. So we are going to create the WBS by clicking on the WBS button. So guys, please click on the WBS button. Okay, now in the WBS tab, so what you have, WBS code, WBS name, total activities, and what is missing is duration, what is missing is start date and finish date. So, you know, these columns are not there by default in the W. So what is the WBS? WBS is the consolidation of or the logical grouping of the activities. First, we create the group and then we put the activities. But here we are doing it in the opposite fashion. First, we created the activities, then we create the WBS. But in real life, so you should be first creating the logical groups and then you should filling in the logical groups with activities. But one thing that we need also here is the duration, start and the finish date columns. So to add this column, so what do? Very simple. You right click here. Ola, you right click here. Yeah, you right click and select columns and customize. Customize. Okay. Now, what do? You increase the font size to 9. Click on this triangle and set the font size to Vardhana 9. So that next time you open, so it looks very much comfortable to use. Each time Vardhana 9 number font. Nine number and click on the OK. Click on the OK. Okay, fine. So no, you don't have to close it. We need it. So you right click on it once again. We need to set up 3 columns here, right? And columns, select columns and customize. Customize once again. Oh, the Vardhana 9 font size is gone. So why should it be? That's very strange. So that should be staying here once we set up. Okay, so you once again you select Vardhana 9. So you click on the available options. And select table font and row. And font Vardhana 9. Regular 9. And click on the OK. Click on the OK. Okay, fine. Now just stay here. We are going to add a duration. Now you place your cursor on the total activities and you expand the duration group. And you select the BL project duration. BL project duration means planned project duration. Yeah, and you take it to the right side. Yes, correct. Now you close the durations group, close it. And you open or expand the dates group. Open the dates group. Dates, yeah, expand it. So after that, so what do? You select start and then you take it to the right side and then you select finish and take it to the right side. We need the start and finish dates. Correct. Take it to the right side and click on the OK. Okay, fine. So guys, do you see that? So we have configured the WBS also as well. So it has got the additional columns here. Okay, and we can expand the scale. Right. Okay, since we changed the layout, we need to save the template. How to save the layout? You click on this button, save layout as. Now you write here WBS layout by Kolawole. WBS layout by Kolabole. Correct. Now click on the save. Now that's your layout. Okay. So now what we are going to do here, we are going to create the groups. Now there are 4 different kind of relationships. We will create one group for them. Okay. So that it is easier for us to learn the WBS, what is the benefit of the WBS and how does the relationship work. So we are going to learn the dependency in detail because, you know, a lot of people, they are not able to select the correct dependency and they are not able to get the accurate or the precise, you know, the schedule for their activities. And now what we are going to do, click on the plus button to create the WBS. Now you go into the name field here and you type here, finish to start, F capital, S capital, finish to start. In the WBS name, you put finish to start. You change it, you write finish to start. Kolabole, you can hear my voice? You change it.
What do I do here?
You change it to finish to start. You just
Finish. I write finish to start, right?
Yes. Yeah. No, not the short form finish. You write the whole word finish. Finish to start and S capital. Yeah, correct. This is the correct way. Press enter. Now, what I want you to do that now you place your cursor on the parent. That is the dependencies. Place your cursor on the parent.
On the parent.
Yeah, in the see. Look at my arrow.
Okay, this one.
Yeah. Now you click on the add button to add one more. Yes. Now you go into the name, WBS name, and you change it to start to start. Start S capital to start, another S capital. Start to start. And press enter.
Okay.
Now you place your cursor back onto the dependency, the WBS name.
Okay.
And once again, you add one more. And you change the name to finish to finish. Finish to finish. Okay. Now, once again, do the same thing. Place your cursor on the parent and add one more, which is the last one. And you change the name to start to finish. Start to finish. Okay. Now, guys, I want to show you something that is the display mode. Display mode of the WBS code column. Okay, so if you click on it once, you will see that it will change the display mode. See this. If you click on it like this, do you see the triangle is upside down? Okay, and if you click on it again, it turns into the tree mode. Do you see the parent-child mode here?
Yes.
And if you click on it, it turns into a flat display mode. It looks like a flat list. See, flat list, the A to Z, flat list Z to A, and parent-child like structure. Right? So is this clear, guys?
Yes.
We have to keep it in display.
Okay. Someone needs to mute. Someone needs to mute. So there is a lot of noise in the background, guys. Guys, keep your recording clean. Okay. So prevent background noise from coming into the classroom. Okay. So guys, is this clear? Okay, fine. Now go back to the activities. You will see this WBS there. Okay. So the WBS which you create here, it displays in the activities tab. Okay. Just go into the activities.
So we need to keep the WBS in display mode.
WBS means what is the question? Please tell me again.
we have to keep that in display mode. You said no, it should be in display mode or the
No,
parent.
see,
parent
no. Okay, let me give you the demo. See, the WBS can be displayed in 3 modes. See, right now it is the parent child. I click on it and it turns into a flat list. Do you see that?
So do you suggest to keep this way?
No,
or
no.
It is
I suggest to keep it in the parent-child mode,
okay.
like this.
Fine.
Okay, and please note the symbol. It is not a triangle. See this. Note the symbol. Okay.
Yes, got it.
So this
Good.
symbol, you keep it in mind. It's a very small symbol. You might not even notice because it's in the gray shade. It's not even in the black or some contrasting shade, but you need to keep this in mind. So, you know, in the Primavera, there are a lot of details to be learned, and it is better that you learn it in small group, and you will be able to get these fine points. Now, we come back to the Activities tab. Kola will click on the Activities tab. So guys, if you switch off the details, you can see that WBS is here. Do you see that? Right? Okay. Now, what I want you to do, I want you to select these 4 activities, cut them using Control X and put them into the Finish to Start group. You select 1000, 10, 20, 30, correct? Control X or cut, yes. Now paste it into the Finish to Start. Good. Now you select the next 2 and paste them into the Start to Start group. Okay. 2 only. Correct.
2.
Yeah. Cut and paste into the Start to Start. Perfect. Do the same thing. Select the next 2 and paste them into the Finish to Finish group. Okay, then select the next 2, 80, 90, and cut and paste them into Start to Finish. Okay, after doing that, you delete the rest of the activities. We don't need them. Okay, so those are the extra activities. We don't need them and we delete them. If we need, we can always insert. Okay, how to delete? So there is a delete button on the right side. You can click that, or you can click the delete button on your keypad as well. Okay, so I'm holding the screen, guys. You please check you have the same raw data. First of all, I'm wanting you to create the raw data, and based upon which we are going to learn the dependencies, right? So guys, please confirm everybody. Venki, Venkatesh, Sri.
Sorry, sir. 1 second. I'm doing.
Yes, sure. You do it. Okay. Yeah.
Even 1000.
3.10010203040. Oh, only 2 activities you told.
Yeah, in rest of the 3, only 2 activities are needed. In the first
Okay, I
one,
placed
4
it
activities are
wrong.
needed. But if
I'm
you're not having any activities to move, you can create. You can just click on the insert button, it will create.
Okay.
So guys, you are done. You are having the same to same raw data.
Yes.
Okay, fine. So let us go
Start
for
to
the
start.
lunch time. Now, right now it is 2 p.m. Indian Standard Time. So we will come back at 3 p.m. and it is advisable to take a nap. Okay. So what I'm going to do, that I'm going to stop the screen sharing, and I'm going to.
I'm sharing my screen now. Yes.
Yeah. Okay, guys. So you're ready to start?
Yes.
Okay, fine. So before I go into actually implementing the dependencies, first of all, I would like to share a concept. That concept is that of the predecessor and the successor. Right? Okay, so let us try to understand that what is the predecessor and what is the successor. So what is the start of time? So what to do here, how to get started with this? How to, I mean, get rid of this thing? Okay, fine. See, whenever we set up a relationship, so we need minimum 2 activities, right? So one of the activities is called a predecessor and the other is a successor. So guys, do you know that what is the meaning of the predecessor and successor as per the English language?
Predecessor is which is happening before and the successor is which is happening after.
Yeah, so predecessor means ancestor and successor means descendant, right? But in the project management, the meaning of the word predecessor is different. So meaning of the word predecessor is here. So you can read this red text. Do you read that? So read this red text.
Predecessor task is one of which controls the start or the finish date of the successor task.
Yes. So predecessor task is the task which is sort of a boss which controls the start end or the finish date of the successor task. And we don't have to define the successor task. So successor is the one which is being controlled. See guys, please note this thing. Every
Trevor, no.
Yeah, you are saying something?
Or anything like Tom or something.
You are saying something, Kolawale?
Oh, no, sorry. Hold on.
Okay.
Sorry. I was on the, let me mute my call. I was on the call.
Oh, yeah, so you finish your call, I'll wait. Okay. So if it is urgent, you take it.
Yeah, sorry, you can continue now. Sorry about that.
Okay, fine. Thank you. See, every task has a start date and a finish date. So every task has two dates. Okay. And if I combine the 2 dates, what are the possible combinations I get? I get the possible combinations 4. Now,
Yes,
the most common combination which I can do is the finish to start. So what does the finish to start look like? Actually, in the finish to start combination, the finish date of the predecessor controls the start date of the successor, and it is represented diagrammatically like this in the Gantt chart. So in the Gantt chart, you will see an arrow will start from the finish date of the predecessor and it will go to the start date of the successor, right? And the finish to start. So what is the theme behind it? Do you read this text? What does the predecessor say to the successor? Yeah.
When I finish, then you can start.
Yes, this is what the predecessor says to the successor. So it says that only when I finish, then only you can start. So that is the finish to start. Okay. So that's the finish date of the predecessor. It is controlling the start date of the successor. So this side is the finish date and this side is the start date. So that is why it is called finish to start, and finish to start being the most common relationship. So it is applied by default. So whenever you link or whenever you connect two activities, so finish to start would be applied by default. But if you don't need the finish to start, so you can change it. Now, what is the next most common? Start to start. Now, what does the start to start say?
When I start, then you also start.
Yeah. So on the Gantt chart, you will find it is represented like this. Okay. The start date of the predecessor is controlling the start date of the successor. So if the predecessor start date is advanced, then the successor start date is also advanced. Okay. It continues to be on the move along with the predecessor. So their start dates are synchronized. Okay. Now let us look at the third type. The third type looks like this, and the third type is finish to finish. Now, what is the finish to finish saying?
When I finish, then you also finish.
Yeah. So it says that when I finish, then you also finish. So you both of you, so when I finish, then so both of them are finishing at the same time. Their start dates may be different, but they are finish to finish. So they finish at the same time. The finish time or the finish date of the predecessor is controlling the finish date of the successor. Okay. Now the start to finish looks like this. The start date of the predecessor controls the finish date of the successor. So it looks like this. Okay. So here, what does it say? Start to finish. Read this.
Yeah. Before I start, you should be finished.
Yes. Now here there is one more condition in the start to finish. Read this.
Start date is predetermined.
Yes. Here the start date is already predetermined. So the start date of the predecessor, it is actually is having a date constraint, and it is already having a predetermined start date. Okay, so the start date of the predecessor in the start to finish is not date dependent upon any other activity. So rather it is a predetermined and predefined date, which is a fixed date. Okay, so these are the four different kind of the relationship. This is what they mean. And we will see practically that how do we implement them in the engineering, right? So let us go back to the Primavera. So you move back to the Primavera now. Okay, so guys, please come back to the Primavera screen. Now we will take the example of the civil engineering. So as one of my friends said, the first thing that we do whenever we are going to construct any structure, the first thing that we do is excavation. So you write here excavation. XEX. So means to dig. Correct. Now, what they do next is called PCC. You write PCC in the capital. I will give you the full meaning, but you don't have to write it. PCC in capital letters. PCC. So the full form of the PCC is plain cementing and concreting. So this activity is done only after the excavation is finished. Okay. Now, what they do after the PCC is reinforcement. The reinforcement can only be done after the PCC is complete. Okay. Now, in the third type, in the A10220, you write reinforcement. REINFORCE, reinforcement. Correct. Reinforcement. So this is done only after the PCC is complete. So after the reinforcement is finished, so they can start shuttering. 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 So the fourth one would be 10330 would be shuttering. So you write shuttering here. Here you write shuttering. 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 Okay, so now these four activities are in the finish to start. Okay, but how to set up the finish to start relationship? So first of all, what we will do that we will place our cursor on the excavation. We'll start with the first one. Okay, after placing the cursor on the first one, so we click on the details. So click on the activity details here. After you get the activity details, so since you are going to set up the successor, So for this activity, you will go to the successor side, right? And in the successor side, you will click on the assign button. So you will get a pop-up. So first of all, let us configure this, the pop-up. So what does this pop-up say? It say assign successor. So let us do this thing just like all other windows to make this comfortable to read. So let us set the font to Vardhana 9. So just click on this small little triangle and you select table font and row. Table font and row, and you set it to Vardhana 9, and this is going to be very good to read, and you won't be making any mistakes in selecting the activity. Yeah, select 9 here, we have got space. Okay, guys. Now, excavation. After the excavation, we can start the PCC. So it means that in this assign successor box, I will select the PCC and click on the assign button.
So, detail what you have to select, sir, in the detail.
In the detail, you have to select relationship. Just click on the relationship tab. You have done.
Relationship.
Yeah, you will see. So we
I have selected excavation. After that, you told to select the.
Then see, please, can you please come to the demo screen? Please have a look.
Yeah.
So after selecting this, so you click on the detail. After you get the detail, you click on the relationship tab. Have you selected?
Okay, okay, downside relationship.
Yeah, in the relationship tab, you go to the successor side. On the successor side, you click on the assign button. So after you click the assign button, so this list of the successors will come up in a pop-up. It says assign successor. Now, who is the successor of the excavation? PCC. So we select the PCC and click on the assign button. So once we have done that, then we close it. Now you just close this box because you have done it.
PCC, sorry. Box is opened, yeah.
Yeah, so after the box is opened, that on your screen, you click on the PCC, then click on the green button, green plus sign. Only once. Because you know, in the Primavera, you can set up a relationship 4 times between 2 activities, but we don't want it here. We only want only one relationship.
Oh, I got the excavation, not PCC.
See, excavation should be the predecessor. And for the predecessor, we are setting up the successor like this. So make sure that make sure that your cursor is on the excavation.
Okay, I can remove this one, right?
Yeah, you can remove. You can click on the remove if you set up a wrong relationship. So not an issue.
Yeah, I selected on A01 on PCC and assign. Yeah, still I'm getting the excavation. I don't know why.
Okay, fine. Just don't worry. You have a look at the demo screen. Then I will come and fix yours. So guys, did you notice that once you select the relationship, okay, when you assign the relationship, the finish to start relationship is set up by default. But actually, this relationship it is a drop down. If you click on this, it is a drop down. Just click here. You will see a drop down having 4 different kind of relationship. If you wish, you can change it. So we will change it in some other example. Yeah, guys, I'm back. Actually, I had got disconnected due to some internet problem here. So, guys, you can hear my voice?
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. So what we are going to do, so we are going to understand that how we can change the relationship if it is required. See, right now we don't want to change it. So Pola, just do this thing. Explore this by clicking here. So you click here. Yeah, no, you just click with the normal click. Just the normal click, the poke it a little bit more, you will see a drop down come up. Okay, do you see that there is a drop down, guys? So, so in this drop down, there are 4 different combinations, but the FS is selected by default. Do you see that?
Yes.
Yeah.
Because FS being the most common relationship, so it is selected by default. It is programmed as a default relationship here in the software. Okay. Now we will tell the Primavera who is the successor to the PCC. So you select the PCC and we are going to select the successor. So who is the successor, guys? So what we are going to do after the PCC is done?
Reinforcement.
Reinforcement. So what we will do that keeping the PCC selected, we will click on the assign button in the successor block and we will select reinforcement and we will click on the assign button and then we will click on the close this box button. No, not the bigger one. You click on the smaller one because the smaller one close means normally close that after implementing the data. So guys, do you see the finish to start relationship? So right now we have been doing that. We have been selecting the successor, but we can also select the predecessor in a finish to start relationship. So suppose if I place my cursor on the shirt ring, then I can select reinforcement as a predecessor in finish to start relationship. So click on the shirt ring. And then you go to the predecessor side and click on the assign button. So this time, who will be the predecessor? The predecessor will be reinforcement. Guys, this is a different window. So you'll have to set up the font once again, right? Because this is the assign predecessor window. So all you need to do, you set up the font once again, and you select the Vardhana 9 number font. And then you click on the OK. So after you have clicked on the OK, so you will select the predecessor as reinforcement. So you click on the reinforcement and then you click on the select and click on the close. So do you see that you have got the finish to start relationship here? So you can select from the predecessor side, you can select from the successor side. Okay, now let's have a look at this column predecessor details. Do you see that? For the shuttering, what is the predecessor address? Do you see that? The predecessor ID is mentioned here and the kind of relationship. Okay, is it clear? So who is,
Yes.
who is 1020? 1020 is reinforcement. And what kind of relationship does this have? Do you see the abbreviation FS? So it says that the shuttering, for the shuttering, the predecessor is 1020 and the relationship type is FS. Do you see that? Right, guys? Is it clear?
Yes.
And for the
Yes.
reinforcement, the predecessor is ID is A1010, okay, 1010, and the relationship type is finish to start. And this is what it says for the PCC. It says it is A1000 and it is the FS. And for the excavation, the predecessor column is blank. And guys, I'm sure it is obvious to you why it is blank. Because it is one of the earliest activity in the project. And the earliest activity does not have a predecessor. The start date of the earliest activity is derived from where? Guys, where does the start date of the excavation come from?
We have assigned it.
No, we
We
have
have
assigned
from the
actually.
finish to start.
See,
Start
the
date.
start date of the excavation comes from the start date of the project.
Yeah, started. Yeah.
This is the start date line. Do you see this blue line? And
Yes,
any
yes.
activity which is touching the blue line will get its start date from the start date of the project naturally. Right, guys? Is it clear? And
Yes,
all
yes.
those activities which are in the relationship, so they will be getting their start date calculated from the reference to their predecessor. So it is like this. It is very simple. Now, let's see the predecessor in action. Okay, now what do? Increase the duration of the excavation to 10 days. And let's see that what happens. See, when you increase the duration of the excavation to 10 days, the finish date of the excavation changes. So, you know, what does it do? The excavation pushes the PCC. The PCC pushes the reinforcement, and reinforcement pushes the shuttering. It means that the predecessor, the finish date of the predecessor is controlling the start date of the successor, and this is happening in a series. Okay, right, guys? Is this clear?
Yes.
Yes, sir. I have a small doubt on shuttering. When you done the remaining things, like when you open the excavation, you went to assign, then you selected the PCC and you assigned it. But only for the shuttering, you done some differently. We can select the reinforcement and we can go for shuttering, right? But how you done the shuttering some differently? I didn't get properly for on that
Okay,
one.
okay. Yeah, very good question. Yeah. So guys, I just want you to have a flexibility of thought. See, if you look at from the point of view of the shuttering, who is the predecessor? From the point
Reinforcement.
reinforcement, if you look at the reinforcement, who is the successor? Shuttering, do you see
Shuttering.
that? So
Yeah.
what I was doing earlier, that from the predecessor, I was selecting the successor. But I wanted to give you some flexibility of thought. So what I did, I did it like this. Instead of for the reinforcement, selecting the shuttering, so I went to the shuttering, and then from the shuttering side, I selected the predecessor. Who is the predecessor?
Reinforcement.
Reinforcement. So I can do it also. So Pola, you click here on the assign button. Yeah. So do you see this window name? It
Yeah,
says
you done the reverse strategy for the last one.
yes,
Yeah.
you can do it the reverse also. Yeah, you should have
Okay, okay.
flexibility. Okay, now you
Okay.
click on the assign button. So we are saying that okay, so and you click this, close this window. I mean, you have to close this pop-up. So after the assignment is done, so you know it means the same thing. From the shuttering point of view, reinforcement is the predecessor, and from the reinforcement point of view, the shuttering is the successor. So you can do it both ways. From the predecessor, you can select the successor, and from the successor, you may select the predecessor. So wherever you are, but if you know the correct relationship, you can select it. Now, just do this thing. You remove the duration of the excavation to 4 days and see that what's going to happen to all the successors.
Keep it as 6 days.
No, 4 days. Change the duration of the excavation to 4 days here. You change it to 4 days. Yeah, correct. Okay, do you instantly see that the excavation says that, look, I am finishing earlier. So he says to the PCC, you can start earlier. Then PCC says to the reinforcement, you can also start earlier. Then the reinforcement says to the shuttering, you can also start earlier. So it means that in the finish to start relationship, if the predecessor happens to finish earlier, so the successors have the opportunity to start earlier as well. So they will move forward to occupy or to be scheduled on immediately next working day. So the next of the working day could be back to back, or the next working day could be having an intervening weekend, and then the next working day on the calendar, right? It can be like that also. Okay, but it will be the immediate next day. Okay, now you set the excavation back to 6 days and see that what happens. Okay, so excavation is impacting all its successors. Now let us change the duration of the reinforcement only to 10 days. Now let's see that which task it is impacting. Okay, change the duration of the reinforcement to 10 days. So guys, what it is impacting? It is impacting
Shuttering.
shuttering, right? So because the shuttering is only impacted because the shuttering is the successor of reinforcement. Reinforcement does not have any effect upon the PCC or the excavation because they are its predecessor. Okay, so guys, is it clear? The predecessor can control only the successor, but not its own predecessor. Okay, so if you want to see the reverse impact, so you change the 10 days duration to 6 again. You change it back to 6. Okay, so is this clear?
Yes.
Okay. So I'm sure, guys, you don't need any more examples, right? So right now, so what I'm going to do, I'm also going to point you out to the WBS. So guys, do you see that what is the finish to start consolidated duration? Do you see that? 24 days. And do you see the consolidated finish date of the WBS?
Yeah, 27.
So this 27th is coming from the last activity and the 1st August is coming from the first one. Now you can see the same information if you go into the WBS tab. Just go into the WBS tab and there you would see only the WBS but no activities. Okay, sometimes you want to see things like this. You don't want to see the activities. So normally who would be interested? See if there is a top level engineer. So the top level engineer would be interested to see like this. So, okay, so he would be interested that he would like to see the WBS name and he would like to see that what is the total duration of the WBS, what are the total number of the activities, and what is the top level start and the finish date. Do you see that? And this is the WBS time. This is the WBS timeline, right? So this WBS timeline is the longest because it is containing 4 activities due to which. So the more the number of the activities inside a WBS, the more is the possibility of a longer duration. Right, guys? Is it clear?
Yeah.
Okay. So those who are at the top level, they are interested to see the WBS only. But here in the activities, if you want to see in the activities, you will see all the WBS and the activities under it. But if you don't want to see the activity here, so what you can do that you can click on the plus minus, just click on the plus minus thing. And you select level 2, select the level 2 and you will be seeing the WBS at the level 2 only. You won't be seeing any activities. You see that, right? And if you go to the WBS tab, so you can see the same thing, right? You are seeing the same level of the data. But what is the difference in the WBS? See, here you can't change the WBS. If you try to change the WBS name, so you can't do the editing. If by chance you need to change the WBS name, okay, you'll have to come back here. Suppose I want to change the name. But let me put a character here. I can put the dash here. So you will be seeing the dash. Do you see the dash here? Okay. But if you try to change here, this is read only. Here, this side only, use it. And here you can create an update. Okay. Now I'm going to remove this character and this would be removed here as well. Right, guys? Is it clear?
Yeah.
So this is the place to assemble all the activities under the WBS. So in the normal sequence, I will first create the calendar. Then I will create the project. Then I would create the WBS. And after creating all the WBS, only then I would create the activities under the WBS. Okay, guys, is this clear?
I'm not able to change that. Like if you said to edit the finish to start, you added the dash.
Yeah, so you just show it to me. You can do it in the WBS tab, but not in the activities tab. Just show your screen to me. I'll just guide you. Now you go to the WBS tab. In the
Only here.
WBS tab, you put the character here, put some small little character, press enter. Now you go to the activities tab. You can see it here. Do you see it?
Yes, yes,
But you can't change it here, right?
yes, yes.
In the activities, you are only changing the activities, but not the WBS. So this is the tab in which you can create and update the WBS names. So if you remove the character here by clicking into this cell, and it will be gone, right? Is this clear now?
Yes, yes. And the second thing is, I'm getting total activities as 17, whereas the Kolawale screen shows 10 activities. So, I don't know how
what
this
is the 17 activities? So let us do a refresh of the data. So what do you do? Sometimes, the data may not be refreshed. So what do? You refresh the data. So just click here and let me see that what could be the bug. So you just click this button. Let us refresh the data. Maybe the data is not refreshed. So that's why it is showing that. Okay, the total activities it is showing as 17. Okay. Now you come to the activity screen. Is there any activity outside of the WBS? No, you don't have any activities outside of the WBS, right? So you have got 444 and come to the WBS tab. Come back to the WBS tab. Let's see that what you have here. So once again, it is showing as 17. Yeah, so that's something that need to check, that why it is showing the 17. So you don't bother about it right now. So that's not a big deal. Kolawale, you please share your screen. So normally it should be showing the actual total. Okay. So
It's
that
actually
count
4,
should match.
2, 6, 8, 10.
Okay, so normally it is the actual count. So actual count is 10. So it should be showing us 10. So we will see that what is the bug. Okay, so I don't know right now. Now, guys, I'm going to teach you the start to start. So for the start to start, I'm going to first give my example. So my example is just to stimulate your thought process. Then I would expect you to think from your project and bring some example. Okay, for the start to start, the example is like this. I'm doing software testing. Okay, I'm doing a testing activity, software testing. And this activity is having a duration of 10 days. Now, after the testing, so what I need to do, I need to fix the bugs. I say fix defects. Now, if fixing the defects also takes 10 days, so I'll put 10 days here. Now, in the normal way, I would be doing the software testing, and then I will fixing the defects like this. I'll be putting them in a finish to start with. Now, once I put them into the finish to start with, so it creates a total. Guys, do you see the total duration in the start to start? What is the total duration
20.
here? 20 days. So it takes 20 days. Now, one of my team member is a very smart guy. So he comes up to me, he says, boss, there's no need to do it in a finish to start fashion, because software is not a hardware, because the software is just lines of code which can be handled by two people in two different systems at the same time. They can open the same file, and one guy reads the file at one end and he reports a defect, and the developer fixes the defect, and both of them can work side by side. I say, fine, so that's a good idea. So what we should be doing? He says, okay, we can start to fix the defects on the same day. So one guy is doing the testing, he will report the defect, and the other guy will open the same file and he will be working on line number 10. So the tester will be looking at line number 20 onwards. I said, fine, so that sounds good. Now, what I want you to do, just to go into the relationship and you change it to start to start. Change it to start here in the drop down. So guys, once I change it to start to stop, So the duration gets updated. Now, what is the duration now? What is the duration now? So guys, do you see that the duration is 10 days? Earlier it was 20, right?
Yes.
So the duration is reduced. It means that start to start can save time. Now, let me ask you another question about the dependency. Suppose I cancel the software testing activity. Okay, so guys, listen to my question carefully. If I cancel the software testing activity, can I still do that fixed defects activity?
No.
No, I can't do it. So it means that fixing the defects activity is dependent upon software testing to happen, right or wrong? If
Yes,
I
it is
say this
dependent.
statement that fixed defect activity is dependent upon software testing to happen, is it a correct statement? So guys, please tell me, is it a correct statement?
No audio, no audio. Your audio is getting distorted.
Actually, I'm on the backup thing.
Connection is losing.
Yeah, so I'm not actually, my Wi-Fi is down. So just a moment. Let me check my Wi-Fi.
Alpha to
Okay.
Charlie, Alpha.
Yeah, so just give me a moment. I'll check if I can switch over to my Wi-Fi. Okay, guys, now you can hear me.
Yes, sir.
Yes.
So is it better now?
Yeah,
Yes.
it's better.
Okay, fine. So I'm back to my Wi-Fi because you know that my Wi-Fi had gone for a while. So that's why I had to switch over to the mobile hotspot. Okay, fine. So now what is the question that I'm asking is that if I say that fix defects is dependent upon software testing to happen, so is it a true statement?
Yes.
Correct. So it means that if I cancel software testing, so defect fixing will also need to be cancelled. So I can't do it. Now just see that what is the control. So the control is that the start date of the predecessor controls the start date. See, now I'm going to change the start date here manually. Just watch me doing it. Okay, I will change the start date to the 8th and I will confirm it that, okay, change the date of the predecessor. Guys, do you see that the successor automatically went along? Do you see that? Okay,
Yes.
just watch it once more. I'm changing it manually to 15. And then what happens? The successor goes along. So the start date of the successor is being controlled by the start date of the predecessor. So, you know, I believe you remember what the predecessor said. The predecessor said that when I start, you also start, right? So it means the start date of the software testing is changed, then definitely I cannot start defect fixing before that, right? So if it moves to a later date, so the defect fixing also moves to a later date. It just tags along because it is a start to start. And what is the dependency check? So this is a technical thing. So once again, I'm asking the question, if I cancel software testing, can I possibly fix the defects?
No.
No, because if I'm not testing, I have no way of knowing the defects. If I don't know my defects, what do I fix? Nothing. So I cannot fix. Now, actually, when I change the date manually, you know what happens? It sets up a date constraint, because normally the dates are controlled and calculated by the Primavera. So if you are doing a manual intervention, it puts up a star here. So guys, do you see a star here?
Yes.
So that thing is called a date constraint, but I'm only using the date constraint as a convenience, but the date constraint is next lesson. Okay, so I'm just removing the date constraint. Now just watch what happens to the predecessor once I remove the date constraint. So the predecessor jumps back and the successor also jumps along. Do you see that? The successor also jumps along. So this is called the start to start relationship, in which the start date of the predecessor activity controls the start date of the successor activity. Now, what I'm going to do, I'm going to put up a P here, okay, as a symbolic name for predecessor and S for the successor. Now, what do I want? I want you to think from your past or the present project. So what do you think you are doing like a start to start? Or maybe you can possibly do like start to start in your past or the present projects. Think of it. So guys, please come up with an example of start to start. If you have studied any real life situation, or in your project, if you feel that you have done something like start to start, right?
There are many activities as such, but
So guys, think quickly. I believe that some of you have worked on projects. So, and if you have worked on projects, so you may have done something like this, but or if you think that you can do it that way in the future, so please think. Okay, so just think over it, because if you don't think on the implementation lines, so you may know it theoretically, but you may not be able to represent it practically. Okay, is this clear?
yes.
So just think of it and let me know that what is a predecessor and a successor in the start to start relationship in your domain. So bring up some example from your domain. So you just go back into the memory and find out. You must have done it, I'm sure. Okay, you just have to recall something. So guys, can you please recall something? Okay. Sri Hari, so you have some example, right? So I think you have done some project management, right?
Yes, sir.
So you didn't do any start to start. Did you do all your activities the finish to start way? You must have done it. So try to recall that what did you do?
I think start to start, I don't think start to start will have a predecessor, since they are start to start.
No, in the start to start, actually, if you look at the arrow, this is the start to start. So this is the first one. This one, the date, this one is controlling the start date of the successor. So the predecessor is the boss. So the start date of the predecessor is controlling the start date of the successor. See, in a relationship, one activity will be, at least one activity will be a predecessor, right?
Okay.
So there has to be one. So, so you think of some start to start where you start one activity, then it is necessary or it triggers the successor activity. Okay, so you just think of it.
Okay. Hmm.
Just think of it.
There are many more activities as such. There are sub activities like if you're removing the plaster of a wall, you can remove the flooring also because the plastering is done by the.
So you tell me that what you consider as a predecessor. You just tell me a clean name. I'll just write it. Tell me a very neat and clean name.
Like if you're plastering a wall, you can lay the flooring too at the same time because both the jobs will be done by the different laborers. So instead of wasting our time on duration, we can do both the jobs at one time. So you can plaster the wall and lay the flooring.
Now tell me one thing. If I cancel the plastering, can I still lay the flooring?
Yes, you can.
So then it means that they are not dependent. Okay, so they
Okay,
are
you want
not
a dependency.
Yeah,
So
dependency has to be there. You should not link to independent activities. Those are technically independent. Okay. If two activities are technically independent, let them be independent. They can still start at the same time. See, even if you remove the relationship from here.
Then take this way. If you want to paint a wall, so there are 3 coats of paint. So the 3 coats of paints are different activities and they're dependent. So you can apply the primer, you can apply 1 coat of paint and you can apply the third coat of paint at the same time.
Yeah,
when they are starting,
what you
3 laborers.
Coat 1, and then you can say the coat 2.
In a simple language, you can say you apply the prime paint first, primer, then you can apply the first coat.
So what you can
But we
do,
can't start both at the same time, right?
No, you can start both at the same time. So what I'm saying is that, so let there be a start to start, but you can put up a lag time. You say that, okay, there is a lag time of 4 days.
Yes, you can.
Now what happens as the person is moving with the coat 1 after the 4 days? Now the part of the wall which has been done during the last 4 days with the coat 1, the second person can start doing the coat 2 and still we save time. Okay.
But that is the reason I'm saying you don't consider coat, you consider primer because
there is one thing it is clear, the dependency check. If I'm not doing the coat 1, I cannot do the coat 2, right?
Coat 2. Yes.
That is why it is dependent. And if two tasks are dependent, they can be put up into the relationship. Now, how much time do we save? So guys, do you see the portion of the activities, the overlapped portion, which I have marked here, which I have highlighted here? So we save those many days. If you put code 1 and code 2 in finish to start, so it will take 20 days. So now what is the current number of the days total? 14. Now guys, tell me what is 20 minus 14?
6.
Okay, so what we do that we divide the 6 with 20. So guys, please tell me that what is the percentage of the days that we are saving? What is 6 by 20 in terms of the percentage?
3.33.
6 divided by 20 is equal to?
No, 6 divided by 20.
So you can say that you are saving 30% of the time, right?
Okay.
That is the difference it is making. It is still reducing the duration by 6 days. So it is due to the overlap that you are still saving 6 days, right? Is this clear?
Yes.
So code 1 code 2 need not wait for the entire code 1 to finish. So once a part of the code 1 is finished, so maybe we can put a lag time of 4 days, and with this 4 days lag time, so we can start the code 2 also. We can put them into the start to start relationship, but with a lag time of 4 days, because we let some part of the code 1 happen before we start the code 2. But in both these codes, we are not waiting for the entire code 1 to be completed before we start code 2, right? Okay, is this clear?
Yes.
Okay, fine. Now I'm going to give you an idea about the finish to finish. So using my own example, I would like to stimulate your thought process. So once your thought process is stimulated, I would expect you to bring up your or recall your own example of finish to finish. Okay, so I'm doing software development like this. And the software development activity is of 4 weeks duration. So I'm putting here 4 weeks. So 4 weeks is getting translated into 24 days. Now what happens is there is a guy in my team, he's a technical writer. So he says, boss, do you need the user manual? I said, yes, we need the user manual. So he is asking me that when I should start writing the user manual. I tell him it is not important when you start, but your user manual should finish when the software development finishes. So guys, why did I say to him that your user manual should finish when the software development finishes? What is the advantage?
Once the software development is done, you submit your project. So you need a user manual to study that project.
Yeah, so when I give the software to the user, so it comes with a manual, right? So is the software much useful without the manual? No. So that is why I create this activity like this, write user manual. So you write user manual, so you have to set it up in a finish to finish relationship. So now you will go to the predecessor and click here.
Do we
Click
need to
on-
make the changes?
You click on the assign button on the predecessor side. Yeah, now you select software development, correct, and you click on the assign button and click on the close. Okay, after this, if you look at the relationship, do you see that the relationship is by default, it is coming as finish to start, but actually it is not finish to start. We want it to change it. So you change it. You change it to the finish to finish. Okay, so do you see that it is now changed to the finish to finish? So in the finish to finish, what's happening? So both the activities are finishing at the same time. It means that if I package the manual along with the software, it is a useful situation, right, guys?
Yes.
Okay, now the guy who is writing the manual, he says that, boss, I need 10 days. Now you change it to 10 days and you tell me that which date changes for his activity. So is it going to change his start date or the finish date? Start date, yeah. So it is going to prepone the start date. You see that his date has been preponed to the 17th. Do you see that?
Yes.
Because if you are going to take more days to finish this activity, then you should better start earlier. This is what the Primavera is saying. But
Yes.
the finish date is fixed. Why the finish date is fixed? Because the finish date is under the control of the predecessor software development. So if you add more duration, it is going to prepone. And if you reduce the duration, it is going to postpone. If you reduce the duration, you can start it later. Okay. So that's how it works. Now I'm going to ask you a very simple question, dependency check. Suppose if I cancel the software development activity, would I still need the user manual?
No, not at all.
Not at all. So it means I can say that user manual is dependent upon software development to happen.
Yes.
Yeah, correct. So that is called a dependency check. Only if the dependency check is true, only then you should set up a relationship. If the dependency check is not true, then do not set up a relationship, guys. So, okay, is this clear?
Yes. Yes.
So you should set up the relationship only if the dependency check is true. If the dependency check is not true, then it means that those are independent tasks. So don't set up a relationship, right? Okay, so this example is clear, guys? Okay,
Yes.
now let me show you something. Now you increase the duration of software development to 28 days and tell me what happened to the dates of the right user manual. You change it to 28 days and see that what happens on the Gantt chart. What did you see? What did you notice?
The finish date changes.
Finish date of the successor changes only if the finish date of the predecessor changes. Okay, you make the duration of the predecessor as 22. Instead of the 28, you put there 22 and see that what happens. Change it to 22 and see that what happens. So guys, do you see that the software development's finish date is dragging the finish date of the user manual with it?
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
It says that only when I finish, only then you should finish. If I finish earlier, you also finish earlier. If I finish later, then you finish later. But if you need more duration, only your start date should change. Your finish date should not change. Right?
Yes.
Okay, guys. Now, guys, replace my example with yours. Okay. So I'll be back in a while. Just think.
చూద్దాం.
Score card choose. Items up to bat.
Okay, guys, tell me. So what is the example you came up with? Finish to finish. Try to recall something from your projects. Kolavole, do you have any example you did in a finish to finish way? Something you did in the past?
No. It's not on this laptop.
Venki, you did something in a finish to finish way?
Yes.
Yes, you can say like this. Ki once the painting job is done, we can finish the electrical job because there is a dependency in that too.
In the painting and the electrical job, what is the dependency?
Like while, or we can take it like this also. Like while painting, you can place the furnitures. After when the painting job is getting finished, we can finish the furniture work too.
No, we can do them independently as well.
But
They're not technically dependent at all.
no, you cannot place a furniture before painting.
And the plumbing and wall as well, these both are interrelated. We have to complete similarly at the same time.
Yeah, so that can be done because if you look at the painting and the furniture can be placed only after the painting is complete.
Yes.
So that would be a finish to start.
And you can give a lag also. Once certain days of lag, like one wall is already painted, he can place the furniture over there, and he can paint the other wall. Then the furniture
No,
guy will move.
then I would like to schedule it from start to start, not the finish to finish. I'm asking you for the finish to finish example.
Just one
Yeah,
thing.
plumbing and wall, like
Okay.
a floor or something like that.
So you can say plumbing and plastering.
Yeah,
Yeah, that is
So
also.
suppose you are doing you're laying the pipes, okay, plumbing, and you are closing the exposed part. So what you can do that you can say that as soon as my plumbing finishes, my the plastering job will be also finished at the same time.
Yes.
Okay, so all the plumbing will get concealed, right?
Yes.
Yeah. So this can be finished to finish. This can be finished to finish. That's okay. You need not wait for the entire plumbing to finish before you do the plastering to conceal the pipes. So to conceal the pipes, you can start the plastering job somewhere in the middle. So as soon as the plumbing finishes, you also can finish the plastering job. But of course, you need some lag time. So let's say you put up a lag time of two days. Okay, you finish your plastering 2 days after the plumbing is finished, but you can still save a lot of time. So how much time you are going to save? So let me highlight this thing. Okay, so this is the saving that you do. Okay, so if you put these 2 jobs in a finish to start, that will be 32 days. And whereas you are completing it in 24 days. So guys, what is 32 minus 24?
8.
Now, what is the percentage of the time saved? 8 divided by 32 is equal to 25%. Okay, do you see that? So this is the amount of the time saved in the start to start and the finish to finish, because in the start to start and the finish to finish, there is a lot of the time overlap like this. And the here also. Okay, so the start to start and finish to finish, they are also called compact relationship. So what is a compact relationship? Compact relationship is a relationship which is compacting the time duration, which is saving the time duration, right?
Yeah.
Okay, guys, any questions on this?
No.
Kolawole, is this clear?
Yes. Yes.
Finish to finish is clear?
Yes, it's clear.
Yes.
So in the finish to finish, it is advantageous to finish the predecessor, the successor with the predecessor at the same time, or nearly at the same time. You can put some lag time also, so that's okay. But if they are finishing nearly at the same time, it gives a very distinct advantage. Okay, now we will try to understand the start to finish. The start to finish can be understood by situations. Okay. Now here is a situation. Okay, so in this, so let me do this thing. Let me first of all hide this thing. So guys, you read these 3 lines and give me the answer. Give me the answer for this question.
4 p.m.
4 p.m.
Okay, fine. So I'm writing here 4 p.m. I start at 4 p.m. Now what happens that on the way, the 10 minutes is required by the cab driver to replace flat tire. Now guys, tell me, can I catch the train?
No.
We
No,
have exactly
I'll
taken
be
the time.
I'll be 10 minutes late. Now you tell me that what is the solution for this?
350.
Okay, so I start at 3:50. I start at 3:50 p.m. Okay, so let me write it. So 10 minutes for tire change and the 10 minutes for
Traffic.
so 10 minutes for rerouting due to traffic. Now guys tell me that can I still catch the train?
No.
No.
I still cannot catch the train. Then what is the solution?
340 or before.
Yeah, 3:40 or before. So you know I would like to start at 3:30. Right? So you know I factor in all the maximum possible risk. Then I say the risk won't be greater than 30 minutes. So I start at 3:30 p.m. And you know, then what happens that day? I start at 3:30 p.m. and I reach the railway station exactly at 4:30 p.m. Okay, so there is no delay on the way. Now, guys, tell me, missing the train is a problem or waiting for the train for just 30 minutes is a problem? Which is a problem?
Missing
The train is a
Missing.
problem. If you reach a place earlier than the scheduled time, so that's not a problem, but missing something is a problem. So just imagine that it is not only a train, but it is an international flight, right? So guys, have you ever missed a flight?
No.
I'm sure not, because when you have a flight, so you would prepare for it very meticulously and you will try to reach as early as possible, right? So you wouldn't, you guys may not have missed a flight. So guys, it not only is a flight, but it's a movie also. Suppose the movie is going to start at 5 p.m. and the movie starts at 5 p.m. and you are seated in your seat at 5:10 p.m., 5:10. Now 10 minutes of the movie introduction is gone. So there is a storyteller who is telling the background of the movie for the first 10 minutes, then the movie starts. So when the movie starts, you see a lot of action. Two groups of guys, you know, they're fighting with each other. A lot of fighting is going on, but you are not able to make head and foot of the story. So do you think it's an enjoyable thing?
No.
No.
So wouldn't it be good that you're seated in your theater seat, say around 4:50 p.m., 10 minutes before the start of the movie? Maybe you watch some ads and your eyes get acclimatized to the dark, because it takes us 5 or 10 minutes to get the night vision, right, guys? Is it clear? The night vision takes some time for us to come back. So once we get the night vision, so we can see some things clearly, and by the time we can hear the background of the story. Isn't it nice? So if you are on the way to the railway station, can you call up the station master to hold the train for you?
No.
No. If you are going to the airport, can you call up the airlines to hold up the flight for you?
No.
No. If you are going towards the movie theater and if you feel that you are getting delayed, can you call up the movie theater and tell them to delay the movie? No. Because you know, all these three things, they are public utilities. So you have to respect their start time. So their start time says, so what the train says to you, train says that you finish reaching the railway station before I start. The flight says that you finish reaching the boarding gate before I fly or before I start. The movie says that you be seated in your seat before I start. Right, guys? Is it clear?
Yeah.
It means
Yes.
that the start time of this event, this flight, it is predetermined. So it was determined 1 month ago by the airlines. So you only chose the date as you felt that it is the most convenient one for you. Do you decide the date for the train? Do you decide the date, the start date for the flight? Do you decide the start date and time for the movie? Tell me, guys.
No.
No,
You-
it is
you
only
don't-
predetermined.
Yeah, you don't decide them, but you choose the one that fits you best. Right, guys? Is this clear?
Yeah.
Then you have to respect it. Okay? You first choose the one which fits you best, then you respect it. So that this kind of a situation is called start to finish. The plane says, before I start, you finish reaching the boarding gate. The movie says, before I start, you finish to be seated on your seat, right? So it is like this. Now, the start to finish, it is there in our projects. So start to finish is due to the resource constraint. Okay, now I'm going to tell you an example. Now I'm doing a project in which I'm installing 5G towers, right? So in the 5G tower, so what is, there is an activity to be done, activate 5G frequency. So I write my activity. So activate 5G signal like this. So then what happens, since this is the job of a subject matter expert, and the ratio of this subject matter expert is to 1 person to 5 projects. So he's a rare resource. He's a highly paid resource. So not every project can have one. So what does the CEO says? The CEO says that you 5 project managers can use one guy. So before you assign him to the activity, you guys please call him up and to know that what is his next availability. So I call this guy that, sir, I need to activate the 5G signal on the mobile tower. So this tower will be ready around 1st of the August. Can you tell me a possible date when you can come? So he looks up his diary and he tells me this date. He says that I will be coming on this date. So guys, can you tell me the date which is marked by the arrow?
First of
August.
August.
Yeah, so he says that I can start on the 20th of the August. Okay, so now I have to fix his date, because first of all his date, so his activity has to be brought here. So what I'm going to do, that I'm going to use a date constraint to bring his activity to this point, and after that I'm going to ask him that what are the inputs required by him. Okay, so I'm just using the date constraint as a matter of convenience. So date constraint is actually the next lesson. Okay, we are going to learn the constraints. Now, what do I do? That I go into the status and collaborate, do this thing. You select here must start, mandatory start. You see one constraint here, mandatory start. You select mandatory start, and then you select the date as 20th August. 20th is a Saturday. So you click on the start and immediately you will see this activity is pinned down here, and you will see that there is a star here. Now I ask him that, sir, that what inputs do you need? He says the inputs I need is that your hardware, firmware and software should be ready. So Kolawale, you write here install HW, FW, SW. FW, HW, HW. Okay, software, yeah, that's okay. That's okay. SW. So, these are the 3 things which must be installed. The firmware, hardware, and the software, these 3 things should be ready. So I call up my team So I tell them, look, guys, that our subject matter expert is coming on the 20th of the August. I'm giving you 6 days time, and plus I'm giving you 3 days margin. Okay, 3 days before his arrival, you have to finish. Okay, so this is a start to finish relationship. How to set this up, I will tell you. And we have to set this up with a 3 days margin. Okay, now you come to the relationship tab. Come to the relationship tab here. Guys, please click on the relationship tab. And then on the predecessor side, click the assign button. Okay, now who is the predecessor for this activity? The predecessor for this activity is activate 5G signals. So you select activate 5G signal and click on the plus sign and click on the close and click on the close this. Now what happens, what the Primavera does, so by default, it is going to put the relationship, the finish to start. Now we will change it to start to finish. We will change it to SF. Okay. So go into the drop down and change the relationship to SF. Now guys, if you look at this carefully, you know, they are starting back to back and it is quite a risk. We want some gap here. So we want this activity to finish 3 days earlier. So that is why, so what we are going to do, that in the lag time, we are going to put -3D, minus with a minus symbol, -3D. Okay, because the minus symbol, because this minus symbol, the 3D, and it is going to set up a lead time. Okay, do you see that it has set up a lead time? So what is the -3, 20 minus 3? So 20 minus 3 is 17. Do you see that? Okay, guys, is this clear?
Yes.
So, you know, you have the opportunity to first finish on this date, then on this date, and then on the Friday evening. But if you're not able to finish by the Friday evening, so he might come on the Saturday morning and he might go back. There's no other choice. It's not useful for him to stay here, right? Because your inputs are not ready. So then I ask him, okay, sir, if I miss your this date, 20th of the August, so what is the next date that you can provide us? He says that next date I can provide you is 20th of the September. Right, guys? Is this clear? So would you like your project to be delayed by that much, 20th of the September? Are you interested?
No.
Guys, tell me, would you like your project to be delayed by 1 month? Definitely not. Okay, guys, interact with me. Tell me, what is your answer?
No, we will not like to.
So
delay.
definitely, so what you will do that in the start to finish relationship, you will not only give them the 6 days duration, plus you will put 3 days lead time. So, you know, in this kind of a relationship, it is very much useful to put up the lead time for the reasons of safety, just like we have put the lead time. So guys, didn't you plan to reach the railway station earlier than the train? So
Yes.
don't you plan to reach the boarding gate of the flight earlier than the flight?
Yes.
So that is useful, because then you are sure that you are going to catch the flight. Now guys, isn't it useful for you to be seated in the cinema hall before the start of the movie?
Yes. Yes.
Correct. So that is why we put up this lead time. So we want to make sure that before he comes, our activities of installing the firmware, hardware, and the software, it is done and complete. Right, guys? Is this clear?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. So I'm not sure about any example, but do you have any questions on the concept of start to finish?
Yeah.
No,
Can you
it's-
say how do you change the dates of activate 5G signal?
Yeah.
Dates.
So that is the constraint. We applied the constraint. Our next lesson is about the constraint. Okay. So the constraint is used to fine tune the dates of activities to predetermined dates from here. So first we go into the status, then we come to the constraints, then we select the appropriate constraints. Okay, so that is the next lesson. So my lessons are designed in such a way so that it creates a curiosity for the next one.
I can give you an example for start to finish.
Yeah,
I don't know
please
it's
do.
right or wrong. I will share to you. Say me it's right or wrong. So if there is a vacation and we know a school has been started after 1 month, so there is a repair to be carried out. So contractor takes a job. So we have a predetermined start date of a school. So we have to finish our contract before the repairing contract before the school starts.
Absolutely, absolutely correct. And not only this is the start to finish, but guys, have you missed any of your board exams?
No.
No, because you knew that it is a start to finish. So you always finished your studies, your prep, and your memorizing and your practicing before the exam. And did you reach the exam hall much before the start of the exam? Yes or no?
Yes.
So that is the start to finish. You know, we have done start to finish a lot of times. And the start to finish is either due to the lack of resource, because if there is a lack of resource in this situation, then we have to put it in a start to finish. And it could be also due to any kind of a special request by the client. Sometimes the clients, they have a special request. They want us to finish something in the middle of the project, which is definitely not necessary, but since it is a special request by the client, so we have to do it sometimes. Okay, is this clear, guys?
Okay. Yes.
So the start to finish is not due to your engineering process, but rather it could be due to the lack of resource or due to a special request from the client. So, you know, start to finish is everywhere in our lives, in our exams, in movies, in catching a train, in catching a flight, and in going to some invited function, like going to a marriage, right? Or if you are planning to go on a vacation, you will basically plan before the dates of the vacation, right? Pack up and all those pack up, check up, ticketing, lodging, and bookings you will confirm. Okay, if you want to arrive at some destination, so you have a fixed date because those dates have been approved by your boss, right? And you don't want to miss or miss even a single day. So you want to maximize on the vacation. So before the vacation, you have to do all kind of preparation. So guys, we are so much familiar with the start to finish. So we have to find it if it exists in our project and utilize it. Right, guys? Is that clear?
Yes.
Okay. So I'm sure that in the future, you will be able to spot the requirement for start to finish and utilize it in your project. So start to finish is something that we are familiar with and we are complying with it, but we may not have implemented it yet in our projects. Okay. But next time you are doing your project, and now with this knowledge, you should be able to spot it and put up a start to finish relationship, because the start to finish relationship, if you don't identify it, you know, it can be painful to miss it. Right, guys? Is this thing clear?
Yes.
Okay. So we are done with the dependencies. And
We have to do this in our Primavera.
yes, of course, you have to do it. If you're not doing it, I'll wait for you to do it. Just do it.
Okay, wait.
Replicate this thing. Okay, you have to do it.
I was just paying attention.
No, that's fine. I'll now wait for you to catch up. Okay, so what you need to do, that on this activity, you will first put up a constraint. So that this activity is fixed on this date, right? Like this. And after that, okay, after you have put up the constraint, so what do you do? Then you will set up the relationship with the lead time. You go into the relationship here, and you set up the successor in a start to finish relationship, but you put the lead time. Lead means negative lag. Lead means earlier. Lead means leading. Leading means before, earlier. So your successor should finish earlier by 3 days from the start. Right, guys? Okay, you do it and tell me that you have understood it or you have doubt. And if you do it, it will be fully memorized. So once you are done, you just let me know.
Okay. Wait. Automatic.
So you're done?
No, sir.
No.
Okay.
I'm getting a problem here actually. Can you see my screen?
Yeah, sure. You share your screen and I will tell you.
Okay.
Yeah, actually, now you go into the relationship tab and you place your cursor on the successor. Place your cursor on the successor.
Okay, right.
Only if you place your cursor on the successor, then you will get to see the list. See, the relationship tab, the type, it comes by default, finish to start. You change it to start to finish. And things will get sorted out.
Okay.
You see that? It must
Yes.
be leading. The successor must finish before the predecessor. So that's how it goes. So finish to start is the default programmed into the software to give us the convenience. But sometimes we don't want it. We don't want it always. So we need to select the appropriate one. That appropriate one could be start to start, finish to finish, or start to finish. So, okay.
And
So,
here you have given some lag time. What was the lag time?
no, don't change it, man. You are on this one. You are on the plumbing.
Yes, I know that, but I have missed this thing.
No, on the plumbing, there is no lag time required. We want the plumbing and plastering as, plastering job. Yes, fine. So the lag time is two days. Correct. Yes, you are right. I want my plastering to go on 2 days after the plumbing.
And here also there was a lag. I missed that too.
Yes. So lag time has been put. Lag time is there.
4 days.
4 days lag time. Yeah. So that's
That
fine.
is okay.
So what we are saying is that we are going to start the code 2 from the start of the code 1, but with a 4 days delay.
Yeah, I got it.
So
Does
we let the code 1 go on for 4 days, and after that we will start code 2. But we will not
Okay.
wait for the entire code 1 to finish. Rather, we will start with the start of the code 1, but with a 4 days delay from
Yeah,
the start of the code 1. Yeah, that is the idea. Right?
yeah, thank you.
Okay.
Sir. Hello, sir.
Yes. Tell me, you want me to see your screen?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, you share it. You share your screen, please. Yeah, so that's good. So, I want you all to do it, and this understanding is really very important, because let me tell you, the start to finish is rare, but it is there. Yeah, now here, first of all, you correct this one, okay? You place your cursor on the install in this 1090, you place your cursor. See what's happening here, that by default, it is coming to the relationship finish to start. So you change it to start to finish. And you want this activity to finish 3 days earlier. So you put here -3. 3 means lead. It's called a lead time. Lead means earlier. Okay, it is just like reaching your boarding gate earlier than the flight. It is just like reaching the platform earlier than the train. It is just like reaching your seat earlier than the movie. Right, guys? Is this clear?
Sir, I not
Yes.
change the previous two also. The start to start and finish.
So in the plastering job, so what we want that the plastering job. So you just click here on the plastering job. We want the plastering job to continue 2 days after the plumbing. So what do you do after selecting this? And once you go into the relationship, you set the relationship finish to finish. You go to the predecessor. Then you select the plumbing. The plumbing is the predecessor activity, and click on the plus button and close this box. And what kind of relationship is that? It is the finish to finish. And make sure that the duration of the plumbing is a little bit greater. You make the plumbing 10 days. You make this as 10 days. Okay. Now we want this plastering job to go on 2 days after the plumbing is finished. So you put a lag time of 2 here. Put a lag time of 2. Okay, is this clear?
Previous
Yes.
one also software testing.
Software fixing and the defect fixing, it is a start to start. So you can place your cursor wherever you want to. Okay, you have placed it on the predecessor. So of course, then we are going to select the successor. So click on the assign button here, and you select fix defects as the successor, and then you click on the assign the button. That's it. Okay. So here we don't need any lead or lag time. So both of them, they can start at the same time. So you change the relationship type to SS, because whenever you set up a relationship, by default it will be finished to start. That is your start to start. So is that clear to you?
Okay.
Okay. So do you have any questions or doubts? So defect fixing does not require any lag time. So it will start.
One more thing. Can you give the example of finish to finish? Actually, the start to start and start to finish.
See, finish to finish, one of the example which I gave, mine example was like this. So this is my software development. activity. Now, this software development activity which I'm doing, okay, so let's say that it is like this. So this is my software development activity. Now what happens? I have to write a user manual. So what do I do? That I write a user manual, and the user manual has to finish with the software development. So, you know, this kind of an activity can be done like this. So this is my activity of the finish user manual. So if I finish my user manual along with the finish of the software development, then what is the advantage? I can package them both at the same time because the accessories needed along with the main product always. Okay, I can package them at the same time, and I can give it to the client. Right, guys? Is this clear?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, guys. Now, this dependency is done. Now we are going to learn about the constraints, right? Okay. So now, Kolawole, please share your screen. So we are going to learn about the constraints. Now, what you need to do, you need to create a new lesson. So what you will do, that you will first close this lesson by pressing Ctrl W. So you will close your lesson number 3, and you will create your lesson number 4, date constraints. Okay. So press Ctrl W. Are you sure? Yes. Okay, fine. Now you create lesson 4.
Date constraint.
Date constraints, S. Correct. Okay, guys. So we are in the lesson number 4, date constraints. So guys, please remind me, what is the meaning of the word constraints?
Restriction.
Restriction,
Limitation.
limitation. So date constraint means limitation of the available dates. So why the dates would be limited? Why they are not abundantly available? That is due to the resource constraint. So if we have lack of resource, if we have the limited time from the resource, so due to the limited time of the availability of the resource, we have the date constraints.
Can you please come to my screen?
You want me to check some problem?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, please show me. Yeah, so you should create the lesson date constraint. So what do? You just right click here and copy this. Copy and place your cursor on the parent. Right click and paste it.
There is no other way to load a project. Like, this is the only way we have to copy and paste. Like this.
No, this is not the only way. You can create from scratch also. If you click on the plus button, see, I'm just trying to ingrain a healthy best practice into your mind. Why? Because if you're planning with the multiple teams, then what happens when you are done with planning with team 1? So you work with the team 2 using the same, using the same copy. Then what happens? If something goes wrong?
Enter, we have to change.
Yeah, the entire thing is messed up. So right here, date constraints. The name of the new lesson is date constraints. Okay, so we are going to learn about the date constraints. The date constraints, they happen to be there because of the resource constraints. The world is not so perfect. Okay, in the world, there are certain limitations of dates. That's why. Now you right click and open this project. Okay, fine. Now I'm going back to Kolawole screen. Yes, Kolawole, please share your screen. Fine, guys. So we are going to learn about date constraints, but before that, we have some important lesson. Okay. Okay, fine. I'm going to tell you what is the important lesson. So click on the WBS. Do you see this WBS button on your left panel? These two blue squares, click on them. Now I want you to select these WBS. Select the lesson 1, 2, 3, 4. No, you select, yeah, using the shift. Correct. Now I want you to delete them. Click on the delete the button on the right side. And you will do it step by step. Okay, fine. Now you click on the OK and hold. Just hold. Don't click anything. So guys, please read the notice. What is it saying?
Are you sure you want to delete the selected WBS element? This cannot be undone.
Yes, guys, you keep this in mind. This cannot be undone because you are deleting the WBS. The control Z doesn't work here. Okay, now you are responsible and you take your decision and you click on the yes. So click on the yes. Okay, so try to press Control Z here. Place your cursor here and try to press Control Z. It does not work. Right? Okay, now come to the activities. Now, guys, what do you see here?
No.
Everything is clean because all the activities inside the WBS, they are gone along with the parent container. Now, what I want you to do, I want you to insert 11 activities here on the screen. So you click on it. You insert 11. Yeah, 11. And you press enter on the last one. Okay. Now, what I want you to do is that you go to the first one. Okay, you go to the top one here, and then you start deleting one by one. You hit the delete button and say yes. And one by one, delete all these activities. Say yes. Yeah. Next, you delete. Okay. Now, what I want you to do is press Control Z 11 times. You count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, you like that. And once you see A1000, just stop. Do you see that all the activities are back? Now, so what is the conclusion? The conclusion is that Primavera is not all that bad. Right, guys? So the Primavera will not let you undo the WBS, but it lets you undo the activities. So keep that in mind, because in many places, the trainers, they teach it wrongly. They show you the demo of the activities and they stop there. Now, what happens in the real life, people go ahead and they delete WBS, they delete the projects, they delete the resources, and by mistake, and hoping that they can undo it. So guys, remember this thing. Undo only works in the activity. It does not work anywhere else. Okay, guys, is this clear?
Yeah.
So
Yes.
keep this in mind, okay? So that's why I show you that what you cannot undo, okay? Now, WBS is nothing but mass destruction. You delete one WBS, and if there are 10 activities under the WBS, so they are all gone. Now, I'm going to tell you something before I even start that date constant. I'm going to show you click sequence. Click sequence. Okay, in the click sequence, now what I want you to do, listen to me carefully. You press the control button. There is a control key on your keypad. You press that. So you have done that. Please confirm to me. Have you pressed the control key? Okay, let me assume that what you are saying is yes. Now you click with the mouse cursor here. You using your mouse cursor, click on the first activity. Then
Okay, hold on. Control and the first activity, right?
yeah, with the control key, you click on the first one. Yeah, you click here once. Yeah, then you, yeah, correct. Then you click on the last one. Then you click on 1010. Then you click on 1090. Correct. Then you click on 1020, 1080, 1030, 1070, 1040, 1060, 1050. Correct. So it seems like a normal selection, just don't worry. Now you right click here, right click on top of this. No, just here in the middle. Yeah. Yes. Just hold on, hang on, don't click. It will waste.
I remove my hand from the control.
Okay, you have removed your hand. Okay. Now what we are going to do, that we are going to, oh yeah, that, okay. Let me see if I'm getting the link. No, actually, I think you clicked on the wrong place. Okay, now, okay. Now you click on the link activities. Do you see link activities? No. Now do you see link? So can you please select here and click on the link activities? No. The whole exercise is gone to waste. Okay, now you let me do it. See, I click this one, this, then I click this, then I click this, then I click this. So I'm clicking the alternate ones, okay, from the top and the bottom. Then I right click here itself. Now, do you see that link activities is here?
Yes.
Now I link it. Now, what do you expect? You would expect that the activities will be linked from the top to the bottom. No, it's not so. Do you see the way they are linked? So, you know, they are linked in the same sequence in which I clicked. So so what was my click sequence? So my click sequence was like this. So I'm sure you can remember 1, 2,
1,000 and 1,100.
Yeah.
5,
Yeah.
6, 7, 8, 9, 10, and then 11. Now, what is the utility of knowing this? Because sometimes people click here and there randomly. Oh, then they say, oh, I'm surprised. Why am I surprised? Why I'm getting surprises? Why is it linking like that? So guys, you have to understand one thing. Primavera remembers the sequence of the click. Okay. And the sequence in which you clicked, it will link up that way. And not only here, when you are selecting the columns, okay, if you are selecting the columns from the left side to the right side, if you go into the column toolbox and suppose I'm here in the list, okay, and I'm selecting certain columns from left to the right side, and suppose if I click this roles, then I click successors, then I click predecessor, it remembers the click sequence. See, watch it, guys. What did I click? Roles, successors, predecessors. See this. You see?
Yes.
So it remembers the sequence of the click. Okay, guys, is this clear?
Yes.
So
Yeah.
Primavera remembers the sequence of the click that you do on the activities. It remembers the sequence of the click that you do on the columns. So it will select that way. If you want your columns to be organized in a particular order, so you can select them in this particular way. If you select them in this particular way using the control button, you press the control button, then you click on the columns in a particular sequence. So they will be rearranged in the same way on the right side. So, right, guys, is it clear?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, very good. So that is the click sequence. Now it remembers the control. Now it remembers the control Z. So guys, so you come here and do the control Z. So you will see the relationship go out. Press control Z once. Here you press control Z and once more. Once more. Do you see the relationship is disappearing? So you press the control Z till you see the relationship disappear. Control Z once more, once more, once more, once more, once more, once more, once more. Yes, all the relationships are gone. Now, how do you get the activities back to the start date? So that's very simple. You click on the schedule button. If you click on the schedule button, so these activities will jump back into their places. Right? Is it clear, guys?
Yeah.
So this is the sequence of the clicks. So now we are going to learn about the date constraints. So first of all, what we are going to do, we are going to set up the various WBS for the date constraints. So you click here. So click here on the WBS button. And then you click on the add button on the right side. And the first date constraints, so that we are going to write start on or after. You write the constraint name as start on or after. Start on or after. That is a date constraint. Press enter. Okay, after that, you place your cursor on the parent. Place your cursor on the parent. And then you click on the add button. And you write in the constraint, in the WBS name, you write finish on or before. Finish on or before. Correct. Good. Now you place your cursor on the date constraints. Now click on the add.